Dora Delvalle Almontaser was only 19 years old when she was assaulted and then strangled with a telephone cord while house-sitting for her uncle in the Bronx back in December of 2000. During the original investigation, police retrieved fluids and a lone fingerprint from Dora's body at the crime scene. At the time, no matches for either could be found, but police created a John Doe profile based on the suspect's DNA. Dora was living with her husband. She had been watching her uncle's apartment while he recovered in the hospital. 5 years later, in 2005, 25-year-old Angel Serbay, a Yonkers mother, was found assaulted and strangled. Her body had been wrapped in a blanket and dumped on the side of the Sprain Brook Parkway, a state road in Westchester County, New York. Again, fluids were recovered from the victim. The DNA evidence from Angel matched the evidence found in Dora Almontaser's body. Still, no matches came up for a named suspect. Angel was a lost soul, her mother Susan Serbay said. That's the best way to describe her. She was a very good person. She was just lost, searching for something. We miss her. We miss what could have been for her. Both Angel and Dora's cases would go cold in their own time. Then, in November of 2017, 41-year-old Christopher Gonzalez was arrested after a Bronx detective reopened Dora's case and reran the fingerprints. Gonzalez was a married man and a Toys R Us employee who had been arrested just 8 months before by the Collier County Sheriff's Office for driving without a license. In May of 2019, Gonzalez was indicted in Winchester County for taking Angel's life. While in the Empire State, Gonzalez lived mere blocks away from both Angel and Dora. He pleaded not guilty to the charges and maintained his innocence for years. Then finally, in 2023, he had a change of heart. He admitted to committing both brutal crimes. Gonzalez received 2 concurrent sentences of 20 years to life in prison. Oh, it was a miracle, Dora's mother said. Finally, he decided to plead guilty. I prayed day and night, and finally God heard my prayers. "25-year-old Noele Renee Trice and 29-year-old Bryan Keith Lash lived in Fort Wayne, Indiana in 2017. On June 9th, the couple invited a few friends over to watch basketball at their house on Weiser Park Avenue. Then, during late morning hours of June 10th, 2017, a person who attended the party the night before discovered Noele and Bryan's body inside of their home. Officers responded to the scene and found blood throughout the residence. Investigators spoke with family members who told police about the small gathering the couple had the night before their lives were taken. Investigators compiled a list of all the guests and they interviewed them. They learned the real reason they were there was not to watch the basketball game and to eat some barbecue, but to buy marijuana from Noele. Apparently, Noele was quite known for selling high-grade marijuana for thousands of dollars per pound. Investigators were not able to link any of the guests to the crimes, and the case went cold for some time. Even though the case went cold, developments still trickled in. In July of 2018, a witness told police about another man that was at the party named Dustin Neal. The witness said Neal called him around 8 a.m. the morning after the party, roughly 2 hours before the victims' bodies were found. Neal was trying to quickly sell 1 to 2 pounds of marijuana to the witness. The witness told police they found it strange, as Neal was out of money at the time. In July of 2022, another witness came forward and told police that Dustin Neal's half-brother told them that Neal was responsible for what happened to Noele and Bryan. Police followed up with the half-brother in October of 2022. The half-brother said he heard Neil was bragging about taking Noele and Bryan's life. The half-brother told police what Neil had told him. Apparently, Neil entered the couple's home through a window, thinking no one was home. His plan was to steal their marijuana. He then saw Bryan and fatally stabbed him. Neil then did the same with Noele. Also, in October of 2022, yet another witness came forward. This witness also claimed that they talked to Neil about the crime. Neil told them that he was responsible for taking the lives of 5 different people. Later, in October of 2022, police and a special agent with the FBI analyzed Neil's cell phone. They found that Neil's phone pinged off cellular towers that would have placed him at a friend's house at 3 a.m. and then back at the scene of the crime somewhere between 6:20 a.m. and 7:04 a.m. In multiple interviews with police, however, Neil said he never went back after leaving Noele and Bryan's house around midnight. Recently, investigators found yet another piece of evidence that finally allowed them to have enough to make an arrest. A partial fingerprint found on Noele Trice's phone matched the fingerprint of Dustin Neal. The Fort Wayne Police Department and the Allen County Sheriff's Department charged and arrested 35-year-old Neal on January 1st of 2023 in Wells County. He will soon be extradited to Allen County. Fort Wayne Police Department Detective Bryan Martin had this to say: "We're obviously very pleased with the fact that we are able to bring a conclusion to this case with the arrest of Dustin Neal. Dustin Neal was very familiar to myself and one of the original investigators that I worked with, and Dustin Neal, for lack of better terms, was very much on our radar." On December 30th of 2002, 18-year-old Mary Liza Mansker called 911 to report that her 2-year-old daughter, Marselina Liza, was not alive anymore. She told authorities she blacked out and did not know what happened to the baby. This happened in Niceville, Florida. The baby was taken to a hospital in Pensacola, Florida, but there was nothing that they could do. An autopsy could determine that the baby suffered blunt force trauma to the head. Investigators felt foul play was involved. Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office investigator Captain David Allen decided to go back and look at all the evidence again in hopes of gaining a new perspective in 2021. Why don't we bring this back to the medical examiner and see what they think, because maybe there was a mistake made, so basically put a fresh set of eyes on it. After a thorough reevaluation, the medical examiner's office agreed, Allen said. The medical examiner conducted an autopsy on Marselina's remains in April of 2021 and determined that the cause of why she was not alive anymore was shaken baby syndrome. It usually occurs when a parent or caregiver severely shakes a baby or toddler due to frustration or anger, often because the child won't stop crying. The shaking causes the child's brain to move back and forth inside the skull, and usually results in bruising, swelling, and bleeding of the brain. Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office detectives interviewed family and friends of Mary Liza Mansker. They said that Mansker had a terrible temper and no previous history of experiencing blackouts. Mansker, who moved to California following what happened to her daughter, was arrested by deputies with the Yuba County Sheriff's Department. Online records show that she is currently being held without bail in the Yuba County Jail under the name Mary Jean Liza. She was indicted for the crime on January 3rd of 2023, and her next court appearance is scheduled for February of the same year. Detective Allen said, "Based on the evidence we had and new interviews, we were able to submit an arrest warrant for the mother." I mean, this happened in 2002, almost 20 years ago. She was probably very surprised when we showed up to pick her up. Sheriff Eric Aiden said that the OCSO investigators are passionate about putting in the extra work needed to solve cold cases. Even if they can't solve anything for the moment, they still go in there and actively see if there's anything they can turn over. Any crumb, any stone that they can turn over could remotely result in rejuvenating the case a little bit further, Aiden said. "23-year-old James Michael Wright lived in Mendota, Virginia in 2019. He worked at a carnival called Pony Express. On February 28th of 2019, Wright fatally shot 22-year-old Elizabeth Marie Vanmeter of Carter County, Tennessee. He met her at the carnival and lured her to his property in Virginia. Elizabeth was cognitively disabled with the mental capacity of a 13-year-old. Wright shot her after getting into an argument about a video game. He buried her outside near his home. That evening, Wright posted a meme on Facebook that read, "I know there's a special place in hell for me. It's called a throne." A few days later, on March 9th of 2019, Wright fatally shot 17-year-old Jocelyn Alsup of Cobb County, Georgia. Her father worked at the carnival with Wright. After shooting her, Wright placed Jocelyn's body beneath a stack of logs in the woods near his house. 8 days later, on March 17th, Wright fatally shot 25-year-old Athena Hopson twice in the head. They also met at the carnival. Athena's cousin Alyssa Chapman remembered Wright coming over to her apartment to pick Athena up periodically. On March 17th, he picked Athena up and never brought her back. Alyssa got concerned about her cousin and reported her missing. Jocelyn Alsup and Elizabeth Marie Vanmeter's parents also reported their daughters as missing. Initially, no link was found and the case went cold for a while. Then, police in Tennessee and Georgia realized a common denominator in all three cases. The women all somehow knew James Michael Wright through the carnival. Police began drawing up search warrants. Before they could track down Wright, there was a twist. On the morning of March 19th, Wright veered over the center line and collided headfirst with a school bus, contorting his silver Chevy pickup truck into a collection of scrap metal. The kids were all right, but Wright had to be airlifted to the hospital for a broken leg, hip, and arm. He was then wheelchair bound and told his Facebook followers, and thoughts and prayers poured in from his friends and family. But amid all the sympathy, one comment stood out for its desperation, from a father searching frantically for his daughter. "Have you seen Athena?" he wrote. "She is missing. People say she was with you. This is her dad." The man left his phone number, but Wright was never going to respond. Inside Wright's totaled truck, police found Athena Hopson's phone. On his property, they found the bodies of Elizabeth Marie Vanmeter and Jocelyn Alsup. They were not able to find Athena Hopson's body. When questioned, Wright had an answer for everything. He said that he accidentally shot Elizabeth Vanmeter. He also claimed that he accidentally shot Jocelyn Alsup while trying to shoot an animal. Wright even had an answer for how he shot Athena Hopson twice in the head. According to him, they were going for a walk, and that he tripped and shot her in the head, then tripped again and accidentally shot her again. Rather than bury her, Wright claimed that he put her in the back of his truck to take her to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Wright claimed her body fell out, rolling down to a river embankment near a bridge. He then put her body in the water. Police were not able to recover Hopson's body from the river. Wright was then held without bail in the Southwest Virginia Regional Jail. One could only hope a fellow prisoner might accidentally do something to him. Another scary thought is that he deliberately drove into the school bus filled with children, but that could just be speculation. On January 3rd of 2023, James Michael Wright was found guilty of taking the lives of Athena Hopson, Elizabeth Vanmeter, and Jocelyn Alsup. He was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences. Washington County Commonwealth's attorney Josh Cumbo said, "I am very happy to be able to conclude this successful prosecution for this heinous crime. My heart continues to go out to their family and friends. I want to thank the entire law enforcement community of Southwest Virginia and Northeast Tennessee for coming together to bring Wright to justice. I especially want to thank the people and community of Mendota, Virginia for their assistance throughout this case and their hospitality. The public will be safe from him. He has been held accountable for 3 crimes that were completely unjustified and heinous in the Mendota section of Washington County, Virginia. And hopefully it's closure for 3 families and friends of those 3 victims." During the testimony, investigators confirmed that they searched 77 acres of land and finally found Athena Hopson's body 9 months after the others. 89-year-old Lillian De Cloe lived in Broward County, Florida in 1994. She had health problems, including memory loss. Lillian's niece, June Nicholas, took care of her. In the late afternoon of April 29th of 1994, June entered her aunt's home. She checked the first bedroom where Lillian normally took her naps in. June then went to the end of the hall, and as she looked right, she saw Lillian's body on the floor. She had been beaten and strangled. Police found that the attacker likely entered through a bedroom window. When they saw that the house was ransacked, they believed Lillian was not specifically targeted, but it was a robbery gone wrong. Investigators collected several items from the crime scene, hoping they could be useful later on. In 2004, the Broward County Sheriff's Office retested Lillian's nightgown and found male DNA on it. The Broward County Sheriff's Office's cold case unit then reopened her case in 2019, using old case files and DNA databases to try and figure out what happened to the former teacher and nurse. Their work eventually led them to Johnny Mack Brown. He is a former United States Marine who once lived a few houses away from Lillian. His family told detectives he struggled with PTSD and drug addiction, and had been homeless for several years. He passed away due to natural causes in 2010. In August of 2022, detectives got a court order to exhume Brown's body from the South Florida National Cemetery in Palm Beach County. Testing done by the Broward County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab showed that Brown's DNA was consistent with the DNA left on Lillian's nightgown. The DNA results were actually 66.8 trillion times more likely that they came from Brown than if they came from another person, according to the sheriff's office. The Broward State Attorney's Office agreed with the findings that Johnny Mack Brown was responsible for what happened to Lillian and considers the case solved. June Nicholas had this to say after the identification was announced in 2023. "I know that wherever she is, she can sleep in peace. We are glad that this is closed. We can move on. We can go in peace, because we know that it wasn't a case that went unsolved." June also recalled what she went through after discovering Lillian's body. "You know, I called Auntie. 'Where are you?' I checked the first bedroom, which she normally would take her naps in, and finally, I went down to the end of the hall, and as I looked right, I saw her on the floor." Nicholas said the violence against her aunt deeply affected her. "I took a whole year off of work, just to cope. I had someone take care of my kids for a couple of months because I couldn't cope. It was that bad. I would lay in my bed and I would see her on the floor. "35-year-old Deanna Denise Howland lived in Alton, Illinois in 2004. She was a mother of 4 who lived a transient life and battled drug addiction. Most of her children, from various fathers, never even knew her. In May of 2004, Deanna went missing. A month later, in June, a woman's remains were found dismembered at a Missouri rest stop. The discovery was made on June 28, 2004, by maintenance workers down a slope at a rest stop off Interstate 70 in Warren County, Missouri. The woman's hands, legs, and head had been removed. She was found wearing only a black bra. Police noted at the time that her body had not decomposed, meaning her life was likely taken just hours before. A knife in a nearby sewer was also recovered from the crime scene. There were a handful of other clues. Witnesses told police they saw a white utility van in the area the day before the torso was found. A series of scars showed that the woman had undergone an appendectomy and a cesarean section at some point in her life. Unfortunately, investigators were not able to identify the woman and the case went cold. In 2016, Missouri Crime Lab experts asked relatives of missing females who matched the description of the unknown woman to submit their DNA samples to see if there's any matches. 3 of Deanna Howland's children submitted their DNA. A match was then made. The children were informed that the woman whose torso was found at the Missouri rest stop was their missing mother. The question that remained was who took her life. It would be a few more years before that question could be answered. In 2019, investigators could start making use of genetic genealogy. DNA on the torso and the knife was tested. Finally, in 2022, DNA testing led investigators to Mike Clardy. Officers with the Maryland Heights Police Department questioned him. Clardy then confessed to taking Deanna Howland's life. He said that he spread her remains through St. Louis and Warren counties. He also said that he took her life because of a disagreement. On January 12th of 2023, a press conference was held in St. Louis, Missouri, where investigators announced that 63-year-old Mike Anthony Clardy was arrested in connection with Deanna's case. Deanna's daughter, Ashley Kinnear, had this to say at the press conference. "I want to say thank you to everybody. I'm very shocked and impressed at how many people are here, and how many people want to know, and how many people are invested in this story because I always have been, and it's always been my mom. And I knew that you know something had happened. I knew she just didn't decide to get rid of us. And to me, to know that there's that many other people that care, that believe that as well, and that are as interested in getting that side out, not just saying, you know, she was a body part found. They're also interested in who she was and how our life would have been different if we would have had a mom there to help teach us things that moms are supposed to teach their kids." Clardy is currently being detained on a cash bond of $1 million in Warren County. As Deanna's head and limbs were never recovered, it is hoped that Clardy could take investigators to the area where he disposed of her. 81-year-old Wilomeana Filkins lived in East Greenbush, New York in 1994. She went by the name Violet. Violet lived alone and was well liked by her neighbors. She never married and did not have children. As a retiree from the Department of Education, she was an avid gardener and volunteer. She lived in East Greenbush for 60 years after growing up in Rensselaer with 7 sisters and 1 brother. On August 19th of 1994, Violet's brother and niece went up to her apartment after they were unable to reach her. There, they discovered her body. An autopsy concluded that her life was taken 2 days before she was found. Violet suffered multiple blows to the head. Investigators collected forensic evidence from the crime scene and stored it to be used later. It was declared a robbery gone wrong after it was discovered that Violet's car had been stolen on the same day her life was taken and then later returned. In 2019, a woman contacted the police with a very valuable tip. She watched a true crime show where Violet's case was mentioned. The woman then recalled a former boyfriend that broke down, telling her a story of him robbing a woman and hitting her. The woman thought that her former boyfriend might be responsible for what happened to Violet. The former boyfriend is Jeremiah Guyette. He was 17 years old when the crime took place. Guyette served in the Air Force in Florida and later on became a bus driver for elderly people in New York. On October 1st of 2019, East Greenbush Police Detective Sergeant Michael Guadagnino interviewed Guyette. Guyette became defensive and visibly upset. He declined to talk with authorities without a lawyer. The next morning, authorities found his body in the garage of his home in Rosendale, nearly 70 miles south of East Greenbush. An autopsy found Guyette took his own life. Investigators then resubmitted all the physical evidence from the original investigation, including a wooden coffee table with an unknown fingerprint. While investigators were waiting for results to come back, one of Guyette's family members contacted them. The family member said that on the day investigators interviewed Guyette, he contacted them. Guyette called the family member in a panic, saying that he did not want to go to prison. He told the relative that when he was younger, he planned to rob a bank and steal a car to get money for college. If that was not enough evidence, the results came back in 2023 and showed it was Guyette's fingerprint collected at the crime scene. On January 19th of 2023, the East Greenbush Police Department held a news conference to announce that Jeremiah Guyette was responsible for taking Wilomeana Violet Filkins' life. During the news conference, Violet's niece, Carol Filkins, thanked authorities and recalled her aunt as a simple woman who lived quietly and never would have envisioned anything like this happening. "We're all very thankful it has been resolved," she said. On January 28th of 2012, a resident discovered a human skull at Brookhaven Trailer Park in Opelika, Alabama. Police searched the surrounding area and found more remains, including a pink, long-sleeve shirt with heart buttons and ruffles nearby on a creek bank. Detectives determined the skull belonged to a young black girl, around 4 to 7 years of age. Evidence from her bones indicated she was malnourished, and she also had a visible deformity on her left eye. This could be natural or a result of injury or abuse. Forensic artists at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children created an image of what the unknown girl may have looked like. Detectives looked at school and birth records, but this yielded no results. After not being identified, she was named the Opelika Jane Doe. In September of 2016, a former vacation Bible school teacher at the Greater Peace Church in Opelika provided photos of a child who resembled the unknown girl that were taken in the summer of 2011. She would have been 4 to 5 years old. The teacher said that she had a slightly unkempt appearance and was not very clean. She had trouble communicating with other children and was quiet and stayed to herself. The teacher did not remember her name, and the church did not formally register children, so there were no records. The church was located 10 minutes from where the remains were found. Police used software to enhance the images, hoping someone in the public would recognize the girl. Recently, the Opelika Police Department teamed up with Othram Laboratories to use advanced DNA testing and investigative genetic genealogy to identify the Jane Doe. In January of 2022, Opelika Jane Doe's remains were sent to Othram's laboratory in the Woodlands, Texas. A DNA extract from the remains was used to build a comprehensive genealogical profile, which was uploaded to the genealogical database. The Opelika Police Department asked Barbara Ray Venter, known for helping police in identifying people, to produce investigative leads, which were then returned to investigators. Then, in January of 2023, Othram confirmed that Opelika Jane Doe has been identified as Amore Javea Wiggins. They said that in October of 2022, 50-year-old Lamar Vickerstaff was identified as Amore's father. He was born and raised in Opelika, Alabama before he enlisted in the U.S. Navy. He also spent time in Virginia, Hawaii, and Florida. In December of 2022, Opelika detectives traveled to Mayport Naval Station in Jacksonville, where Vickerstaff was stationed at the time, to notify him. Vickerstaff's wife, Ruth, to whom he has been married to since May of 2006, told detectives that she did not know who Vickerstaff's daughter was or who her mother was. Barbara Ray Venter identified the biological mother to be Sherry Wiggins, who resided in Maryland. In December of 2022, aged 37, she confirmed she was the biological mother of Amore. Wiggins was a native of Norfolk, Virginia, and provided documentation showing that the Vickerstaffs obtained legal and physical custody of her daughter in 2009. At that time, her visitation with Amore was suspended. She also provided documents showing that she had continuously paid child support to Vickerstaff since 2009. On January 17, 2023, Lamar and Ruth Vickerstaff were arrested in Jacksonville, Florida. Lamar was charged with taking Amore's life, and his wife was arrested for failure to report a missing child. They are currently being held at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office pending extradition to Lee County, Alabama. Detectives reached out to the school boards and pediatric clinics in several states where the Vickerstaffs resided and determined that Amore was never enrolled in school, nor was she reported a missing person. This case remains under investigation, and detectives need the public's assistance in gathering additional details regarding Lamar and Ruth Vickerstaff's relationship with Amore Wiggins and her time spent in Opelika, Alabama. If you have any information, please contact the Opelika Police Department Detective Division at 334-705-5220 or the Secret Witness Hotline at 334-745-8665. "57-year-old Sarah Roberts and her daughter, 25-year-old Sharon Roberts, were found strangled inside their Harlem, New York City apartment in 1994. A home care attendant, hired to assist Sharon, who had developmental disabilities, found both women deceased upon entering the apartment. The front door was unlocked, with no sign of forced entry. Sarah Roberts was found on her bed, and her daughter was on the floor with a wool stocking wrapped around her neck. A cassette video recorder and several $100s in cash were stolen. Investigators collected forensic evidence from the crime scene. Recently, with advances in DNA technology, investigators were able to create a DNA profile of the culprit thanks to DNA found under the victim's fingernails and cigarette butts left at the crime scene. This led them to 64-year-old Larry Atkinson. Atkinson dated the home health care aide that cared for Sharon. He is still with her to this day. Atkinson also lived in the same building as Sharon and Sarah. He is a career criminal and has a total of 28 prior arrests and served prison time on 5 separate state convictions. His time behind bars dates to 1985, when he was sentenced to 2 years in prison on an assault conviction and was paroled in 1987. Atkinson also did state time on assault, drug, and attempted robbery. He was last paroled in 2013 after serving another 2 years on an attempted drug sale conviction. On January 23rd of 2023, Larry Atkinson was arrested by the New York Police Department Bronx Cold Case Squad and charged with taking the lives of both Sharon and Sarah Roberts. He is ill with cancer and is awaiting arraignment in Manhattan from a hospital bed. The home health care aide, Celeste Cornelius, stood by Atkinson. "I know he didn't do it," she said outside their Harlem apartment. "I don't want you to misquote me, but I know he did not do it. I don't care about the DNA, none of that mess. He didn't do it." Their neighbor, Juliet Wilson, said Atkinson and Cornelius have lived together in the building for at least 20 years, describing him as a heavy-set man who uses a walker. "He's a nice guy. They don't fight about anything," she said, adding, "This whole thing is surprising to me." It's unclear why Atkinson decided to take Sharon and Sarah's lives. It is possible that robbery is the motive, as a cassette video recorder and several $100s in cash were stolen. William and Ina Campbell lived in a house on Jackson Road in Clarksville, Tennessee in 2010. They were both in their 80s and enjoying a peaceful life. On January 29th of 2010, the Campbells' neighbor Daniel Champagne tried calling them a few times. Daniel was like a son to them and said that they were his second mom and dad. He also had a key to their house, so when they did not answer any of his calls, he went inside. He found that the house had been ransacked. The kitchen cabinets were all open. Daniel also made a gruesome discovery. He found William and Ina in their bedrooms, each with a gunshot wound to the head. They had medical issues and slept in separate beds. Ina still had her oxygen tube inside her nose when he found her. It was determined that their lives were taken while they were sleeping. Neighbors told investigators that this is strange, as their dogs would have barked if a stranger came in and woke the Campbells up. It led investigators to believe that the person responsible knew the dogs and the couple. Their adopted son, William Roger Campbell, then became a person of interest. It was speculated that he would gain financially from the crime. No evidence that he took his parents' lives could be found, however, and the case went cold. Then, on June 21st of 2021, William Roger Campbell was arrested at his home in connection with the case and taken to Clarksville. He was taken to the Montgomery County Jail. Investigators did not initially give the reason of why he was arrested, but you have to believe that his appearance does not help his case. Detective Keenan Carlton had this to say: "These were innocent victims. These were people who were beloved by their community. They lived in their neighborhood for a number of years. Their neighbors loved them, and they're all happy to see some resolution." Keenan gave credit to detectives who worked the case a decade ago for laying the groundwork in the investigation, and said a recent review of the case allowed detectives to put the final piece of the puzzle together and arrest Campbell. His trial started in January of 2023. During the trial, it was mentioned how Campbell profited financially from the crime. Bill Campbell's estate was worth well over $130,000, and his wife Ina's estate was over $120,000. Altogether, their sole heir Roger Campbell received $180,000 from his parents' estate. It was also made public that he was seen leaving the crime scene just 40 minutes after police believe Bill and Ina's lives were taken. The fact that the dogs didn't bark was also brought up, as well as the fact that no valuables were touched. Jewelry boxes appeared undisturbed, lock boxes had not been tampered with, approximately $2,800 was still there, checks remained on the dining room table, and most shockingly, the guns were also all there. The son of Campbell, Sean, described having a close relationship with his late grandparents, but had only seen his father a handful of times growing up. "I've been on this earth 35 years, and in that 35 years, I've spent less than 24 hours around him," Sean Campbell said. After the funerals of Bill and Ina Campbell, Sean Campbell was made aware of an estate auction that took place at the Campbell's residence. According to him, he was never contacted by his father to keep any of his grandparents' items as keepsakes. Linda Campbell, ex-wife of Campbell and mother of Sean, also testified. At the time, she worked at the commissary. On January 26th of 2010, 3 days before the bodies were found, Linda was paged to Register 17, where she was startled to see Campbell and his mother Ina. Before then, she hadn't seen or spoken to him in almost 13 years. Campbell struck up a conversation with her and told her he was in town visiting and would be leaving on the 28th. "I thought, why do I care when you're leaving?" Linda Campbell said. She had never been paged by Ina, William, or Roger before then. It appeared as if Campbell wanted to create an alibi. Agent Frederick McClintock, a CPD drug agent and crime scene investigator in 2010, said that during their detailed search of a crime scene, he found a bottle of Palmolive dish soap with a red-brown material on the back that appeared to be blood. In a field test swab, the material tested positive for blood. Later, this blood was identified through DNA to be Roger Campbell's. Bill and Ina Campbell owned an antique Lenskirch grandfather clock, and according to Andrew Smith, owner of its time clock shop, it was rare. Smith holds a degree in horology, which is the study and measurement of time. He had serviced the Campbell's grandfather clock for many years, visiting the home to perform maintenance annually. When he first laid eyes on the clock, he said he offered Bill Campbell $5,000 for it, coincidentally, in front of Roger Campbell. Bill turned him down, saying he knew the clock was rare and antique, and he wasn't willing to part with it. In February of 2010, less than a month after Bill and Ina's lives were taken, Smith received a call asking if he was interested in buying the Lenskirch grandfather clock. When he arrived at the Campbell residence, Smith expressed his excitement to the courtroom that he was finally going to be able to buy the clock. However, instead of his normal customers, he was met by Roger Campbell. "I said, 'Where's your mom and dad?' Smith told the court. He seemed nervous and shaky, and said, 'Didn't you hear? Mom and Dad were shot in their bedrooms.' Immediately, Smith tried to stop the transaction, he said, but Campbell insisted he was the sole heir and that he was able to handle the estate. When Smith decided to follow through with the transaction, He claimed that Roger Campbell tried to haggle by asking for $6,000. On January 23rd of 2023, 66-year-old Roger Campbell was found guilty of taking his parents' lives after about 4 hours of deliberation by the jury. He is now awaiting sentencing. On August 12th of 1986, a woman's body was found in a swamp in Green Bay, Wisconsin. The woman had been assaulted and strangled. She was quickly identified as 22-year-old Lisa Holstead. Lisa had a 5-year-old son named Jeremy. Investigators collected a DNA sample from her body belonging to the person that took her life. Other than the DNA sample, investigators did not have much to go on, and the case went cold. In 2018, a DNA profile could be created for the sample. Green Bay investigators then sent the profile to a DNA testing company. The company made use of genetic genealogy to create a list of relatives of the suspect. Investigators were then able to narrow it down until they finally found a man who they believed was responsible. Green Bay Police Detective David Graff described the process as basically doing a family tree in reverse. Even though investigators were sure they identified the man they were looking for, they had to be 100% sure. On September 15th of 2020, investigators collected beer cans and cigarettes that were used by the suspect. These items were then sent for DNA testing. The results of these tests confirmed that this man's DNA matched the DNA that was found at the crime scene. His name is Lou Griffin. He has a long history of violence against women and children. Griffin was arrested in 1981 for an unrelated crime. This was unfortunately before police started collecting DNA. In 1986, when he took Lisa's life, he was in the Green Bay area because he was out on parole. On October of 2020, 65-year-old Griffin was arrested for what he did to Lisa. He was taken to the Brown County Jail. Lisa's son, Jeremy, who was just 5 years old when his mother's life was taken, had this to say about the arrest. "I just want closure. It's the same thing the whole family wanted for the last 34 years. I wish my grandma was alive to be able to see this. Sometimes I'm happy. Sometimes, I get a little more sad. I don't really know how to explain it," he says. "You don't want to get your hopes way up high to have them come crashing down, but I feel pretty good overall about it." Unfortunately, Lisa's mother passed away a few years ago, never learning who took her daughter's life. The judge set a cash bond of $1 million. Griffin's court hearing was set for December 10th of 2020. In February of 2021, Griffin wrote a letter to a local television station where he claimed that his rights had been violated. According to him, investigators were falsely accusing him of the crime. He also raised an issue with his $1 million bond. He said that he is a 65-year-old who has ties to the community for more than 40 years. Griffin's trial started in late 2022. On January 27th of 2023, Lou Griffin pleaded no contest in court. A judge then found him guilty. He will be sentenced on March 27th of 2023. 12-year-old Brad Bellino lived in Youngstown, Ohio in 1972. He was the youngest of 4 children and enjoyed playing baseball. On March 31st of 1972, Brad left a friend's home in the Applewood Acres neighborhood, but never returned to his home, which was located on McClurg Road. Police immediately started to search for Brad when his parents reported him missing. A few days after he was last seen, on April 4th of 1972, his body was found by a trash collector in a dumpster by the Isales in Boardman Plaza. An autopsy determined that Brad had been assaulted and was strangled with a belt that was still around his neck. In spite of police reports of possible leads in the case, help from a psychologist, and a $2,000 reward, investigators were unable to identify who was responsible. Don Templeman was Brad's best friend and the last person to see him alive after he left his home in March of 1972. Templeman and Brad were inseparable, even going to the same school, having sleepovers, and playing on the same sports teams. When we started playing baseball together, I was the pitcher, he was the catcher, and my dad was the coach, Templeman said. Many of those days ended with a family dinner at Templeman's house, which also was the case the last day of Brad's life. In the days to follow Brad's disappearance, Templeman's fears were confirmed by a teacher during a math class. "I have some news. The Bellino boy has been found," said Templeman. Everyone cheered and was excited, but then she said, "But he's dead." Boardman police officer Robert Rupp was the one who first arrived at the crime scene and who investigated the case. "I vowed at that time I'd work very hard to find out what happened to him. I thought about that case every day of my life, even after I retired," Rupp said. On January 24th of 2023, Boardman police held a news conference to announce that Brad Bellino's case had been solved. The suspect has been identified as Joseph Norman Hill. He passed away in 2019 of natural causes. Hill was 32 years old at the time of the crime. No link could be found between Hill and the Bellino family. Hill lived on Shadyside Drive in Boardman at the time, but moved to Yucaipa, California in 1978, where he resided until his passing in July of 2019. During his time in Boardman, Hill was a truck driver for a bottled water company. 2 other cold cases involving missing teens occurred during Hill's time in Boardman. These cases include one of 15-year-old Thomas Baird, who was found on Lake Park Road in 1970, and one of 13-year-old David Evans, who went missing in January of 1975. 6 days later, Evans's body was found frozen in the bushes of a parking lot. It is now being investigated if Hill was responsible for any other crimes. Police say they were able to identify Hill as the culprit because his DNA was found on Brad's clothes. This is a case that dominated the headlines for years after it happened, and now it's finally solved. 32-year-old Felicia McGuyer lived in Suffolk County, Massachusetts in 2007. She had a 10-year-old son and was dating 17-year-old David Pena. Felicia was last seen on October 7th of 2007 in the area of Roxton Street in Boston's Dorchester neighborhood. She was reported missing by her mother 10 days later. Multiple witnesses reported suspicious activity by Pena in the hours and days after her disappearance. Pena told investigators in 2007 that he was involved in a physical confrontation with Felicia, and she stabbed him with scissors. He said he left their apartment, but when he returned a few days later, Felicia and her possessions were gone. Pena said that he believed she went to Florida to be with an ex-boyfriend. Neighbors told investigators that they did see Pena with a wound that night. And a few days later, they said they saw Pena and a man who was believed to be his brother at about 4 a.m. They were struggling to carry what appeared to be a bulky, rolled-up, multicolored blanket. There was one person at each end of the rolled-up blanket. The men were seen putting the rolled-up carpet and blanket into the back of a car and driving away at a high rate of speed. Police dedicated a lot of resources and spent a lot of time searching for Felicia, but her body was never found. There was also not enough evidence to charge David Pena with any crime, so the case went cold for some time. In 2017, a search was conducted in the wooded area of West Roxbury, Massachusetts for Felicia, but nothing substantial was found. Also, in 2017, another witness came forward to talk to investigators. He said David Pena asked him to help remove items from the apartment he and Felicia shared, including a rolled-up carpet that was difficult to carry. The witness who helped carry the rolled-up carpet said that he immediately thought that there was a body wrapped up in the carpet and blanket. Furthermore, the witness said they carried what he believed was Felicia's body into a wooded area with a parking lot in the Boston area. Once in the wooded area, the witness claimed to have seen that it was in fact Felicia's body. On January 17th of 2023, 33-year-old David Pena was arrested in Florida. He was already in custody on an unrelated matter. Police also discovered there was another warrant for his arrest on cocaine trafficking charges. District Attorney Kevin Hayden had this to say: "Information leading to Pena's arrest was developed through interviews conducted since Felicia McGuyer's disappearance, with the latest taking place in March of 2022. Pena is currently in a Dorchester prison in Massachusetts. He is scheduled to go to court on February 17th of 2023 for a probable cause hearing. Felicia's family members were in court for his arraignment but did not comment on Pena's arrest. We haven't talked in 15 years. We're not going to talk today. There's a reason for that." In June and July of 1984, 4 separate women were violated and assaulted by one man in Connecticut. The 4 victims were never publicly named and only became known as Jane Doe 1, 2, 3, and 4. All 4 victims reported being blindfolded and assaulted inside their homes by an unidentified assailant. All of them reported their attacker rummaging through their personal belongings, eating food from their refrigerators, and leaving faucets running. Investigators linked the 4 crimes because the DNA collected at the crime scenes belonging to the suspect showed that only one man was responsible. Unfortunately, DNA was not advanced enough back in 1984 to identify this unknown assailant. The crimes took place in Windsor, Bloomfield, Middletown, and Rocky Hill, Connecticut. Over the years, leads dried up or failed to materialize as detectives tirelessly hunted down any clues as to who could have been behind the crimes. Investigators caught a break in 2020 when DNA technology implicated Michael Sharpe in the cold cases. DNA evidence collected from crime scenes, including linens, laundry clothes, and towels, ultimately matched Sharpe and tied him to the crime scenes. DNA recovered from his trash by investigators proved that he was indeed responsible. In November of 2020, 69-year-old Michael Marion Sharpe of Marlborough, Connecticut, was arrested. With this arrest, the victims of these crimes who have waited more than 3 decades to see their attacker brought to justice now know he will be held accountable for his crimes, Chief State's Attorney Richard Colangelo said in a statement. Turning to forensic genetic genealogy as a possible breakthrough for unsolved cases shows that the cold case unit's investigators never forget the victims of these crimes. Supervisory Assistant State's Attorney John F. Fahey, head of the cold case unit, said in a statement after Sharpe was arrested. Sharpe was once a chief executive officer of a group that ran the Jamoki Academy, a tuition-free charter school in Hartford. Sharpe's trial began in November of 2022 in the Hartford Superior Court. 3 of the women were in the courtroom, while the 4th took part via video conference. All 4 testified about being attacked in their bedrooms in the middle of the night, and how they suffered lifelong trauma. Relatives of Sharpe also testified and asked Judge Frank Diodabo for leniency. Police said they were led to Sharpe in 2020 because his relatives had given DNA samples to the GED Match website. DNA samples taken from trash outside Sharpe's home and later from his cheeks matched the DNA found at the crime scenes. Forensic experts told the jury that there was a 1 in 7 billion chance that the DNA belonged to somebody else other than Sharpe. The first victim, a 25-year-old woman living at an apartment in Bloomfield, reported she'd been burglarized and assaulted by a male perpetrator on June 3rd of 1984. She told law enforcement she'd been sleeping in her bedroom when Sharpe entered her dwelling. The intruder placed his hand over my mouth and told me not to scream or he would shoot me and my roommate. Sharpe was convicted on all 8 kidnapping charges that had been brought against him after a 5-day trial, where a state jury in Hartford deliberated for less than 1 hour before delivering their unanimous verdict. He could not be charged with assault because there was a 5-year statute of limitations at the time. Kidnapping charges, though, have no such limit. Sharpe then apologized to the women, but he said that he has memory problems and had no recollection of the crimes. "I don't know what happened. I don't know. But I'm so sorry," he said. "You deserve so much better. No one should ever come into your home and violate you. If I was this person, if I was this monster, I hope that he is dead inside of me after that 2 months of my life." On January 9th of 2023, 71-year-old Sharpe received a 72-year sentence for his role. Judge Frank M. Diodabo, who handed down the sentence in a Hartford courtroom, imposed a minimum of 40 years behind bars. The judge compared the pain Sharpe's victims endured to lifelong sentences. The 4 women would forever be haunted by the agonizing trauma he inflicted. The judge described Sharpe as a predator. "You fit that definition," said the judge in court. "A person who ruthlessly exploits others." Today's sentencing shows that years of hard work and collaboration among multiple agencies in the pursuit of justice can finally lead to a successful result, Chief State's Attorney Patrick Griffin said. The investigators and prosecutors in the Cold Case Unit never give up on these difficult cases and look to the latest advances in forensic science and other technologies to help solve them. Our hope is that this prison sentence brings some measure of peace to all the brave women who testified at the trial. Sharpe had this to say after the sentencing. "I just don't know how I could have possibly done something so monstrous," Sharpe told his victims. Sharpe had indicated he'd vowed to leave it up to the jury to determine whether I'm this monster. "And they said I was," Sharpe added. "And so I'm going to have to live by that." 50-year-old Tammy Sellers Howland lived in Randolph County, North Carolina in 2014. She worked as a waitress at Elizabeth's Pizza on Liberty Drive in Thomasville for over a decade. Tammy lived alone in a mobile home on Laughlin Hill Road. On October 28th of 2014, after noticing her car was still in the driveway when she normally would be at work, neighbors went to check on Tammy. There was no immediate response. When neighbors later returned to the house, a dog appeared in the window, which caused the curtains to move. Neighbors then spotted Tammy on the floor and called 911 just after 2 a.m. Officers who arrived on the scene confirmed that Tammy was not alive anymore. The autopsy revealed that she had been stabbed multiple times. Detectives interviewed the neighbors and collected forensic evidence from the crime scene. Unfortunately, no useful leads presented themselves and the case went cold. Co-workers and hundreds of customers who Tammy served throughout the years said that her not being there anymore was a loss that left a hole in the restaurant and a hole in their hearts. The community put together a memorial for her. The front counter was filled with pictures and displayed an apron belonging to Tammy. At the time, manager Gino DePorto said, "We feel like we want to pay some respect to her. We want to make sure everybody knows we miss her." DePorto added that Tammy was a great, great person who was like family. She was here every day, happy, had a good personality and never got mad. Always respected everybody. Loved the cooks in the back. Always worked together with the cooks and never took a day off unless she was sick. On February 7th of 2023, 50-year-old Roy Lee White was arrested on charges of a felony accessory. It was determined by detectives of the Randolph County Sheriff's Office that White's wife, Florence Elizabeth Keene, was responsible for taking Tammy's life. Keene and White lived near Tammy. Florence Keene passed away in 2018. White gave investigators a detailed breakdown of how Keene committed the crime and how he helped. Unfortunately, details have not been made public regarding a motive and what led investigators to Keene and White. Roy White is currently in the Randolph County Detention Center and was given a $60,000 bond and is awaiting his first appearance in court. Sonia Carmen Herrick Stone was a 30-year-old single mother living with her 4-year-old daughter in Monterey County, California in 1981. She worked as a merchandiser and sales representative for Levi Strauss & Company. On October 15th of 1981, a friend of Sonia, Caroline McBride, knocked on her front door. When Sonia didn't answer, McBride made her way inside. It was then that she found Sonia's partially clothed body sprawled on the floor of the living room. She had been strangled with a pair of pantyhose. Several pieces of DNA evidence were collected from the crime scene by investigators to be used later. Investigators decided to make a timeline of the crime. They believed her life was taken while her young daughter was at school. It was around noon when her body was found. Soon after the crime took place, a man told investigators that he had a friend who admitted to being inside Sonia's house the morning that her life was taken. The friend's name is Michael Glazebrook, Sonia's neighbor. A day after the crime occurred, investigators decided to interview him. They saw that he had a scratch on his face and was extremely nervous. On December 18th of 1981, he was arrested in connection to the case. In 1983, he was tried, but the jury could not agree on his innocence or guilt. Prosecutors dropped the case following a mistrial. In the early 1980s, DNA evidence was a long way off. Blood was found under Sonia's fingernails, but lab technicians could only tell that it did not belong to her. In 2020, investigators decided to re-examine the case. They tested the DNA evidence they had collected back in 1981 all over again. They were then able to create a DNA profile. Because they still believed Michael Glazebrook was involved, they collected his DNA sample. After some more testing, it was confirmed that Michael Glazebrook is responsible for taking the life of Sonia. 65-year-old Glazebrook was arrested at his home in Seaside, California in August of 2021. He worked as a school bus driver, which is just absolutely terrifying. Glazebrook found himself in the Monterey County Jail, where he was held in lieu of bail set at $1 million. Michael Glazebrook was convicted of the crime on February 8th of 2023. He is scheduled for sentencing on April 26th, when he faces a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Mary Prier and her husband Leonard lived in Flint, Michigan. They owned Sweet Marie's candy store for many years before selling it. They then moved to Lennon, Michigan to retire. In 1990, Leonard passed away. In the years since his passing, Mary became a fixture in the small village. She was a devout Catholic and often attended church functions. Lennon residents remember seeing her walk from home to the town diner for lunch and dinner most days. On February 27th of 1997, Michigan State Police K-9 teams taking part in training in the area found 88-year-old Mary's body in a wooded area near her residence. She had been beaten, strangled, and assaulted. It was a crime that shocked the small Lennon community. Investigators collected DNA at the crime scene that belonged to the suspect. They also conducted hundreds of interviews to gain evidence in the case and followed up on dozens of leads. Quickly, they zeroed in on Michael Burr. He lived in a residence a short walk from Mary's house. He was in the 11th grade at the time. Investigators took his DNA sample so it could be stored, as DNA was not advanced enough at the time to confirm that his DNA matched what was found at the crime scene. Unfortunately, investigators could not gather enough evidence to meet the probable cause standard necessary to charge him in connection with the case. Recently, the Genesee County Police Department partnered up with the Michigan State Police Crime Lab to finally help solve the case. In November of 2021, they were able to match the DNA found at the scene to that of Michael Burr. Genesee County Prosecutor David Layton said that DNA evidence shows 1 in 1.9 octillion chance that Michael was not responsible for what happened to Mary. Ultimately, what we want here is closure for the victim's family, he said. We want closure because when you lose a loved one in such a brutal manner, it never goes away from your mind. You never have a peaceful day when you can stop thinking about it. Michael Burr was then held in the Genesee County Jail without bond. He had a probable cause hearing in Genesee County District Court on November 24th of 2021, where prosecutors laid out the evidence against him. This case was wrapped up on February 3rd of 2023, when Michael Burr was sentenced to 10 to 20 years in prison. Genesee County Sheriff Chris Swanson had this to say after the sentencing. Although Mary was not related to me by blood, my family grew up with her. I was assigned this case as a young detective sergeant, and 21 years later, here we are. When you see people come forward and allow families to have answers to questions, especially in such a violent case like this is why we clip the heels and take the oath. This is why we become police officers and investigators, he added. Although I don't have the same relationship that the family behind me has with Mary, Mary's my family and it's a great day. 82-year-old Opal Weil lived in Pinellas County, Florida in 1987. She lived alone near her brother and sister-in-law and was visited often by family. Therefore, it was unusual when Opal did not pick up the phone the morning of February 9th of 1987, after her sister-in-law had called her. Believing Opal was out for a routine walk, the sister-in-law called her every 5 minutes. Still, no answer. The sister-in-law dropped by, discovering that the kitchen nightlight was still on, which was odd because Opal routinely turned it off when she woke up by 6 a.m. Then the sister-in-law found a window pane that had been removed from a door leading into the room. It was leaning against an exterior wall. Inside, the sister-in-law made a tragic discovery. Opal's body in a bedroom. She had blood around her mouth, bruising to her face, and ligature marks around her neck. Investigators, who arrived at the crime scene, discovered that a ground wire for a telephone line was cut, though it did not disrupt the service. There were no fingerprints on the window pane, but there were leather or glove marks, and also scratch marks and pry marks were on the Florida room door near the latch. Investigators determined that several drawers appeared to have been hastily searched, with boxes being partially left open. That included a jewelry box left with the lid off and felt lining partially out of the box, and items including Opal's wedding ring were stolen. Hairs from the person investigators believed to be the suspect were recovered from Opal's home. Though investigators managed to develop a partial DNA profile, they did not get a match until after cold case detectives in December 2020 asked the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and Parabon Nanolabs to test again. Dr. Ellen Graytack, who works for Parabon, had this to say about the process. What we are able to do with that data is to put it into a genetic genealogy database, and places where people have chosen to put their DNA data and opted into a law enforcement matching. Our genealogists are able to build family trees and then go back in time because we know that sometime in the past they must have shared ancestors, so the trick is finding them. So you build those family trees back and find those ancestors and then look forward to see who is living now. Parabon managed to track down 3 brothers as potential suspects. Detectives ruled out 2, including one who is deceased. That left Mississippi man Michael Lipnowski. Detectives began an undercover operation to confirm a forensic match, including collecting discarded red coffee straws and a restaurant spoon with Lipnowski's DNA, which matched the profile from the hairs at Opal's home. They were able to collect the restaurant spoon with the help of a Bay St. Louis Police Department detective who owned a restaurant and personally knew the suspect. As a part of the plan, he set up a local promotion offering a free meal, thanking local customers, and promoting the restaurant to residents. Investigators lured Lipnowski there with a flyer, and accordingly, they got a spoon and fork that he used. Lipnowski lived less than half a mile from Opal at the time of the crime in 1987. Speaking to investigators, Lipnowski denied being near her home during the time frame. He denied recognizing Opal, seeing her, talking to her, or being at her home. 55-year-old Michael Lipnowski Jr. was arrested in Mississippi on January 26th of 2023 and charged with taking Opal Weil's life. Dr. Joseph Seo is a professor of criminal justice at St. Leo University and said it's possible Lipnowski committed other crimes. He said detectives will now likely look here and across the country at other locations where Lipnowski has lived to see if he can be connected to other crimes. Connecting them isn't that difficult if you understand what you are looking for. Look for similarities that are not normal or natural, Seo said. In 1987, 4 days after Opal Weil's body was discovered in her home, Eleanor Swift's life was taken. 9 days later, 86-year-old Maria Els was attacked, but she survived. Detectives at the time thought the cases were connected. Now they will investigate to see if Lipnowski could be responsible. 78-year-old Mildred Matheny lived in Lake Worth, Florida in 1985. She suffered from dementia. Mildred was a retired nurse. On the evening of April 27th, a passerby discovered Mildred with life-threatening injuries. She was naked and bloody from blows to her head and face. Her discarded clothes were strewn around and her dentures were found in the dirt. She was taken to the hospital, but sadly, she succumbed to her injuries a few days later. Investigators tried to create a timeline. They found that Mildred was last seen at her home where she lived with her younger sister Gladys Nolan in the 1300 block of Crestwood Boulevard in Lake Worth Beach. Mildred then seemingly wandered off, and this was not the first time. At 4:30 p.m., she was reported missing. Then, at 10 p.m., she was found by the passerby lying on the ground in Old Indian Town Road in Jupiter, more than 30 miles from her home. Witnesses reported seeing Mildred get into a brown Oldsmobile sedan at the intersection of Dixie Highway and Lucerne Avenue. The witnesses told investigators that the man behind the wheel said he was Mildred's neighbor and was going to help get her home. What exactly happened between then and when she was found, they did not know. Frustratingly, without suspects or strong leads, the case went cold for many years. That was until recently. Investigators took the DNA of the suspect they collected from Mildred's body in 1985 and made use of genetic genealogy to identify him. In March of 2021, they identified him as 61-year-old Richard Curtis Lang. He lives in Boynton Beach, Florida, which is very close to where Mildred lived. He was then taken to Palm Beach County Jail without bond. He denied any involvement in the crime and hired a defense attorney. The attorney had this to say in a statement: Mr. Lang vehemently denies the allegations brought today by the Palm Beach County State's Attorney's Office, and we look forward to aggressively challenging the forensic evidence attributed to Mr. Lang. Nothing in Mr. Lang's past indicates a propensity for such abhorrent behavior, and given his age and health, we will argue that he should be released to home detention as we prepare for a trial. It is unclear how Mildred's path may have crossed with Richard, who was 25 years old at the time that the crime occurred. Richard is a convicted felon. His DNA was uploaded to CODIS after his arrest on a weapons possession charge in 2012 in Palm Beach County. Despite him denying any involvement, investigators are sure that he is responsible. He is a convicted felon, lived in the area, and it's really hard explaining away the fact that his DNA was found inside of her body. Mildred's son had this to say following the arrest. "It's been a long time. I'm thankful to the cold case people for finding that dastardly SOB. He said that his mom had worked with psychiatric patients in a Little Rock hospital in Arkansas. She enjoyed sewing, cooking, and the company of family. On February 1st of 2023, 62-year-old Richard Lang was found guilty of taking Mildred's life and assaulting her. Lang, who was confined to a wheelchair and sometimes snored during slow parts of the trial, said nothing after the verdict as bailiffs escorted him from the courtroom. This finally closed the door on a 2-day trial and a 38-year-old cold case. Circuit Judge Delia Weiss is scheduled to sentence Lang to prison on April 4th of 2023. "27-year-old Sarah Mobley Hall lived in Charlotte, North Carolina in 1984 with her 10-year-old son, Derek Mobley. Sarah, a single mother, worked with children with disabilities during the day. One of those special needs kids was Derek. Everyone described Derek as a very happy kid and friendly to everyone. On March 14th of 1984, Charlotte police officers discovered a horrific crime scene at Sarah's home on Ventura Way. Someone entered their home and brutally took the lives of both Sarah and Derek. Autopsies concluded that both of them had been beaten and strangled. Detectives did a tremendous amount of work chasing down possible suspects, but the case went cold. Over the years, detectives revisited the case. In 1998, one of those investigators was Johnny Jennings. He was able to find DNA belonging to the suspect from items that were collected at the crime scene back in 1998. Unfortunately, DNA technology was not advanced enough back then to use DNA to identify the culprit. It was only recently, with genetic genealogy, that investigators could use the DNA to identify someone. After DNA testing, investigators were led to a person of interest in South Carolina. With the help of the FBI, Charlotte police got DNA samples from that person. He is 60-year-old James Thomas Pratt. Further testing confirmed that Pratt indeed was responsible for what happened to Sarah and Derek Mobley. He was arrested on February 1st of 2023 at a hotel in York County, South Carolina. He was charged with taking their lives. He is in custody and being held without bail. Investigators said that Pratt and Sarah had been in a relationship, but did not elaborate on a motive or any other details about the case, saying it's part of an ongoing investigation. In a news conference announcing the arrest, Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department Captain Joel McNelly said that forensic DNA helped lead to the suspect in a case that many have long forgotten. Society has probably forgotten about these folks. It's been a long time, he added. A lot of things have happened, but the family never forgot, and we never forgot. There's been a family that's been waiting 39 years, wondering what has happened. You can imagine sitting for 4 decades, not knowing what happened to your sister, not knowing what happened to your nephew, and to have this resolution is really, really important for this family. Sarah's sister, Mary Day, had this to say. It's so exciting to hear that after all these years, we are able to bring some closure. I'm just so grateful that the police have found this person, and I hope that he spends the rest of his days behind bars. Martha Marie Morrison was born in 1956 in Eugene, Oregon. She grew up in foster care. Martha attended Roosevelt High School in Portland and the Corvallis Farm School. Subsequently, she went to Arizona to participate in the Job Corps program. Martha had a history of drug use and of running away from the homes of both her biological and foster families. She was last seen on September 1st of 1974 when she visited her family with a man who she shared an apartment with. Martha quarreled with the man and then disappeared. She was 17 years old at the time. About a month and a half after Martha was last seen on October 12th of 1974, human remains of two women were found in Delvalle near Vancouver, Washington. After the remains were discovered, the bones of the victims were examined nationwide in hopes of identifying them. One of the victims was quickly identified via dental records as 18-year-old Carol Platt Valenzuela. Carol had been reported missing on August 4th of 1974 by her husband after she failed to return home after hitchhiking to Vancouver on August 2nd. Investigators hoped that her identification would perhaps increase the likelihood of identification for the second victim. They intended to question Carol's husband, but he was recovering from an aspirin overdose at the time. He was arrested, but eventually released after passing a polygraph test on October 25th of 1974. All examinations were unsuccessful in identifying the second victim. It could only be estimated that she was white and between 20 to 25 years old. Forensic facial reconstructions were created of the victim from both frontal and profile views and released through a newspaper, but it went unrecognized by the public. The victim's physical description was also listed, including the fact that she had curly textured hair and dental hygiene problems. She also appeared to have given birth at some point. Police returned to the scene following the initial discovery in order to possibly obtain more evidence. A new metal detector, borrowed from a Snohomish County resident, was also used, but did not deliver anything useful. Examination into the two victims showed that they were deceased for at least 2 weeks prior to being found. Decomposition and animal activity made it difficult to estimate the cause, but authorities always believed that someone took their lives. Several missing persons at the time were considered to be the second victim, including Patty Hearst, but she was later found alive. Several serial offenders, such as Gary Ridgway, Warren Leslie Forrest, and the guy on your screen whose name we can't say on YouTube, was linked to the case over the years. In 2012, investigators were able to create a DNA profile for the second victim, who was still unidentified. DNA was then collected from many family members who had a missing female relative. Martha Morrison's sister and half-brother gave a sample of their DNA, and it was used to develop a genetic profile to compare to potential matches. It was compared to the DNA of the second victim. Similarities were noted, but a definite match was not established. The National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, which specializes in locating missing people and identifying human remains, eventually got involved. In July of 2015, they were finally able to confirm that the second victim found was Martha Morrison. Investigators then focused again on finding the person responsible for taking the lives of Martha and Carol. They looked into Warren Leslie Forrest. He is currently incarcerated for taking the life of Krista K. Blake in July of 1974. Forrest was arrested on October 2nd of 1974, just 10 days before the bodies of Martha and Carol were found. Law enforcement officials conducted DNA testing on a blood stain found on an air pistol that was owned by Forrest, which was previously believed to have belonged to a different woman, one of the 6 others that he attacked during his years at large. Results from the DNA testing confirmed in 2019 that it was Martha's blood on Forrest's gun. He also is a suspect in the 1974 disappearance of Diane Gilchrist and the 1971 disappearance of Jamie Grissom. 73-year-old Warren Forrest's trial started in 2023. He was found guilty of all the charges against him on February 1st, after the juries deliberated for just 90 minutes. He will be sentenced on February 17th of 2023. Investigators are still working on other cases to confirm whether Forrest was responsible for them too or not. "21-year-old Leslie Marie Perlov lived in Los Altos Hills, California. She was a Stanford University student and aspiring law student. She lived with her widowed mom and worked as a clerk at the North County Law Library. Leslie was last seen at her job on February 13th of 1973. When she did not arrive home, her mother Florence called the police. Leslie would always call if she would be late, so Florence immediately knew something was wrong. That same day, her 1972 orange Chevrolet Nova was discovered parked at the gate of an old quarry located near Old Page Mill Road. A few days after she was last seen, her body was found under an oak tree west of where her car was found. She had been strangled. Investigators were able to retrieve DNA from the crime scene that was left behind by the person who took her life. Witnesses came forward claiming to have seen a blonde man near Leslie's car before she went missing. After an extensive investigation, detectives were no closer to solving the case, and it went cold. Then, in July of 2018, investigators learned about new advances in DNA that might help them solve the case. They submitted the DNA from the unknown male collected at the crime scene to Parabon Nanolabs. A DNA profile was then created, and using genetic genealogy, they were able to identify 74-year-old John Getro as the person who took Leslie's life. He had previously served time in Germany for assaulting and strangling 15-year-old Margaret Williams in 1964. Getro served nearly 6 years out of a 10-year sentence for assault with fatal consequences. He was released after idiotic officials determined he was likely to lead a righteous life. Investigators were able to confirm that Getro also took the life of Janet Ann Taylor using DNA in 2018. Janet's case is very similar to Leslie's. On March 24th of 1974, she visited her friends at Stanford University. That evening, 21-year-old Janet was seen walking along Junipero Serra Boulevard. The next morning, her body was found by a delivery driver. Her body had been dumped by a wooded area close to a bridge just off Sand Hill Road. Janet attended Canada College and was the youngest daughter of football legend and former Stanford coach Chuck Taylor. Investigators always believed that what happened to Leslie and Janet were connected, but only proved it in 2018. John Getro's trial was supposed to take place in 2020, but he fell ill and it was delayed. It is believed that he is responsible for more crimes and is still being investigated by the police. Leslie Perlov's sister Diane had this to say after hearing about the arrest. "I have been waiting for this call for 45 years, and now that it came, I am just a bit stunned. Not a day goes by that I do not think about Leslie in some way. She was my big sister, always looking out for me. She was and remains always with me." In September of 2021, John Getro's trial started for the Janet Taylor case. He was convicted of taking her life on September 14th. He was convicted on the strength of DNA evidence culled from a disposable coffee cup he used and then threw away in 2018. That sample was matched with DNA swabbed from the inside and outside of Janet Taylor's pants. On January 10th of 2023, John Getro formally pleaded guilty and admitted that he took Leslie Marie Perlov's life as well. Getro is currently scheduled to appear for his sentencing hearing on April 26th of 2023. Justice for Leslie Perlov and her loved ones took a very long time, but it has arrived. District Attorney Jeff Rosen said in a statement following the plea hearing, he will spend the rest of his life in prison. On June 5th of the year 2000, 54-year-old Sharon Anschutz was working at the John Butler Dry Cleaners located at 1710 Easley Bridge Road in Greenville, South Carolina. An unknown man entered the dry cleaners and fatally shot Sharon in what was later determined to be a robbery. Following the initial investigation, the case went cold after no arrests were made. Investigators were able to collect DNA from the crime scene, though, that they believed belonged to the suspect. In 2022, the Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit began re-interviewing old witnesses and identifying new ones. In addition, investigators looked into potential forensic evidence related to the case. On January 6th of 2023, investigators closed the case after determining who they believed was the suspect, 44-year-old Roger Keith Hudgens. Officials say through interviews, investigators learned Hudgens was a local man who did various jobs around the dry cleaners, including occasionally taking out the trash. Through speaking with witnesses, investigators learned of Hudgens' intentions to rob the business that day and, along with forensic evidence, were able to tie him to the crime. Hudgens passed away in 2008 from medical complications, meaning there will be no justice. Greenville County Sheriff Hobart Lewis said this in a press release. While no investigation will bring loved ones back, I hope that Miss Sharon Anschutz's family can find peace in knowing that the culprit was identified and no longer in a position to harm others. As the sheriff of this county, it is my unwavering intention not to rest until every one of our cold cases is solved and justice is served. I am so proud of the work and persistent dedication our team of investigators performed. My message to the community of fallen victim families is that we will never give up. Not a lot of details are known about this next case, but on January 10th of 2023, Manatee County Sheriff's Office detectives in Florida arrested 40-year-old Pedro Garcia and charged him with taking the life of 37-year-old Guadalupe Vela in July of 2006. Detectives issued a press release on the arrest, which said Guadalupe and Garcia were rival gang members. They were at a Santa Fe bar when they began arguing. The two men took the argument outside before leaving in different directions. Guadalupe went to a relative's home in Bradenton, Florida. While there, he saw Garcia once again, and the two began arguing. Police said that this is when Garcia shot Guadalupe twice in the back, just as he was trying to leave. Detectives found Guadalupe's body in the backyard of the home, along with the bullet casings and a witness who would not cooperate. Deputies stopped Garcia for a traffic violation nearly 3 months later and found a 9mm pistol in his vehicle. Garcia was arrested for possessing a firearm as a felon. Testing was done on the gun by Florida Department of Law Enforcement that ultimately linked the gun to the crime scene. but the rounds that Guadalupe was shot with came from a different weapon, detectives found. Detectives continued to investigate the fatal shooting, talking to different witnesses who said Garcia spoke about taking Guadalupe's life. In 2015, Garcia admitted to another inmate at the Manatee County Jail, even providing details about what happened that night, according to detectives. But the detectives were not told about the conversation until 2022. On January 9th of 2023, detectives obtained an arrest warrant for Garcia, who was located at a home on 30th Avenue West and taken into custody. He was out on bond for an unrelated case. The detectives said it was possible Garcia was connected to other unsolved violent crimes dating back to the mid-2000s, and they asked anyone with information to call the Manatee County Sheriff's Office at 941-747-3011 or Manatee Crime Stoppers at 866-634-8477. 29-year-old Mary Mathis Davis was last seen at Lanier's Hardware in Lexington, North Carolina, where she worked on May 30th of 1987. She worked for a brief period before failing to return after her lunch break. The next day, investigators found her body behind a Winn-Dixie store on East Center Street. She had been strangled and assaulted. Mary's husband, Richard Davis, recalled the last time that he saw her. "I seen her that morning and I went to my sister's swimming, and when we came back, we thought she would be home from work by then," said Richard. Investigators collected DNA belonging to the culprit from Mary's body. The DNA only became useful recently with advancements in DNA technology. Othram Inc. used forensic evidence to identify Russell Grant Wood as the person that took Mary's life. The announcement was made on February 3rd of 2023. Russell Wood, who was a Lexington resident, passed away in 2013. Police said he did not have a previous record. Investigators said that Mary Davis and Wood were acquaintances but did not know each other well. Mary Davis's daughter, Tracy Cleary, was 1 year old when her mother's life was taken. "I've always heard that she was kind and sweet, and that she had a lot of patience, and she just liked people," said Cleary. She said she is relieved by the department's discovery because it brings closure and clears her father's name. "I think it was more relief that all these things my whole life that I maybe have thought about or what it could be, it was all proven," said Cleary. Police said they don't know what Wood's motive would have been, but if he was still alive, he would definitely be charged with taking Mary's life, kidnapping her, and assaulting her. On January 17th of 2013, Patrenia Butler-Turner was reported missing in East St. Louis, Illinois by her relatives after she was last seen getting into a red pickup truck. 40-year-old Patrenia was a mother of 3 and had previously worked as a housekeeper. For many years, Patrenia's family and friends wondered what had happened to their loved one. Then, on December 5th of 2022, skeletal remains were discovered in a wooded area along Route 111 in Pontoon Beach, Illinois. DNA samples were extracted and sent to be tested. 2 days later, DNA confirmed the remains belonged to Patrenia Butler-Turner. It was also determined that she had been strangled and beaten. Then, on February 2nd of 2023, charges were announced against 55-year-old Roger Sutton Jr. and his nephew, 32-year-old Nathan Bayer. Both men were charged with the concealment of a body. Sutton Jr. was also charged with taking Patrenia's life. The relationship between Patrenia and the men is not yet known. Investigators have also not made public what led them to Sutton Jr. and Bayer. Madison County State's Attorney Thomas Hain said Patrenia was a beloved daughter and a mother. She was last seen 10 years ago when her family reported her missing, Haynes said. But today, we can now say, due to extraordinary police work, we have found Trina's body, and we believe her life was taken, and we believe we found those responsible. The investigation is still ongoing. Anyone with information should contact the Pontoon Beach Police Department at 618-931-5100. 40-year-old Julie Carol Jensen lived in Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin in 1998. She lived with her husband, Mark Jensen, and their 2 children. Mark and Julie met in 1981 while she was working at a Sears department store in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. They were both students at the University of Wisconsin-Parkside in Kenosha. The couple moved to the Carroll Beach neighborhood of Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin, and had 2 children, David and Douglas. By 1998, Julie worked a part-time job for the Port Authority in Chicago, while Mark was employed as a branch manager of the Racine, Wisconsin branch of a St. Louis-based financial firm. On December 3rd of 1998, Mark contacted law enforcement and claimed that Julie passed away in her sleep. Investigators discovered traces of ethylene glycol in her system. Ethylene glycol is a hard-to-detect poison found in antifreeze. Police then found a letter Julie wrote before she met her end. This is what was written in the letter. I took this picture, and I am writing this on Saturday, November 21st, 1998 at 7 a.m. This list was in my husband's business daily planner. Not meant for me to see. I don't know what it means, but if anything happens to me, he would be my first suspect. Our relationship has deteriorated to the polite, superficial one. I know he's never forgiven me for the brief affair I had with that creep 7 years ago. Mark lives for work and the kids. He's an avid surfer of the internet. Anyway, I do not smoke or drink. My mother was an alcoholic, so I limit my drinking to 1 or 2 a week. Mark wants me to drink more with him in the evenings. I don't. I would never take my life because of my kids. They are everything to me. I regularly take Tylenol and multivitamins, occasionally take over-the-counter stuff for colds, Zantac, or Imodium, have 1 prescription for migraine tablets, which Mark uses more than I. I pray that I am wrong and nothing happens, but I am suspicious of Mark's suspicious behaviors and fear of my early demise. However, I will not leave David and Douglas, my life's greatest love, accomplishment, and wish. My 3 Ds, Daddy, David, and Douglas. Julie's family and loved ones remember her gentle, carefree, and easygoing nature. She was described as warm, caring, and sincere, who was somewhat quiet but enjoyed being with people. The following decade, investigators tried to build a concrete case against Mark Jensen. A lengthy trial then ensued. In 2008, Special Prosecutor Robert Jambois contended that Mark Jensen poisoned his wife with ethylene glycol and then suffocated her while she was barely breathing in their marital bed on December 3rd of 1998. Defense counsel Craig Albee argued that Julie Jensen was a depressed woman who took her own life and framed her husband. Moreover, Julie had seen a therapist at least 3 times for depression. Evidence was introduced showing that Mark Jensen had discussed poisoning his wife with coworkers and a jailhouse associate. Going through his home computer, evidence was found that he searched on the internet for information relating to poison. The letter that Julie wrote was the critical factor in the trial that ended on February 22nd of 2008. The jury found 48-year-old Mark Jensen guilty after more than 30 hours of deliberations. He was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole. On December 9th of 2013, a federal judge overturned Jensen's conviction and ordered he be released from prison within 90 days. The court agreed with Jensen's argument that the state's use of his deceased wife's words violated his constitutional rights to confront witnesses testifying against him. 63-year-old Mark Jensen stood for trial a second time starting on January 9th of 2023. He was found guilty on February 1st, 2023. Mark Jensen, who now faces life in prison, will be sentenced April 14th of 2023. He remained expressionless when the verdict was read. Officers with the Barnstable Police Department responded to an emergency call on February 27th of 2011 about a possible shooting at a residence located in the 10 block of Fresh Holes Road in Hyannis. Hyannis is located on Massachusetts' Cape Cod Peninsula. Upon arriving at the scene, first responders located the body of 31-year-old Todd Lampley in a bedroom. He suffered what appeared to be several gunshot wounds. A handgun, believed to be used to commit the crime, was later found to have been tossed in a nearby pond. Unfortunately, finding the weapon did not lead investigators to the suspect, and the case went cold for some time. Investigators did, however, find that the crime had lots of references to a show called The Wire. They found a phone at the crime scene, which was attached to the name Marlo Stanfield. Marlo Stanfield is the name of a fictional character in the show, and who headed up the most ruthless and feared drug ring in Baltimore. Todd was inside of his home at night when he was shot by someone standing outside of his bedroom window. Another link to The Wire. In Season 1 of the show, a fictitious woman who is cooperating with police is shot when the shooter stands outside of her window at night, taps the glass to get her attention, waits for her to approach the window, then fires a fatal shot into the home. Authorities also reported that they recovered a sweet potato from the scene of the fatal shooting. In Season 4 of The Wire, one of the fictional police investigators solves a case in which the shooter used a potato as a makeshift silencer when fatally shooting his victim. Recently, with advances in DNA technology, the sweet potato was sent for DNA analysis. It was then discovered that DeVaris Hampton's DNA was on the sweet potato. In addition to the DNA evidence, Hampton was wearing a court-ordered GPS device that tracked his whereabouts at the time of Todd's slaying. The location data from that device placed Hampton at the Fresh Holes Road residence at the approximate time the crime was committed, and later at the pond where the gun was recovered. Hampton and Todd also had a previous connection, with Hampton testifying in court that Todd was involved in the July 2007 slaying of Jacka Sellers in the same neighborhood. Sellers was also shot inside his home by someone shooting through a window from outside. This all led to 40-year-old DeVaris Hampton being arrested on February 24th of 2023 and charged with taking the life of Todd Lampley. Hampton appeared in Barnstable District Court, where he entered a plea of not guilty. He is scheduled to appear in court again on April 5th of 2023. In August of 1980, two field workers in Solano County, California, found the body of a woman in a field in unincorporated Dixon, around 20 miles southwest of Sacramento. The unknown woman suffered multiple gunshot wounds to the head and neck. For more than 10 years, she remained unidentified, listed in county records as only Jane Doe. In 1992, the victim was identified, thanks to the National Missing Persons Unit, as 21-year-old Holly Ann Campiglia from New Jersey. Holly Ann began running away from home when she was an 18-year-old freshman at Glassboro State College in New Jersey. Holly Ann's mother claimed that issues had began the year before while she was a senior in high school. That's when she began taking drugs and having emotional problems. "We don't know if one triggered another," said Mrs. Campiglia. When Holly Ann ran away the first time, she was found a month later walking on Route 70, about a mile away from the family home on Forest Hill Road off Springdale Road. She would go on to run away 4 more times. Each time she came back, she was less responsive to the medical treatment that she took for emotional problems, said Mrs. Campiglia. Her mother says the last time she saw her daughter was when she jumped from the car while going to a counseling center on June 10th of 1980. She said she wanted to get on with her life. I want to see the world and do things my way. I tried to pull her back, but the car was on Route 70 near the Sheraton Post and I couldn't hold on to her. Her mother informed the Cherry Hill Police Department. We didn't hear from her for a month until we got a letter. It said she was living with 2 guys. We should try not to think of her anymore. We tried to trace the letter, but the return address wasn't a real street. The letter was mailed from Sacramento in July of 1980. All further leads went cold. Even though the sheriff's office identified her in 1992, they had no idea who was responsible for taking Holly Ann's life. In 2021, Holly Ann's family asked the Solano County Sheriff's Office to review the case and resubmit any original evidence for DNA analysis. That's exactly what investigators did. A few months later, their office received a report from the Serological Research Institute stating that male DNA was found on pieces of evidence that was collected back in 1980. Officials submitted that DNA to another database with the San Mateo Crime Lab in California and discovered that it belonged to someone already doing time for a serious crime. That man is Herman Lee Hobbs, who looks like something you'd find in a pyramid. Investigators found that 76-year-old Hobbs was serving a significant prison sentence for taking someone's life in 1975, for which he was convicted in 2005 in Sacramento. He assaulted and fatally stabbed 13-year-old Terry Peda in 1975. Terry vanished on the way home from her school in Rio Linda, which is a Sacramento suburb. Her body was found several days later, stuffed in a drain pipe. Hobbs also had been charged with taking the life of 29-year-old Brenda Ann Tucker, who went missing in 1994 from her home in Oroville. Loggers found her skull with a bullet hole in it in 2001 in Yuba County, and DNA identified her. Hobbs, who knew her family, was charged with her slaying in 2001. But a judge dismissed the case the next year for lack of evidence. In February of 2023, an arrest warrant was issued by a Solano County Superior Court judge, along with a removal order to have Hobbs transferred from state prison to Solano County Jail to face the new charges for what he did to Holly Ann. Officials think Hobbs may have committed other crimes and had this to say in their Facebook announcement. Detectives continue to work in collaboration with other Northern California agencies to potentially identify and/or solve additional cases that may be linked to Hobbs. We are grateful to the Campiglia family for their patience and assistance, and to the labs whose new technology allowed additional testing of older evidence, and to the staff who worked tirelessly to help bring closure to a lifetime of waiting, the sheriff's office said. Anyone with information about the homicide is asked to contact the Solano Sheriff Investigations at 707-784-7050. The sheriff's office also wanted to give a special mention to the original deputy who investigated Holly Ann's case, Jose or Joe Cisneros. His life was taken in the line of duty in 1985. His hard work is still helping solve cases over 40 years later. In October of 2004, 28-year-old Keysha Brown's body was found in a bathtub inside her apartment in the 700 block of East Flamingo Road. An autopsy revealed that Keysha had been strangled, stabbed, and assaulted by an unknown attacker. Witnesses interviewed at the time provided a description of a possible suspect seen entering and leaving the apartment, but that person was never identified. Forensic evidence was collected at the crime scene, but was unable to help in identifying the suspect at the time. In July of 2022, Detective Dan Long reviewed Keysha's case. He requested for additional DNA testing of evidence located on Keysha's body during her autopsy. While working the case, Dan Long realized that there are a lot of similarities with crimes that took place in 2005. All of those crimes involved Norman Flowers. Flowers in 2011 had entered an Alford plea for charges against him that he took the lives of 45-year-old Mary Lee Coote and 24-year-old Reina Gonzalez. An Alford plea means Flowers didn't admit guilt but acknowledged prosecutors could prove their case against him. In exchange, prosecutors agreed to stipulate the 2 consecutive life prison terms without the possibility of parole instead of executing him. Mary Lee's body was found inside her Russell Road apartment on May 3rd of 2005. She had been assaulted and strangled. Flowers' DNA was discovered on her body. 8 hours later, Rena's body was found in the same complex. She had been strangled with a telephone cord. In October of 2008, Flowers was convicted and given a life sentence because he took the life of 18-year-old Sheila Quarles also in 2005. Flowers had previously spent time in prison, had been paroled twice, and was out of prison for about 20 days when he took Sheila's life. With the crimes being so similar, Detective Dan Long was convinced that Norman Flowers was responsible for taking the life of Keysha Brown. It was only in February of 2023, however, when DNA linked Flowers to Keysha's crime scene, and that it could be confirmed that he is responsible. Metropolitan Police Department Lieutenant Jason Johansson made the announcement to the public. As Johansson spoke during the press conference, members of Keysha's family stood behind him, wiping tears from their eyes. Keysha's daughter, Keysha Brown, briefly spoke through tears. "I just want to say thank you to the police department," she said. Flowers remains at High Desert State Prison, where he is serving 3 life sentences. 30-year-old Deborah Lee Atrops lived in Salem, Oregon in 1988. She had an 8-month-old daughter with her husband, 34-year-old Robert Atrops. Robert was living in the couple's home in Sherwood, and Deborah lived in an apartment in Salem because by November of 1988, Deborah and Robert had been separated for 5 months. On November 29th of the same year, Robert went to pick up their daughter from a babysitter in Newberg, Oregon, while Deborah was at a hair appointment in Tigard. Deborah was expected to be home before 8 p.m., but she never showed up. Robert then called several friends and family members to see if they knew where Deborah was before reporting her missing to the Tigard Police Department. The next day, Robert told investigators he had still not heard from his wife. Deborah's car was then entered into the databases used by law enforcement as a vehicle connection to a missing person. Deborah's black Honda Accord was recovered by police officers in Beaverton, Oregon on December 1st of 1988. A city public works employee reported a suspicious abandoned car with keys in the driver's seat located at the end of Southwest Murray Road. Witnesses said the car had been parked there since early on November 30th. The 2-door sedan also had its driver's side window down and was missing the license plates. In the trunk of the car, investigators discovered Deborah's body. She had been strangled. Based on the positioning of her body, it was determined that she had been placed there after her life was taken. Despite more than 3 decades of investigation, the case unfortunately went cold. Detectives with the Washington County District Attorney's Office Cold Case Unit reopened the case in 2021, about a year after forming a partnership with the Washington County Sheriff's Office. The Cold Case Unit was formed in 2020 after receiving a grant from the U.S. Department of Justice. For the next year and a half, investigators re-interviewed multiple witnesses and had forensic evidence re-examined. All of this led to Robert Atrops being charged with taking Deborah's life on February 28th of 2023, where he was indicted by a grand jury. He was booked into the Washington County Jail. Washington County District Attorney Kevin Barton had this to say: "I am proud of the work our cold case unit has done to ensure that victims and cases are not forgotten, despite the passage of time. Being able to use today's technology and apply it towards evidence that was seized over 30 years ago is a huge advantage in terms of challenges. We may think of these cases as old, or we may use the word cold, but if you talk to the family and friends of the victims of these cases, they're very current issues for them," Barton said. "They're still dealing with the trauma as a result of that crime." Barton also said that he can't give all the details that led to the arrest at this time, as it's still an ongoing investigation. On May 11th of 2007, 64-year-old Dennis Lee First's body was found at his apartment in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. He had been stabbed and beaten. According to Tammy Mims, assistant manager for the Hawthorne Hills apartments where Dennis lived, said he had prostate cancer, didn't have many visitors, and lived on Social Security. Tammy said that when a friend called and asked her to check on Dennis, she notified Robert Gross, a maintenance employee at the apartments. Robert knocked several times on Dennis's door, and when no one answered, he entered the residence. Inside, he found Dennis lying face up on the bed, feet on the floor. Robert then saw all the blood and called 911. Evidence collected at the scene was sent to the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations State Crime Lab in Ankeny for testing. Dennis's first wife, Christine Burmeister, said that he had a rough life. "It's hard to believe somebody would stab him. He could hardly get around." Denise and Christine had 2 children. Their son Brad was born in 1963 and their daughter Laura in 1965. In the 1970s, the couple lived in Olin in Jones County, where Dennis worked as a purchasing agent at a Monticello steel company. He'd been living in Cedar Rapids since the couple's 1981 divorce. In 1990, Dennis had been arrested on charges of stealing from local businesses and for drunken driving. He'd also been accused of threatening a man from whom he rented a room. Things didn't get any better for Dennis after his son lost his life in 1993 in an auto accident. Dennis eventually lost touch with his daughter, ex-wife, and other relatives, but had begun calling them again a few years prior to his demise. In late May of 2007, Cedar Rapids police served 5 search warrants in the case, searching not only Dennis's apartment, but that of Curtis Paget. Investigators took his fingerprints and a DNA sample with a swab from inside his cheek. They also took a pair of his boots from his apartment. Paget was the last known person to have seen 15-year-old Aaron K. Pospisil, who went missing from Cedar Rapids on June 3rd of 2001. Paget, a friend of Aaron's older brother, told police that in 2001 he was leaving the Pospisil home at the same time as Aaron and agreed to give her a ride to her friend Britt's home. According to Paget, when they arrived at Britt's house, no one answered the door, and Paget claimed that as Aaron walked back to his truck, a black Chevrolet Cavalier with tinted rear windows pulled up to the curb. He said Aaron went up to the car and had a short conversation with someone, and then told him, "These guys will give me a ride," before getting into the Cavalier's back seat. Police could find no other witnesses to substantiate Paget's story about a black Cavalier in the neighborhood, and Aaron has not been seen since leaving her home with Paget. Finally, on March 1st of 2023, 42-year-old Curtis Randall Paget was arrested and charged with taking Dennis First's life. Lynn County Attorney Nick Maybanks said this case was a testament to the Cedar Rapids Police Department's commitment to victims and the community. This case shows that the department persists in seeking justice for victims and survivors, even in cases that may be hidden from the public eye. After the department's cold case unit approached Maybanks to review the case, and after several months of follow-up and a recent final consultation, Maybanks determined that Paget was responsible for taking Dennis's life. Police didn't say what exactly led to Paget's arrest, whether it was further DNA testing or something else. It was, however, later mentioned in the news conference that a partial blood boot print was found at Dennis's home that matches boots found at Paget's home. An oven mitt soiled with blood was also found. It contained both Dennis's and Paget's DNA on the inside of the oven mitt. Paget's fingerprint was also found on a knife sharpener in Dennis's apartment in a drawer. There's been no updates on Aaron's case, just a reliable sighting in the spring of 2002. Aaron was spotted at a convenience store in Cedar Rapids. She was riding in the back seat of a car with Illinois license plates. This tip was provided to Cedar Rapids police, however, the car was not found. They have never been able to verify the sighting. The person who saw Aaron knows her well and is still convinced that it was her. Aaron is described as a Caucasian female, dark brown hair, dark brown eyes. Aaron has a small scar above her eye and had red highlights in her hair at the time of her disappearance. If you have any information, please call the Cedar Rapids Police Department at this number. In December of 1992, the body of 31-year-old Lori Ann Pereira was found in the desert area of Las Vegas, Nevada. A Las Vegas resident who was out walking his dog just east of the Montgomery Ward's retail store, located at 2875 East Charleston Boulevard, made the discovery. Lori had apparent ligature marks on both ankles and both wrists, and it appeared tape had been placed over her mouth. The Clark County Medical Examiner ruled the cause as asphyxia due to manual strangulation with blunt force trauma to the head after a complete autopsy of her body. 13 months later, in January of 1994, the body of 35-year-old Pearl Wilson Ingram was found in the dumpster behind the Vons grocery store located at 4440 East Charleston Boulevard in Las Vegas, Nevada by an employee of Silver State Disposal while on his normal trash collection route. Trash had been placed over Pearl's body in an effort to conceal her. After an autopsy was conducted, the Clark County Medical Examiner ruled that Pearl had been strangled. During the autopsy, it was noted several of Pearl's teeth were missing and she had abrasions on the bridge of her nose and above her eye. For the next 3 decades, the cases of Lori and Pearl were reviewed by numerous Las Vegas Metro Police Department detectives in hopes of developing new evidence. In March of 2007, when detectives took a new look at Lori's case, they found male DNA on a swab that was taken from her body during the autopsy. They requested that further forensic DNA work be conducted. A DNA profile of the culprit was created and entered into CODIS, but no matches could be made. In July of 2012, detectives took a new look at Pearl's case. During this time, male DNA was found on a swab taken from her body as well. The DNA evidence was again entered into CODIS, and on that same date, Las Vegas Metro Police Department officers were notified of a CODIS hit linking DNA from an unknown contributor to both Lori and Pearl. This confirmed the same person committed both crimes. This was a huge breakthrough, connecting these two cases that otherwise would have not been connected. In June of 2022, investigators requested a genealogical investigation to be performed by Othram Inc. Based on research from Othram's in-house genetic genealogy team, A preliminary suspect was identified as Eddie George Snowden Jr. He was born in January of 1937. Checks conducted on Snowden revealed he had listed his address in the 2800 block of East Charleston, Las Vegas. Lori Ann Pereira's body was recovered at the 2700 block of East Charleston Boulevard in December of 1992 and 1.9 miles away from where Pearl Ingram's body was recovered in January of 1994. Additionally, Snowden's criminal history revealed he was living in the Las Vegas area at the time of both crimes. It also appears from Snowden's criminal history that he lived from 1956 to 1979 in the Fresno, California area, as well as several surrounding cities to include Sacramento, Santa Cruz, Madera, Merced, Woodland, and Watsonville areas. Las Vegas Metro Police Department cold case investigators were able to obtain familial reference DNA from one of Snowden's biological family members to confirm he was indeed the person who assaulted, beat, and strangled both Lori Ann Pereira and Pearl Wilson Ingram. Unfortunately, no arrests will be made in these two cases due to the fact Eddie George Snowden passed away in Las Vegas, Nevada in February of 2017. At the age of 80. The Las Vegas Police Department released a statement where they said that they wished to thank the Fresno, California Police Department, Othram, and the Vegas Justice League for their continued support in their endeavor to find justice to all victims as well as some form of resolution to their families, friends, and our community. As Snowden was born in 1937, he would have been 52 years old when he took Lori's life. It is unlikely that he started committing crimes in his 50s, so investigators are working to see if he is responsible for any others. A news conference was held on February 6th of 2023 to announce the identification of Snowden. Pearl's younger sister, Teresa Board, said that the word of her sister's assailant being identified by authorities brought much-needed closure to her family. On June 4th of 2006, hikers discovered a decomposing body a few miles from Lyons in the South St. Vrain Canyon in Colorado. Deputies and detectives discovered that the female body appeared to have been pulled from a shallow grave by a predator. Deputies located a pair of yellow ski pants, a sleeping bag, a pillow and a pillowcase all neatly folded near the grave. Because of the condition of the woman's body, investigators were unable to identify her by her fingerprints. The sheriff's office said that the only object detectives found with the woman's body was a cross ring. The coroner's office was not able to determine the cause due to the condition of her body. Foul play was suspected because her body had been buried. Her body had evidence of animal predation but lacked any gunshot wounds, broken bones, or stab wounds. The coroner noted that he could not rule out strangulation. About 50 pounds of a white powdery substance containing calcium oxide, also known as quicklime, was located on the body as well as in and around the gravesite to a depth of approximately 14 inches. The sheriff's office asked the public for tips to try to identify the victim. Numerous tips were followed up on, including information of missing women from around the country. Jason Olkers with the Boulder County Sheriff's Office recalled how sad it was because of the huge number of missing women in the metro area and country and what the family members were going through. The Sheriff's Office followed up on hundreds of names while using resources from the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the Colorado Bureau of Investigations, and other places to try to identify the victim. In October of 2006, the Sheriff's Office received a tip from a friend of the victim who reported her missing. A woman reached out to the Longmont Police Department to report that she hadn't seen her friend in a long time. She identified her friend as Angie Wilds. With this information, investigators were able to identify a person named Angela Wilds who had ties to the Longmont area. The friend provided a physical description of Angela, which matched the body found in the canyon. The woman also described a ring her friend was known to wear that seemed similar to the ring found with the remains. In November of 2006, DNA analysis by the sheriff's office comparing rib bones from the body with 4 of Angela's sisters confirmed the victim was 38-year-old Angela Wilds from the Longmont, Colorado area. Angela was last seen in April of 2006, 2 months before her body was found and 6 months before she was identified. Angela did not have a home or steady employment and essentially lived with friends while frequently sleeping on couches. Investigators interviewed family, friends, and acquaintances of Angela, but were unable to find out what happened to her. It was determined that DNA found on the ski pants belonged to Angela Wilds. There was also DNA from an unknown male contributor on the pants, the sleeping bag, and the pillowcase. On January 22nd of 2009, investigators received information from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation linking John Angerer to the crime scene through DNA. Armed with both names, investigators were able to look into any connections between Angela and Angerer. They found that several people had reported seeing them together in late 2005 and early 2006. A buccal swab from Angerer was compared to the items recovered from the scene, and his DNA was determined to be the major contributor profile on the pillowcase and in the sleeping bag. On August 26th of 2009, Angerer was interviewed by a detective with the Anchorage Police Department in Alaska. Angerer reported that in February or March of 2006, he had attended a dive school in Texas and then gone to Colorado. There, he lived in Canyon City, Longmont, and Monte Vista until July of 2006. He said he moved to Alaska that August. During the interview, Angerer claimed he did not know anybody by the name of Angie or Angela. When shown her photo, he said he did not recognize her. He was again interviewed that September by the Boulder County Sheriff's Office, where he again denied knowing a person named Angie or Angela. He also vehemently denied camping in the South St. Vrain area around the time of the crime. According to members of his family, Angerer frequently visited a cave in South St. Vrain area and hiked and camped around it. The cave was off Highway 7, about 3 or 4 miles from Lyons, according to his parents. His sister recalled dropping him off in the area where Angela's body would be later found. Investigators drafted an arrest warrant for Angerer, which was authorized by a judge, and then in 2010 he was arrested and charged with taking Angela Wilds' life. The Fort Collins, Coloradoan reported on March 5th of 2010 that Angerer was serving time in an Alaskan prison for a probation violation charge when authorities issued the warrant for his arrest. His preliminary hearing was held on July 12th of 2010. However, after this hearing, a judge determined that probable cause did not support the charge and the case was dismissed. It was decided that there was not enough evidence to move forward with a prosecution. Public Defender Seth Temin said at the hearing that they need to produce evidence first that John Angerer is the person who took her life. They haven't done that, Judge. They can't even place him at the scene where her body was found, nor can they say how or where she lost her life. The following summer, the Colorado Supreme Court decided not to review the judge's decision. After the preliminary hearing, several people who knew Angerer described him as volatile, and one witness reported seeing him try to strangle one of his ex-girlfriends. For the past few years, the Boulder County Sheriff's Office and District Attorney's Office, with the help from Colorado Bureau of Investigation and Federal Bureau of Investigation, continued to work on this case, interviewing new witnesses and consulting with forensic pathologists. This included previous girlfriends who said Angerer tried to strangle them and was frightening and jealous and possessive. One witness said that certain women's names, including Angela, would send Angerer into a rage. In 2015, a pathologist reviewed Angela's case. He determined that someone took her life, but was still unable to say the exact cause. The pathologist said he took the investigative findings into account, including that Angela was found naked in a secluded wooded area and covered with lime. Ultimately, he said, an asphyxia event was most likely. At the time of this determination, the pathologist was not aware of the previously alleged incidents of strangulation against John Angerer. One of Angerer's exes, who is no longer in contact with him, had plenty to tell investigators. Previously, in 2009, she said that Angerer never strangled her. This time, in 2023, she told investigators that Angerer had strangled her repeatedly during the relationship. She reported that Angerer had once destroyed her tent because she did not want to live in the woods with him. He became more volatile and frightening when he was drinking or using drugs, she said. Two other potential witnesses told police in December of 2022 that they saw Angerer and Angela together in the Bar El Motel in Longmont, Colorado, which is about 10 miles from the crime scene in the South St. Vrain Canyon along Highway 7. Police searched the motel's records and found the two stayed there between December 26th of 2005 and January 4th of 2006. As a result of recent years' work, authorities took this significant and new evidence and presented its findings to a grand jury. On February 16th of 2023, that grand jury returned an indictment. The indictment was sealed until Angerer was taken into custody in Alaska. On March 9th of 2023, 53-year-old John Michael Angerer was arrested in Anchorage, Alaska, in connection with what happened to Angela Josephine Wilds. His bond was set at $1 million. Boulder County Sheriff Curtis Johnson said, "I am glad that we were able to move our investigation into the case of Angela Wilds forward. I am proud that our detectives didn't give up on this cold case. We know Angela's family has been waiting a long time for this day to come. Her family is in our thoughts as we take the next steps in this important judicial process. Investigators are currently looking into the possibility that John Angerer might be responsible for other crimes in Colorado and Alaska." If you have any information about this case, about Angela, or about John Angerer, please contact Boulder County Sheriff's Office Detective Mike McKinley at 303-441-4692. Angela's sister Tammy Benson said, "I hope this time the courts, the judge, and everybody listens and that he gets what's coming to him." Tammy described her sister as loving and kind, and the prosecutors answered her prayers when they charged Angerer for the second time. On April 28th of 1997, the city of Thousand Oaks, California was considered one of the safest places to live in the country by the FBI. It was a utopia in America until 10:20 a.m. That's when Thousand Oaks and Los Angeles County were never the same. On that Monday at Western Financial Bank, there was a manager and 3 tellers. There was no security guard, no locking the front door. There was no plexiglass to protect or separate employees. The tellers were sitting ducks when 2 armed men walked in. They had nylon stockings over their faces, and they were disguised as construction workers. They had reflective vests on to draw attention away from their faces. The robbers got all the employees into the back room, in front of the safe. Bank teller Monica Leach was ordered to open it. It would be the last thing she ever did. She led them to the vault, gave them the money, and did everything they demanded, and for unknown reasons, one of the 2 men held a gun to the back of her head and shot her. Monica was the only one who was shot. She succumbed to her injuries on the vault room floor. To the robbers, her life was worth a few $1,000s. They got away with $9 grand. Shortly after this brutal crime, local banks and donors raised $160,000 in reward money for whoever turned in the suspects. There was surveillance video. The images weren't great, but they were still usable. Witness descriptions also helped produce composite sketches. Police even got the getaway car, and yet no arrests. The case sadly went cold. Monica's husband, Floyd Leach, spoke publicly in 2021 about the crime. He was 43 years old back in 1997. Floyd said that Thousand Oaks was a place where people left their doors unlocked. It is where he lived for most of his life and where he met his second wife, Monica. That morning, she left for work and we gave each other a kiss and said, "See you later." She walked out of the door to go to her job and I walked out of the door to go to my job, he said. I think about it a lot. Every time I talk to one of her kids, it comes back. Her kids now have kids. I'm still close with all of her family, Floyd Leach said. Monica and Floyd met in church. Their love blossomed beautifully and naturally. It was the first time Floyd felt happy in months. 6 months prior, my first wife had passed of a medical condition, so we started hanging around together and then started dating. 7 months after we started dating, we got married. When Monica and I decided to get married, my oldest son said, "You're not going to replace my mom," and she said, "I'm not trying to." And then shortly after that, they got very, very close. My second son was always close with her. Monica was very instrumental in helping my boys out as well as her own family. We didn't have any his and hers. I loved her kids, she loved my kids, and it worked out very, very well. Monica worked in banking for 20 years. After she got married to Floyd, to become closer to home, she transferred to Western Financial Bank. This is what Floyd said about the crime. It wasn't a video game that you can just reset and make it all back the way it was. She was a real person. She was very loving and loved her family and her kids. I believe that if people do bad things, they need to pay for what they do. Getting those guys would just close a chapter in my life. Not the memories, but as far as closing the chapter of wondering where these guys are and what they're doing today, Floyd said. Investigators for many years were convinced the two men were members of the Crips gang. To get a better understanding of why investigators believe this, Dr. Georgia Leap was interviewed to explain. She is a professor at the University of California, Los Angeles, and has been working with gangs for 40 years. The Crips are really one of the oldest gangs in the Southwest Angeles area. Their roots are very much here. Ironically, they have spread all over the world. I've met Crips gang members from Australia. I think it's significant to add that while their reputation lies in the fact that they've been involved in gang activity and criminal behavior, they've also been involved in some significant social services. To understand the Crips is to understand a very lengthy, very complex picture of street organization that began in the Southern California area, Leap said. What happened in South Los Angeles is the factories that were nearby on Alameda Street began to close down, and job opportunities and income narrowed significantly. When those factories closed in the 1970s, thousands of people lost their jobs, and the area never recovered, Leap said. The same decade, California voters approved Prop 13. That was a big win for homeowners. It capped property tax increases, but it meant a huge cut to programs that those taxes paid for, like school programs, law enforcement, and social services. Many joined gangs to make some money. In the late 80s to the early 90s, in order to make money, the Crips largely sold drugs. The gang generally made enough money to get by. What radically changed the game, according to Crips member Perry DeDoe, was the movie Point Break. He says what the movie did is give a blueprint to some kids on how to rob a bank. And just like that, seemingly overnight, Southern California became the bank robbery capital of the country. Captain Eric Buschow with the Ventura County Sheriff's Department explained, "There are banks on virtually every corner throughout Southern California. A lot of them are located in convenient places where it's easy to get off the freeway and stop in and take care of a transaction, especially going back before ATMs. Banks invested in security, based on certain branches being frequent targets of robberies. The ones that were either less frequently robbed or virtually never robbed, that might have been a little further outlying and not right next to a freeway corridor, there was less investment in security," said Buschow. During the 90s, Southern California became the Wild West. At its peak in 1992, the FBI estimates more than 2,600 banks were robbed. That's an average of 7 banks per day. And instead of fighting each other in South Los Angeles, gangs started venturing to places like Thousand Oaks. That was their preferred method of getting money, was going around doing these takeover robberies, you know? The FBI had numerous cases throughout Southern California that were part of an organized criminal street gang, said Buschow. Captain Buschow also talked more about Monica's case specifically in 2021. "We don't often see something go this long without the right pieces of information coming into our lab, especially at the time with that larger award. There were banks that came together and put up money to encourage people to come forward. The vehicle was later recovered. They repainted it. We have those pieces of evidence. We have those handcuffs. We have the evidence collected from inside the bank. We just need to get all those last couple of pieces to carry this cross to the goal line," said Buschow. Also, in 2021, with advances in DNA technology, it seemed like the case will finally be solved. Christina Tekatlane, who is a forensic scientist and local CODIS administrator for Ventura County Sheriff's Office Forensic Service Bureau, explained the process. Touch DNA is when somebody basically touches an item and deposits some of their cells onto it. These cells have considerably less DNA in them than body fluids like blood or saliva. So with technology advancing over the years, it's gotten a lot more sensitive to be able to detect smaller amounts of DNA. This has become very helpful in cases where the only evidence available is touch DNA. On March 14th of 2023, authorities announced that 55-year-old Kevin Ray James was arrested in connection with Monica's case. He was arrested 5 days earlier on March 9th in San Bernardino, California, and charged with taking Monica's life. James was transported and booked into Ventura County Jail. James apparently lived in the Los Angeles area at the time of the robbery and was described as a gang member during the news conference. Authorities stressed that they still have not identified the second suspect involved in the robbery. A $30,000 FBI reward for information on that person remains in place, as does a $100,000 reward from Crime Stoppers. Anyone with information about the case or the second suspect is asked to call the Sheriff's Office Major Crime Bureau at 805-383-8704 or email them at coldcase@ventura.org. Ventura County District Attorney Eric Nasarenko had this to say at the news conference. This was a senseless, unprovoked, and vicious crime. He added that Monica Leach grew up in the Somis community of Ventura County, was a proud graduate of Rio Mesa High School, and came from a banking family. She liked needlepoint and going for walks in the morning and was described as a beloved wife, daughter, and mother who helped raise 4 children. Dr. Rick Schwartzberg is a chiropractor who had an office next to the bank where Monica worked and got to know her well in the 2 months that she worked there. He said, "It was definitely a normal day at first, at least I thought it was. In between patients, I'd often go over to my office, which overlooked the parking lot. and that's when I saw somebody just barrel right by my office super fast. It was unusual. So I took note, but I didn't hear anything, so I went and saw the next patient in the room. That's when I got the call immediately to come out because one of the tellers was there saying that Monica had been shot. Everybody was saying, is there anything you can do to help? I said, I can try. During the CPR part, obviously, maybe for a second it looked like things might be improving, but it was pretty rapidly apparent that it wasn't. Mary Agnes Maroney was born in Chicago, Illinois on May 9th of 1928, the first of two daughters to Michael and Catherine Maroney. The couple started their family just before the Great Depression hit. The family lived in poverty as Michael only made $15 per week passing out handbills. A relative of Catherine's wrote to a welfare agency and a paragraph on their plight was printed. The service did not normally disclose addresses, but through a slip, the family's address 5200 Wentworth Avenue was learned by a woman. On May 14th of 1930, Mary Agnes's mother answered a knock at her door and was greeted by a woman who claimed to have been sent by a social worker to deal with the Maroney's case. She was described as well-dressed, about 22 years of age, protruding teeth, and a cultured voice. The woman identified herself as Julia Otis. After Catherine disclosed the family's many problems, the woman asked if she could temporarily take Mary Agnes to California with her, adding that she will be unrecognizable and fat as a butterball. Catherine refused. After promising to return, the woman handed Catherine $2 and left. The following day, the woman came back, this time with baby clothes, as Catherine was pregnant. The woman stated that she had arranged to get a better job for Catherine's husband, Michael, and offered to take Mary Agnes to a nearby store to buy her some clothes and shoes. Reluctantly, Catherine gave her consent. Later, she commented that Mary Agnes sobbed and refused to go with the woman, but was taken anyway. Mary Agnes and the unidentified woman never returned. Mary Agnes's parents reached out to the police and began to search for their missing daughter. The Maroney family received a letter from Julia Otis the day after she took Mary Agnes. It read, "Please don't be alarmed. I have taken your little girl to California with me. I have hired a special nurse to take care for her. We'll be back in 2 months. By that time, you will be on your feet again and you will be able to care for her." She didn't even cry a bit. She is outfitted like a princess. In the meantime, I'll help all I can do to get you on your feet. Don't worry about her or anything else. When you get this letter, we'll be on our way already. As ever, Julia Otis. This was the last the Maroneys ever heard from the woman who claimed to be quote-unquote Julia Otis. Police scoured Chicago's railroad stations for any clue that Mary Agnes had been taken on a train. 2 weeks after the kidnapping, a woman who identified herself as Alice Henderson sent the Maroneys a letter in which she stated that Otis was her cousin and that she was love-hungry because her own husband had a baby and passed away over the year before. Henderson never wrote again, and authorities state that the letter from Otis was written in the same handwriting as the one written by Henderson. Unfortunately, investigators were not able to find Mary Agnes or the woman who took her. Throughout the years, there were various sightings, but nothing that could be confirmed, and the case went cold. Stories about Mary Agnes would appear in the newspaper now and then, particularly when other children went missing. Her story eventually caught the attention of Chicago Daily News reporter Eden Wright, who noticed something about the Maroney family in a photo. All the members of the family resembled each other, the newspaper wrote. The Chicago Daily News convinced a California newspaper to print pictures of the Maroney family, hoping it would lead to Mary Agnes. The pictures were apparently spotted by a man who claimed one of Mary Agnes's sisters looked so much like his wife that it could have been her in the photograph. The woman is Mary McClelland, a 24-year-old housewife. In 1952, she came forward claiming that by looking at the photos of Mary Agnes's siblings, she suspected she was Mary, the missing girl. 6 more siblings were born after Mary Agnes disappeared. Mary McClelland had been adopted within a year of the kidnapping by Charles and Nora Beck. Dr. Krause, after studying and comparing her dental casts, named her as one of the family. Mary McClelland's skull and blood showed she was a Maroney, according to the doctor, and he said Catherine Maroney claimed to recognize her, which was not the case. On September 3rd of 1952, the Chicago Daily News ran the following words atop its front page: 22-year search for kidnapped baby ends. It claimed characteristics in McClelland's teeth helped identify her as Mary Agnes, and the newspaper arranged a meeting between McClelland and Catherine Maroney. Catherine said, "She's a great lady, fantastic person. I wish she was my daughter, but no." An aging physician named Dr. E.W. Marathu stated that he delivered Mary McClelland to an unknown mother on November 17th of 1927, and that her mother provided a baby picture of her daughter dating from 1928, which proved she had been adopted 2 years before the kidnapping. Furthermore, Mary Agnes underwent an operation for a ruptured navel, but Mary McClelland did not have the scar Mary Agnes had at the time of her disappearance. Further DNA testing proved she was not Mary Agnes. She passed away in 2005. A DNA test performed in 2008, following Mary McClelland's passing, conclusively determined that she was not Mary Agnes. In February of 2023, it was announced that DNA testing had determined a link between Mary Agnes's surviving family and relatives of Jeanette Burchard, a Florida resident who passed away in 2003 at the age of 75. Jeanette Burchard was raised as an only child, married twice, had 3 children, and spent more than 50 years as a nurse. Jeanette's family was told that she was born on April 14th of 1928, and that her biological father passed away 2 months after she was born, and that she spent the first 6 years of her life in Chicago. She was raised by Jeanette Solaric Darris Anderson and a stepfather, Frank Darris. The pair raised Jeanette as a devout Catholic. Jeanette married Edward Jennings. Decades later, she married again, that time to Earl Burchard. Both of her husbands have since passed away. Jeanette had 3 children: Terry Arnold, Barbara Joan Jennings, who passed away in 2006, and Edward Clifton Jennings Jr., who passed away in 2004. Jeanette's daughter, Terry Arnold of Florida, who is still alive, has suddenly found herself entangled in a historic Chicago cold case. Terry said she was contacted in September of 2022 by a Cook County detective who had questions about her late mother and asked if she would be willing to take a DNA test. At first, Terry thought it could not be right. Then she decided to take the DNA test just to prove the detective wrong. The results came back on October 28th of 2022 and revealed all was not as it seemed. Though the maternal side of Jeanette Burchard's family was Polish, Terry said her DNA results revealed she is not. She is mainly Irish. The Maroneys are also Irish. Terry told the Chicago Sun-Times that she's since learned my family is completely different from what I was always led to believe. And she said she's very confident her mother was Mary Agnes. Terry said her mother loved her pets, opera, and the Miami Dolphins. Her life apparently began in Chicago, but most importantly, she was the world's greatest mom. We adored my mother. A granddaughter of Jeanette Burchard, Lori Hart, acknowledged the pain that Mary Agnes's disappearance must have caused the Maroneys. But she said that she's still blessed to have had Jeanette Burchard as her grandmother. Anytime I needed her, she was there, Lori Hart said. Mary Agnes's nephew, 55-year-old Don Maroney of downstate Flanagan, is also convinced his aunt has been found. Don, Terry, and Lori believe Jeanette Burchard was Mary Agnes because of the work of Cook County Sheriff's Office Detective Jose Rodriguez. He was assigned in June of 2022 to investigate Mary Agnes's disappearance as part of Sheriff Tom Dart's Missing Persons Project. Jose Rodriguez and Commander Jason Moran said commercial DNA testing revealed the genetic association between Terry Arnold and members of Don Maroney's family suggested they were all cousins. That left Terry trying to make sense of a new family history, but it also offered closure to the Maroney family, which has been at the center of the case for 93 years. Mary Agnes's mother, Catherine, was haunted by the loss of her daughter and fell into a deep depression. Catherine passed away in 1962 at the age of 49. She was only 17 years old when Mary Agnes was kidnapped. Mary Agnes's father, Michael, passed away in 1957 when he was 58. His final words were said to be, "They never found my baby girl." Don Maroney said the family had always hoped whatever happened to his aunt, that she led a good life and she was taken care of, and she was. Terry said that she had never before heard the name Julia Otis, and she doesn't know how her mother came to be raised by Terry's grandmother. All I know is she ended up with her, and I just feel bad that the parents never knew what happened to their daughter. Either way, the Maroney family can honestly truly know that she was very much loved. Terry also said that if her mother was still alive to learn the news, she's sure that she would have reached out to the Maroneys. She would have gone to the family and said, "I am here. I am fine." 19-year-old Christina Lynn Castiglione lived in Redford, Michigan with her parents in 1983. Christina graduated from Redford Union High School and was active in sports. She was not married, but had a steady boyfriend. She was employed by the Detroit Edison Company as a clerk in the research department. On March 21st of 1983, Christina was reported missing by her mother in Redford Township, about 15 miles west of Detroit. 8 days later, on March 29th, the Livingston County Sheriff's Office found Christina's body in the Oak Grove State Game Area, a park in nearby Livingston County's Deerfield Township, after a tip. Christina was partially clothed, and her body was in a remote wooded area. Detectives found evidence that she'd been strangled and assaulted. During the autopsy, the medical examiner found male DNA that was collected and preserved. The samples were later entered into CODIS by the Michigan State Police Crime Lab in the early 2000s, but a suspect was not identified at that time. In March of 2022, the Sheriff's Office applied for and received grant funding through Season of Justice to conduct advanced DNA testing on the samples taken in 1983. Season of Justice is a nonprofit organization dedicated to funding DNA testing on unsolved cold cases. In May of 2022, DNA evidence from the case was sent to Othram Inc., a private forensic laboratory in Texas. Othram scientists use forensic-grade genome sequencing to develop a comprehensive genealogical profile from the DNA of an unknown suspect, which returns leads to authorities. The investigation led to the identification of Charles David Shaw. His identification was confirmed by 3 separate familial DNA comparison tests. Shaw, who lived less than 5 miles from where Christina went missing, passed away in November of 1983 of accidental asphyxiation. Based on information received from Shaw's family, the sheriff found out he was an addict with a disturbing life who struggled with mental illness and his gender identity. Shaw had several interactions with law enforcement beginning at a young age. One such interaction resulted in his arrest in 1981 for the attempted abduction of a woman from the Fowlerville McDonald's parking lot. In 1973, Shaw was arrested by the Livonia Police Department on breaking and entering charges. In 1977, he was arrested by the LPD on a drug possession charge, and in 1982, he was arrested for larceny of women's shoes from a Kmart. Livingston County Sheriff Mike Murphy said, "When there's a slaying, there's normally some sort of a connection between the victim and the suspect, and in this case, there was none." That's one of the reasons that this was 40 years in the making. There were no tips, there was no evidence. There was no indication that would lead us to Charles Shaw. The work that was done back in 1983 to preserve the evidence to process the scene was an outstanding effort by everybody that was at the scene, detectives as well as the responding deputies, Murphy said. We are hopeful that the surviving family members of Cristina Castiglione, along with victims and families of other violent unsolved crimes who have been awaiting justice for decades, experience closure as genealogical DNA continues to help law enforcement advance efforts to achieve justice for victims. Investigators have always believed Christina's case could be linked to others, such as Kimberly Loisel and Anna Marie Doragazzi. Kimberly was 16 and lived with her parents and two siblings in Green Oak Township near South Lyon, Michigan in the spring of 1982. She had been dating an older guy from Redford, but he would soon be moving to Detroit, and the two had wondered if it might be best to call it quits soon, rather than attempting a long-distance relationship. Nevertheless, Kimberly had gone to see him and his family for a couple of days and was set to return home on March 20th of 1982. Her boyfriend's brother dropped her off at the corner of 8 Mile Road in Merriman and Livonia, and she planned to catch another ride the rest of the way. However, Kimberly hit a snag at that point in the journey. Although she appears to have had made several calls in an attempt to find someone who could drive her, she failed to get through. The teenager may have decided to hitchhike instead, which she did regularly and which was still common at this point in the 1980s. At around 6:30 p.m., an acquaintance spotted a girl matching Kimberly's description in a faux fur jacket and jeans in Livonia, but this was the final sighting. After this, she disappeared. It wouldn't be until April 14th of 1982 that Kimberly's body was discovered. She had been assaulted, beaten and strangled before being dumped in a wooded area off a trail at the Island State Recreation Area in Green Oak Township. Cindy Arthurs is Kimberly's sister, and she was 13 when the crime took place. She said that the loss of Kimberly, who loved riding horses, writing poems, and hoped to be a nurse when she grew up, deeply affected her. Kimberly's case is assigned to Michigan State Police, but is also regularly viewed by Livingston County Sheriff's Office. However, Detective Lieutenant Eric Darling said the lack of reasonable and tangible leads is proving frustrating after all these years. 20-year-old Ann Marie Doragazzi lived in a trailer at Camp Dearborn in Milford, Michigan. She did not own a car and would regularly walk along General Motors Road to buy snacks and drinks from a nearby gas station. She was last seen on September 27th of 1981, and her partially clothed body was discovered in a ditch west of Martindale Road 2 days later. Like Christina, Ann Marie is believed to have been slain elsewhere before being dumped by the roadside. Livingston County Cold Case Team can be reached at 517-540-7880, while Oakland Sheriff's Investigative and Forensic Services Division IFS Cold Case Unit is available via 248-858-7155. 41-year-old Barbara Brodkin lived in Toronto, Ontario, Canada in 1993. She worked as a secretary and was a single mother to her 6-year-old son, Zachary. On March 19th of 1993, Zachary found his mother's body and called 911. Her body was found sprawled out on the floor near the closet in her bedroom in her apartment on Balliol Street. Barbara suffered a stab wound to the chest. There were also indications she had been strangled. At the autopsy, Barbara's fingernails were clipped and stored so they could later be used. From the outset, the prime suspect in the case was Barbara's ex-husband, Christopher Barry, due to their domestic history. The Toronto Police Service vigorously interviewed Barry 4 times, during which he denied he had anything to do with what happened to Barbara. He had an alibi and provided hair and saliva samples. Barry was never arrested and passed away in 2009. In 2017, police resubmitted Barbara's fingernails to the Center for Forensic Science, which found DNA under her fingernails. In 2018, it was determined that the DNA belonged to Charles Mustard. 69-year-old Mustard was arrested and charged with taking Barbara's life on October 19th of the same year. During the trial, Mustard took the stand in his own defense. He denied taking Barbara's life. He testified that the last time he saw Barbara was a few days before her body was found, saying the last time he saw her was when she sold him some marijuana. Barbara was known to sell marijuana out of a little cosmetic-type suitcase from her apartment. That suitcase was missing when officers found her body. She also only had $12 in her wallet. Crown prosecutors argued that the motive for this case was robbery. Her body was found lying inside her bedroom closet, close to where she kept her marijuana and cash. During the trial, it was revealed Mustard has an extensive record for theft and assault. He was let go from his teaching position after being charged criminally in 1992. At the same time, he testified he was working in a restaurant and did not need the money. In February of 2023, Superior Court Justice Bryan O'Mara told Mustard that he had been found guilty. Mustard still proclaimed his innocence as he was handcuffed and led out of the downtown Toronto courtroom. Herb Brodkin, Barbara's cousin, said, "I thought it was a very well-reasoned verdict. I'm very proud of the judge for what he did." Brodkin said he is also grateful to Toronto police cold case investigators for never giving up on the case. Charles Mustard will soon be sentenced for the crime. More than 2 decades ago on New Year's Day of the year 2000, officers with the Lake Charles Police Department responded to a shooting at about 2:30 a.m. at the Dollhouse in Louisiana. There, they found that 3 victims, LaShonda Harmon, 24, Shonda Woods, 24, and Alan Babineau, 27, suffering from gunshot wounds. All 3 were transported to local hospitals for treatment. Nearly an hour later, Alan Babineau succumbed to his injuries. Lake Charles Police Department Deputy Chief Franklin Fondell was one of the first officers on the scene. "I was a patrol officer here and happened to arrive on scene that night. I did the initial report of how chaotic the scene was." Fondell said the shooting was a result of multiple altercations that took place inside the Dollhouse. Fondell said fights escalate to a larger confrontation in a parking lot where shots were fired into the crowd. In 2000, the investigation was turned over to the Violent Crimes Task Force. They were unable to identify the culprits and the case went cold. In January of 2022, the Calcasieu Parish District Attorney's Office contacted LCPD in hopes of reopening the case. Fondell said, reopening the case stemmed from the Babineau family's consistent efforts for closure. In response, an investigative team was formed composed of Fondell, Major Kevin Kirkham, Detective Sergeant Willie Fontenot, and crime scene technician Kristen Howell. After reopening the case, the team independently reviewed all existing case files and evidence. Additionally, they decided to revisit the crime scene to reconstruct and re-examine the incident. Fondell said the investigation has been a wide-spanning collaborative effort. After their independent reviews, all compiled evidence was examined alongside the Southwest Louisiana Crime Laboratory and the Calcasieu Parish Coroner's Office. Before being submitted to the Louisiana State Police Crime Laboratory for additional forensic testing, this process took about 1 year. On January 17th of 2023, arrest warrants were secured for 46-year-old Marvin Dondre Kyer of Douglasville, Georgia, and 49-year-old Terrence Lee Malvo of Sulphur. LCPD investigators and Sergeant George Miller, LCPD liaison with the U.S. Marshals Service Violent Offender Task Force, contacted the Douglas County Sheriff's Office to inform them of the active arrest warrant. The arrests took place on February 1st of 2023. LCPD investigators Sergeant Miller, the U.S. Marshal Service Violent Offender Task Force, and the Douglas County Sheriff's Office apprehended Kyer in Douglasville. Vondel said he is grateful for the chance to close this case, especially for the sake of the family of the Babineaus. Having this opportunity, I'm just glad I could be part of this investigation. The Babineau family was struck real hard. This is just the beginning of closure for the Babineau family, Vondel said. For 23 years, this family has been waiting for closure and waiting for healing. In the summer of 1971, 24-year-old Rita Curran had just moved out of her parents' home for the first time to live in a Burlington, Vermont apartment. It was located on Brooks Avenue, with 2 other roommates whom she didn't know very well. She found an ad in the Burlington Free Press looking for a roommate part-time for the summer. It seemed to be a good fit, so she moved. Rita was a second-grade school teacher at Milton Elementary School. She had started graduate courses at the University of Vermont, while also working during the summer months as a maid at South Burlington Colonial Motor Inn. Rita was described as quiet, almost painfully shy, but she had recently put herself out there and joined a local barbershop quartet. She was practicing alongside them until about 10 p.m. on the night of July 19th before going home, only for her roommates to leave about an hour later for a late bite with one of their boyfriends, Paul Robinson. In the early morning hours of July 20th of 1971, Burlington police were called to the Brooks Avenue apartment after Rita's roommate arrived home to find her body in the shared bedroom. Burlington police arrived and determined that she had been beaten, assaulted, and asphyxiated. They also found evidence that Rita had fiercely resisted her attacker, putting up a vicious struggle. Detective Tom Chenette, with the Burlington Police Department, said that there was no sign of forced entry. It appeared as if Rita was getting ready for bed, as she was found with her curlers still in her hair. Rita's purse, which contained cash and all of her personal papers including her driver's license, was on the floor directly behind the door, prompting investigators to conclude it was not a robbery. Paul Robinson, who was dating one of Rita's roommates and had been staying at the trio's apartment at the time of the crime, said, "We were gone, maybe 2 or 3 hours. We had asked Rita to join us that night, but she said no." Robinson said he still remembers the screams when Rita's roommate found her body. This kind of horror was unheard of in Burlington, Vermont. It was a very innocent time. I can't tell you how fast deadbolts flew off the shelves after Rita's slaying. According to Tom Chenette, Rita received mysterious phone calls before her demise. There was a piece about phone calls that had come in, and some heavy breathing on the phone when you answered it, Chenette said. Police officers collected evidence from the crime scene that included a single cigarette butt found near her arm. Investigators interviewed Rita's neighbors and roommates. They also investigated hundreds of tips. The 2 roommates and Paul Robinson were all cleared of any involvement in the crime. Among the people questioned were a couple that lived in an apartment 2 floors above Rita's apartment. The husband, William DeRuse, who had a criminal record, stated that he was in the apartment with his wife all night and they had not heard or seen anything, a statement confirmed by his wife, Michelle DeRuse. Despite the public attention and decades of work by the Burlington Police Department, authorities never charged anyone or made an arrest and the case went cold. In 2014, the Burlington Police Department sent for DNA analysis all the evidence collected in the crime scene, including the cigarette butt. According to Burlington's acting police chief John Murad, the department never stopped seeking justice for the victim's family. While the tests did compile a DNA profile of the person who had smoked the cigarette, it didn't match any DNA in databases compiled by law enforcement agencies across the country, possibly because the person didn't have a felony conviction. By 2019, Rita's case became Burlington Police Department's oldest case. Rita's sister, Mary Campbell, said the crime still left her shocked and feeling hopeless. "We don't know any more today, 50 years later, than we knew the day of the crime," said Campbell. "As a family, in our prayers, we will never give up our deepest private hope. Rita's story has a home in our family legacy forever. We recognize that over time memories fade, evidence ages, the perpetrator may not be alive, or interest in the story wanes. We know Rita's demise did not happen in a vacuum. Somebody somewhere knows what happened that night on July 19th of 1971, and they will take that information to their grave. May God have mercy on their soul." In 2019, a new team of detectives picked up the case. Detective Lieutenant James Trebe, instead of having a single detective work on the case alone, per the department's usual strategy, decided the police would treat the crime as if it had just been committed and brought in a team of detectives and expert technicians to review and discuss it. The team began retesting evidence and sent the cigarette butt for DNA analysis using genetic genealogy, the process that used genealogical DNA tests in combination with traditional genealogical methods to infer genetic relationships between individuals. An outside genetic genealogy expert then concluded that the cigarette DNA had strong connections to relatives of William DeRuse on both his paternal and maternal sides. Investigators found a living half-brother of DeRuse, who willingly provided a DNA sample, and his sample bolstered the conclusion that the cigarette DNA belonged to DeRuse. Finally, the DNA left on Rita's ripped housecoat also matched the DNA on the cigarette butt. As the police found out, DeRuse and his wife had left Vermont soon after the crime and separated. At some point in time, DeRuse moved to Thailand, where he became a Buddhist monk. Interviewed once again by the police, DeRuse's ex-wife, who'd moved to Eugene, Oregon and changed her name, told investigators she had lied about her husband being with her all night in their apartment. Detective Thomas Chenette, who interviewed her, said he didn't believe she knew her husband had taken Rita's life, but was protecting him because they were newly married and obviously in love, and he had a criminal record. It was established that DeRuse, a cigarette smoker, had gotten into an argument with his wife on the evening of July 20th and gone out for a walk to cool off. The next day, he told his wife of 2 weeks to tell police investigating what happened to Rita that he had never left their apartment, warning her that his past criminal record would unfairly make him a suspect. Burlington detectives also interviewed a San Francisco woman who'd married DeRuse in 1974. She told them he had a penchant for sudden outbursts of violence. There were at least 2 instances where he was violent around her, she said. One being when the couple was talking with a female friend and he took out a pocket knife, stabbing the woman in her abdomen for no reason whatsoever. He was arrested, but the woman did not press charges. At another time, she said, when the 2 of them were having dinner, he suddenly started to strangle her without any apparent reason, at which point she left him. DeRuse passed away in 1983 at a San Francisco hotel from a drug overdose, aged 46 years old. On February 21st of 2023, investigators announced that they identified William DeRuse as the man responsible for taking Rita Curran's life. Rita's parents sadly passed away without ever learning who took their daughter's life. Rita's siblings were able to attend the news conference that was held at Burlington Police Headquarters. Rita's brother, Tom Curran, had this to say: "I don't think so much about the guy who did this as I do about Rita and my parents and what they went through. I pray to Rita and I pray to my parents." Burlington Police Detective Lieutenant James Trebe, the commander of the Detective Services Bureau, said, "We're all confident that William DeRuse is responsible, but Because he passed away in a hotel room of a drug overdose, he will not be held accountable for his actions, but this case will be closed. Now retired U.S. Senator Patrick Leahy, who was the Chittenden County State's attorney when Rita's life was taken and went to the crime scene that night, attended the news conference. They asked if he felt the case would ever be solved. He said that he had always hoped it would. "I must admit, after 20 and 30, 40 years, I figured it never would. It was a terrible thing," he said. Investigators are currently looking at the possibility that William DeRoos could be responsible for other crimes as well.
Kayla Unbehaun was born on July 5, 2008, to Ryan Iskirka and Heather Unbehaun in the western suburbs of Chicago, Illinois. Ryan and Heather split up when Kayla was still very young, and a judge awarded Ryan permanent custody. In 2017, Kayla was spending July 4th with her mother. She was scheduled to be returned to Ryan the next day on her 9th birthday. The next day, however, Heather and Kayla did not show up for the court-ordered exchange, and the police were immediately contacted and an investigation was launched. It was discovered that all of Heather's social media had been deleted and her phone turned off. Police determined that Heather was last seen packing her belongings up to the roof of her car. Her closest family members indicated she went on a camping trip to an unknown location in Wisconsin and was expected to return on July 5th at 7 p.m. to return Kayla to Ryan. After Ryan filed missing persons reports for both Kayla and Heather, Heather was charged with child abduction, a Class 4 felony. Since then, South Elgin police pursued numerous leads and tips, working with police agencies from around the country in an attempt to locate Kayla and Heather. Ryan set up a GoFundMe page. He was appealing for donations and information to help with the search. He wrote on GoFundMe that he planned to use the assistance to hire a private investigator and any additional cost concerning the search for them and their health and safety for when they are found. "The safety and return of Kayla is the top priority of all my family and I, and any help we receive through this funding is greatly appreciated," he wrote. Between July 2017 and May 2023, the page raised just over $2,500 towards its $10,000 goal. In November 2022, Kayla's picture was featured on an episode of Netflix's Unsolved Mysteries. At the end of the episode, called Abducted by a Parent, missing posters and age progression images are shown from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. For just under 5 seconds, a photo of Kayla at 9 appears on screen alongside a picture of what she might look like as a teenager. On May 13, 2023, a woman was doing her shopping at the Westgate Regional Shopping Center in Asheville, North Carolina. At upmarket consignment shop Plato's Closet, the woman spotted a mother and her daughter. The woman recognized Heather Unbehaun and recalled that the child was missing. She saw the pictures on Unsolved Mysteries. The woman informed an employee of her suspicion. The store employee immediately contacted Asheville police, who contacted South Elgin police. Police officers then confirmed the identities of the two individuals as Heather and 15-year-old Kayla Unbehaun. 40-year-old Unbehaun was subsequently taken into custody. Kayla was quickly reunited with her father. Ryan said in a statement issued through the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children that he was overjoyed that Kayla is home safe. "I want to thank the South Elgin Police Department, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and all of the law enforcement agencies who assisted with her case," Ryan continued. "I also want to thank all of the followers on the Bring Kayla Home Facebook page who helped keep her story alive and were instrumental in spreading awareness. We ask for privacy as we get to know each other again and navigate this new beginning." South Elgin Chief of Police Jerry Krauschik also thanked citizens across the country and other law enforcement agencies who worked so dedicatedly to help bring Kayla home. "We are overjoyed to report that the child is in good condition and in good spirits since being reunited with her father," he said in a release. Following Unbehound's arrest in Buncombe County, she was charged with the felony offense of extradition, which she declined to waive. She posted $25,000 bond and was released from custody, then turned herself in the following day in Kane County, Illinois, where she was booked on an abduction charge. The 40-year-old appeared before Judge Julia Yetter on May 18, 2023, and was released on bond with an electronic monitoring device. Ryan obtained an order of protection against Unbehound, who is barred from being within 1,000 feet of his house and cannot leave Illinois without court permission. Unbehound's next scheduled court date is June 14, 2023. A Class 4 felony in Illinois can carry a sentence of 1 to 3 years, often probationary. 49-year-old Larry Fuller lived in Ignacio, Colorado in 2009. He worked as a diesel mechanic. Larry was married to Paula Silva, and the couple had 4 children together. They lived in Colorado since 2000. On the evening of December 31, 2008, Larry and Paula went to the Sidekick Bar at 677 Goddard Avenue to celebrate New Year's. Walking home, Larry was shot by an unknown perpetrator. It was less than 2 hours into the new year. He succumbed to his injuries at the scene. Investigators at first believed the motive may have stemmed from an altercation that took place at the bar, but Paula told them that the couple had stayed out of any conflicts that night. Unfortunately, there were no witnesses and no real leads for investigators to go on. The case soon grew cold. Sadly, Paula Silva passed away in 2015 without ever learning who was responsible for taking her husband's life. In February of 2023, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation became the lead investigatory agency on the case at the request of the Ignacio Police Department. The agency put out a renewed request for the public's help. A lot of interviews were conducted by investigators, and it finally paid off. On May 18, 2023, 38-year-old David Hendren was arrested at the Navajo Nation in Arizona and was charged with taking Larry's life. Colorado Bureau of Investigation spokeswoman Lisa Kohlbrenner had this to say in a news release. Through the course of this years-long investigation, witness interviews were conducted by CBI, which subsequently led to David Hendren's identification and arrest. Kohlbrenner said the arrest is sealed and the agency cannot offer further comment on the case. Details such as where Fuller was shot, how many times, and the weapon used have not been released. Monica Escalante, Paul Silva's daughter, said her mother never got over what happened to her stepfather. She called the arrest unreal. Monica said the investigator who informed her of Hendren's arrest said Hendren told authorities he did not mean to take Larry's life, but had mistaken him for someone else. "I never thought, ever, that they were going to figure it out," Monica said. "It's like a dream come true." Monica was 25 at the time of Larry's demise. Larry was like a father to Monica, and she described him as a deeply caring and capable person. Larry's slaying haunted the family, Monica said. For years, she and her 2 brothers heard rumors in the community that various people had been involved. "You just lived in fear," Monica said. "And my mom, I don't think she ever healed from it. If she was alive, she would probably cry her heart out of happiness and sadness." David Hendren is currently awaiting extradition to Durango, where he will be jailed by the La Plata County Sheriff's Office. 16-year-old Sarah Yarborough lived in Federal Way, Washington with her parents and 11-year-old brother Andrew. Federal Way is a coastal city near Tacoma. Sarah attended Federal High School, where she was an honors student and drill team member. She loved art and dancing. On the morning of December 14, 1991, she drove to her high school to attend a drill team event. A few hours later, at 9:40 a.m., two boys walking in the woods outside Federal High School stumbled upon a body. It was Sarah Yarborough's. The two boys had cut through a patch of bushes as a shortcut on their way to school when they made the horrific discovery. Sarah was found wearing her skirt and a sweater, with her stockings wrapped around her neck. She had been strangled and assaulted. Investigators found and collected DNA from the perpetrator at the crime scene and stored it for further use. Sarah's car was found in the school parking lot. Investigators found nothing in the car that led them any closer to the attacker. The two boys and a jogger, also in the area that morning, worked with investigators to help create a sketch of a potential suspect seen shortly before Sarah's body was found. The unknown man had been seen leaving the bushes in a hurry and kept shooting the witnesses a series of suspicious glances as he trudged away from the crime scene. The sketch was shared around, but unfortunately, no one came forward that recognized the man. Students and staff at the high school were questioned, but investigators were unable to obtain useful information. With no real leads, the case grew cold. It was only in 2019, after using familial DNA, that police matched DNA from the crime scene to someone. Sarah's case was the first cold case to use genetic genealogy to generate investigative leads, according to Identifinders International. The man responsible was identified as Patrick Leon Nicholas. Nicholas was finally arrested by the King County Sheriff's Office in October 2019 while sitting at a bar in Kent, Washington. Nicholas's trial started on April 17, 2023 at the Norm Malang Regional Justice Center in Kent. During his 2.5-week trial, Senior Deputy Prosecutor Celia Lee told jurors that Nicholas provided investigators with critical corroborating information before realizing he was a suspect. She also said, after leaving the safety of her car, her assailant led or dragged her into the bushes where her lifeless body was found. And as she was attacked, Yarborough scratched at the man as she fought for her life. Experts showed that DNA collected from under Sarah's fingernails and male DNA on her clothing came from a single male contributor. For years, the state admitted during the trial the DNA was run through the FBI's Combined DNA Index System, a database that has led to convictions in several cold cases. But CODIS never helped with Sarah's case. In 2019, King County Detective Kathleen Decker uploaded crime scene DNA to a different database and came back with two possible matches, Nicholas and his brother. The brother already had his DNA in the federal database. Eliminating him was easy enough for investigators. So detectives began surveilling Nicholas. They ultimately collected some cigarette butts and a used napkin he threw away at a strip mall. Then state police tested the DNA. They found their match. Had we had the opportunity and the ability years ago to run familial testing, we would have identified, conceivably, that brother, and it would have helped us to narrow down and figure out who ultimately was responsible for this particular crime, said Detective Kathy Decker. On May 10, 2023, Patrick Leon Nicholas was found guilty of all the charges against him by a jury. Judge Josephine Wiggins handed Nicholas a 45-year and 8-month sentence. This is virtually a life sentence for the 59-year-old. Sarah's mom, Laura Yarborough, had this to say: "We lived the last 30 years wondering when and if someone was going to be arrested, and knowing that was kind of a Damocles sword hanging over your head, and you never knew when it's going to fall. When we lost her, our family was irrevocably changed." The trial's like a marathon. It's a slog. I didn't realize it was going to be quite this draining or exhausting or go on so long," said Laura. This conviction is not Nicholas's first time getting the maximum sentence either. In 1983, he was convicted of first-degree assault and sentenced to 10 years in prison. He was released after a little more than 3 years. The victim in that case, Ann Campiglia, also gave the victim impact statement, bravely facing Nicholas in court once again. Why was a repeat offender allowed to be released after serving less than half his sentence? Asked Ann. She also said Nicholas had 2 assault convictions prior to her attack that started with a seemingly friendly conversation at her car. He reached through the open driver's window and put a knife to my throat and told me to take off my clothes, she said. And I ran as fast as I could and dove into the river, and I swam harder than I ever swam before until I couldn't anymore. If he had still been in prison, he would not have been around to take away our daughter, Laura Yarborough said. The family said nothing will bring Sarah back or take away the pain they feel daily, but they get some comfort knowing Nicholas won't be able to hurt anyone else. Sarah's younger brother Andrew also spoke. He does not possess the ability to experience remorse or feel emotions the way normal people do. He does not belong in the free society with the rest of the people in this room. I recall the pain in my father's voice over the phone telling me that Sarah was not alive anymore. I recall the sounds of my parents crying through the walls at night as I laid in bed. Nicholas was also ordered to pay restitution to the Yarborough family. The amount will be determined at a later date. Sarah's family added they're extremely grateful to every investigator who has worked so hard over the last 30-plus years to bring Sarah's slayer to justice. 59-year-old Carol Reef lived in Gloucester Township, New Jersey. She had an apartment in the Lakeview apartment complex. On June 21, 2013, Gloucester Township Police Department officers responded to the Lakeview apartment complex to check on Carol after she never showed up to a planned trip with family members and was not answering her phone. When officers got into her apartment, Carol was not there. Her keys were still in her apartment, and her car was in the parking lot. She was subsequently officially reported as missing. Then, 4 days later, detectives found Carol Reef's remains in a wooded area behind an old maintenance building for the complex, located off Lower Landing Road, not far from Route 42. An autopsy was unable to determine what exactly happened to her due to decomposition. During the initial investigation, potential DNA evidence was recovered from a pair of Carol's jeans, as well as an empty beer bottle in her apartment. Unfortunately, at the time, DNA testing did not produce conclusive results. Over the years, advances in DNA analysis have helped open new doors in the investigation, specifically equipment that can collect evidence, leaving the hope that the perpetrator would soon be found. Detective Jeremy Jankowski of the Camden County Prosecutor's Office said, "It has always been my hope that when they close this, it's going to protect other people from having to suffer through this as a family and for the loss of life." Then, on May 11, 2023, 59-year-old Joseph Grizoff was arrested and charged with taking Carol Reef's life. Grizoff was arrested by the U.S. Marshals Service Camden Division in Moorestown. He was then held at the Camden County Correctional Facility as he awaits a detention hearing. Following the arrest, detectives revealed Grizoff, who was a maintenance worker who lived near Carol's apartment, was interviewed at the time her body was discovered. Officials said Grizoff told police during that interview that he would regularly see Carol outside and admitted to complimenting her in the past. He also claimed that he had never been inside her apartment. Despite that claim, recent DNA testing revealed the strong proposition that Carol and Grizoff were both contributors to DNA profiles obtained from the jeans and the beer bottle that were found in Carol's apartment. Gloucester Township Police Chief David Harkins said, "The Gloucester Township Police Department and the Camden County Prosecutor's Office have never forgotten about Carol Reef. Since her disappearance on June 21, 2013, and the discovery of her body on June 24, 2013, we have worked to get justice for Ms. Reef and her family. We will use all means necessary to achieve justice and prosecute those responsible. It is our duty to be the voice for victims and their families, and we take this responsibility very seriously. I am very proud of the collaboration and teamwork of the detectives who have worked countless hours, which led to this arrest today." In August of 2014, human remains were found in the trunk of a car in the 2700 block of Powhatan Street near the intersection with Seminary Street in Alton, Illinois. Those remains were identified as those of Jose Randolfo Pagoda, a Honduran national 52 years old at the time. The identification leaned heavily on DNA science due to the level of decomposition of the body. At about the same time, a Mexican national who was in the country illegally was identified as a suspect. He is Odilon Villagran Gudino. In April of 2021, he was arrested in Mexico. On May 16, 2023, the 56-year-old was extradited to the United States and is now in custody at the Madison County Jail. Unfortunately, there is not a lot more information on this case. At approximately 5:35 p.m. on September 4, 2012, officers from the Yonkers Police Department responded to a 911 call about a suspicious package being found in the woods. Upon arriving at the scene, first responders found a decomposing human body that was wrapped in a large black garbage bag. Detectives with the department's Major Case Squad and Crime Scene Unit took over the investigation and were able to identify the victim as Bronx resident 26-year-old Pamela Graddick. Investigators determined that Pamela had been shot twice in the head at a location outside of Yonkers and dumped in the woods in an attempt to conceal the crime. Police identified Wanda Vagia as a person of interest early on in the case. She was the girlfriend of Pamela and they lived in the same apartment. A month before Pamela's body was found on August 13, 2012, Vagia told Pamela's family that she had returned after the weekend to find Pamela gone, but items she should have had with her were still there. When Pamela's relatives learned that she had not shown up for work that morning, they reported her missing to New York City police. Investigators were unable to explain how the petite Wanda Vagia could have moved the larger Pamela's body to the secluded area in the woods from their apartment. Following a 2-year investigation, authorities were unable to come up with enough evidence to charge anyone, and the case was transferred to the Yonkers Police Department Cold Case Unit. In January of 2022, investigators conducted an interview with 41-year-old Wanda Vagia. During the interview, Vagia confessed. She said that she shot Pamela inside of the Bronx apartment they shared due to ongoing domestic issues between them. She said that she got the weapon from John Torres. Torres helped her move the body from her apartment to the woods. In March of 2022, both Wanda Vagia and John Torres were taken into custody. Torres was charged with second-degree criminal facilitation, first-degree prosecution hindering, and tampering with physical evidence, all of which are felonies. City of Yonkers Police Commissioner John J. Mueller said in a statement following the arrests, "The passage of time only reinforces our commitment to solving these heinous crimes. The Yonkers Police prides itself on focusing on victims and their families and doing whatever we can to deliver justice for them. I hope that these arrests bring some degree of closure to Pamela's family and friends, and I applaud the extraordinary efforts of our cold case detectives in closing out this case after so many years. Well done." In June 2023, Wanda Vegea was sentenced to 20 years to life for taking Pamela Graddick's life. Pamela's sister, Tawana McClellan, had this to say in court: "You took my sister from me. You took my sister from all of us, and I hope that burns in your soul." 23-year-old Renee Sweeney lived in Sudbury in 1998. Sudbury is a city in Ontario, Canada. Renee was a music student at Laurentian University and worked at an adult video store to help pay for school. It worked with her schedule, and it was quiet so she could do her homework when no one was there. On January 27, 1998, Renee was working at the video store in Paris Street. A man entered the store shortly before 11 a.m. and approached the counter. He stabbed Renee 30 times and then stole $200 from the cash register. The man then went to the washroom to clean up. When the man emerged from the washroom, he was surprised to see Renee was still alive. She was behind the counter trying to dial a number on the telephone. Renee then fought with the man and managed to scratch him, but she unfortunately succumbed to her injuries. The man was seen running away from the store. Police who arrived at the scene a short while later were able to collect large amounts of evidence from the scene. Police tracking dogs were able to recover a lightweight windbreaker-type jacket and white cotton gloves in a wooded area nearby that belonged to the suspect. The perpetrator's DNA was also found under Renee's fingernails and in the store's washroom. As the unknown man was seen running from the store by witnesses, they were able to give investigators a detailed description. He was described as white, in his early 20s, with dark, short hair, weighing 140 to 150 pounds, roughly 5'10 to 6 feet tall, with a slim build. He was also believed to have been wearing glasses. A sketch was shared around in Sudbury, with hopes that someone would come forward and identify the man. 2 weeks after the crime, on February 11, 1998, Sudbury police announced that they charged 31-year-old John Federley with taking Renee's life. Not long after, they realized they made a mistake and released him the following day. It was stated that the evidence did not hold up. A reward for information was originally posted at $25,000 and grew to $30,000 as more and more people were made aware of the case. Despite investigators having collected DNA belonging to the perpetrator, a match was not identified through the National DNA Database. Greater Sudbury police officers continued to check every 30 days. In 1999, investigators requested that men in the area provide a DNA sample so that they could be ruled out. On December 2, 1999, hundreds of men submitted their DNA to Sudbury police, making it the largest collection of DNA for a single police investigation in Canadian history at that time. On March 23, 2000, New Brunswick serial offender Michael Wayne McGray was named a possible suspect in Renee's case. He was convicted of taking 7 other people's lives. Nothing concrete was found linking him to Renee's slaying, however. On April 30, 2003, Sudbury police launched the ReneeSweeney.com website to help collect tips about the crime. For Renee's family, the wait for answers was agonizing. Her mother, Carol Strachan, released a CD of music titled Remembering Renee Sweeney in 2006. Her sister, Kim Sweeney, said in 2017 that she doesn't remember much about the minutes, days, and weeks following the news of what happened to Renee. Kim was in school at the time when she got a call from her stepfather telling her that something bad happened and she needed to come home. Her first thought was that something must have happened with her mom, who had multiple sclerosis. I had a bad feeling about the whole thing and wondered why I was not being told to go to the hospital instead, but I got in my car and headed home right away anyways, she said. I would usually drive past Renee's work, but for some reason I did not that day. When she got to the house and heard her mother crying, she knew something else was going on. They told me that Renee had been shot, because that's what they thought initially, Kim continued. So I went to grab my coat, wondering why we were all just standing around the house. But then they told me she wasn't with us anymore, and I just dropped to my knees. From that day forward, their lives changed forever. My mom never walked again, she said. It was just too hard for her to deal with. Her condition deteriorated pretty badly after, and she never really came back from it. And in November 2017, her mother passed away without ever finding out who took her daughter's life. I wished that she had a chance to close that book, Kim continued. Kim and Renee's biological father, who also had multiple sclerosis, took his own life in 1990, and her stepdad also passed away in recent years, leaving Kim with not a lot of remaining family members. What breaks her heart the most, she says, is the fact that her own 2 young children will never get a chance to meet their aunt. They would have loved her, she said, and she would have loved them. She wonders what Renee would have done with her life and where she would be today. I still think about it and her every day, said Kim. I just keep having these same questions run through my head. Why would someone do this? Why her? Is he still out there? I think that sometimes people just don't want to get involved, but I can't express how important it would be to finally get justice for my sister, she concluded. If there is any information or anyone who remembers anything, I hope they remember and realize that the case has not been closed. In 2017, the Greater Sudbury Police Service announced they had been working with Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia-based technology company that specializes in DNA phenotyping. On January 23, 2017, they released a composite sketch of the perpetrator using DNA technology called Snapshot. The term refers to a process that can predict the appearance of a suspect based on DNA evidence. Constable Megan O'Malley of the Greater Sudbury Police said the composite has provided police with more accurate information about the suspect's physical traits. We do know that he is of European descent, that he has light skin. He has either blue or green eyes, brown or blonde hair, and might have freckles. From 2017 to 2018, Sudbury Police received 360 tips from the public after the image sparked new public interest in the case. Of those tips, about 200 possible suspects were eliminated through DNA testing or other means. Detective Sergeant Robert Weston, who's the lead investigator on the case, said in 2018, "The fact that this has gone unsolved for 20 years is mind-blowing and frustrating at the same time." He also said it is difficult to investigate a crime that happened so many years ago, but he's determined to push the case forward and ultimately find the man responsible. The more you get involved in a case like this, you almost build a relationship somewhat with the victim. At the end of the day, the focus is on Renee. I still remain confident that the suspect will be identified. By late 2018, investigators had followed up on thousands of tips and ruled out 1,800 people. As 20 years had passed, most people assumed the suspect would never be caught. So it was a shock when on December 12, 2018, Sudbury Police announced that they arrested 38-year-old Robert Stephen Wright and charged him with taking Renee's life. His DNA matched the DNA belonging to the perpetrator. Wright was an 18-year-old Lockerbie Composite School student at the time of the slaying. He was arrested in North Bay, where he worked as a lab tech. Police Chief Paul Peterson said at the time of Wright's arrest, "We have been actively investigating information and tips throughout the past 20 years and up until today." Wright has made a number of court appearances since then. He was denied bail in March 2019 and in May 2020. On October 8, 2020, a judge ruled that Wright's trial will be held in Sudbury. This followed a change of venue motion filed by his lawyers, arguing that years of media coverage would make it difficult to find an impartial jury in the city. Stephen Wright's trial finally got underway on February 21, 2023. Wright denied any involvement. He said that he was finishing an exam at Lockerbie High School in Sudbury on the morning of January 27, 1998. Wright said he was wearing a teal jacket, long-sleeved t-shirt, jeans, gloves, and running shoes that cold morning. After his exam, Wright said he had some time to waste and decided to check out the adults-only video store on Paris Street. Wright testified he could not see inside the store before entering it, as the doors were dark and covered. Wright told the court the first thing he noticed when entering the store were video boxes strewn across the carpeted floor. The next thing he said he noticed was a substance had spilled onto the floor, but testified that at the time his brain did not register that it could be blood. Still processing what he was seeing, said Wright, he made his way further into the store until he saw Renee Sweeney's body on the floor. Wright told the jury he moved toward Sweeney's body to see if she was still breathing and to check for a pulse, which he said was something he learned during his days as a Boy Scout. He said he used his right hand to shake Renee's shoulder and asked if she was okay, but ultimately he said he could not detect anything, not breath, nor pulse, or any movement. Suddenly, Wright said he backed away from Renee, overwhelmed. He told the court he realized there was blood on his jacket and that he was freaked out. He told the court, "I ran because I was terrified. I was a stupid kid. I wish I had stayed." "I can't describe what was going through my mind," Wright said. "I was completely overwhelmed at that point. I just wanted out of there." Wright told the jury that when he got up from the body, he had to stabilize himself and grabbed a hold of something, but doesn't remember what. Wright was asked if he was aware of a cash tray on the counter where a fingerprint matching his DNA was found. Wright said he wasn't aware of the tray and added that he was not sure what he grabbed onto while trying to steady himself. Wright said he did not flip the money clips of the cash tray up and that he did not steal anything from the store. He said the next thing he remembers doing is crouching down, grabbing his teal jacket and gloves, and running away. Wright was asked why he decided to discard his jacket and gloves. "I realized at that point that I had run from a crime scene, and I was terrified that I would be accused. The worst decision in my life was to run. I did not even know if I consciously made that decision." After that, Wright said he briefly thought about going to a friend's house, but decided against it as he did not want to involve anyone else. He said he took the first bus home in Valcaron from the City Center Mall in downtown Sudbury. Wright said he arrived home to an empty house that afternoon. He told the court he never told anyone about what happened, not even his parents. "I just wanted to distance myself from the whole thing and forget about it. It was very traumatizing. I did not want to worry them, and I was also ashamed of running." There were lots of inconsistencies with Wright's story. It did not explain how his DNA got under Renee's fingernails and in the washroom. It also did not explain how his fingerprints were found under the cash box. Furthermore, no one else was seen at the crime scene, and no one else's DNA was found. On March 29, 2023, he was found guilty of all the charges against him. The jury delivered its verdict in the Sudbury courthouse after deliberating for a little more than a day. A cheer went up from the side of the courtroom where the Sweeney family was sitting, and people hugged each other with tears in their eyes. There were also tears in the eyes of Wright's mother, and his father gave a meek wave as they watched their 43-year-old son be led out of the courtroom by police officers. With Renee's sister Kim standing next to her grinning, family friend Kelly Irvine told reporters they were thrilled and ecstatic with the jury's decision. "Renee Sweeney got justice today after what horribly happened 25 years ago," Kelly Irvine said. Justice Robbie Gordon will sentence 43-year-old Stephen Wright on June 29, 2023. It is expected to be a sentence of 25 years. Renee's sister Kim had the last word in her victim statement. "Do you know what it's like to have lost your best friend? I have. and there aren't any words in the English dictionary that describe the hell that losing Renee has caused my family. I had to look at that jacket that was covered in the blood of my sister and be reminded of the brutality. I am asking to sentence him to the maximum sentence possible. We have lost 25 years of our life. He should get 25 years to think about what he has done. 29-year-old Wendy Augie lived in Bellingham, Washington in 1987. She was a beauty school student and the mother of 2 young children. Wendy was last seen leaving La Paloma restaurant in Bellingham during the early morning hours of April 25, 1987. She was driving her 1972 Ford Torino, which was painted red with a black vinyl top. Wendy was accompanied by the restaurant's bartender, a drifter who called himself Mike Johnson. Little did she know his real name was Darren D. O'Neill. Wendy has never been seen or heard from again. Her car was found abandoned in Eugene, Oregon on May 2, 1987. O'Neill's fingerprints were inside. When authorities searched Wendy's apartment after her disappearance, they found signs of a struggle, as well as blood, male DNA, and soaked bedsheets. An all-points bulletin was issued for O'Neill. He had worked for the La Paloma restaurant for only 2 days before he disappeared after emptying the cash register and stealing liquor. The United States Customs authorities reported photographing him driving across the border into Canada. He was apparently alone in the vehicle at the time. When investigators finally caught up to O'Neill, he was incarcerated for another crime, but more on that later. Frustratingly, without Wendy's body, investigators did not believe they had enough to convict O'Neill for taking Wendy's life. The case went cold. In 2015, the Bellingham Police Department received a report from the Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory on evidence found at Wendy's home. The lab used the male DNA found at the crime scene and entered it into the state and nationwide databases. Recently, they were able to match it with O'Neill's DNA. Then on March 1, 2023, it was announced that 63-year-old Darren D. O'Neill was charged with taking Wendy Augie's life. He was extradited from Oregon, where he was serving a life sentence for an unrelated crime, to Washington State. He is currently being held on a $10 million bond. O'Neill refused to tell investigators where they could find Wendy's body. O'Neill was born on February 26, 1960, in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He was drafted into the Army and had to move to numerous cities, including Bavaria, Germany, and Fort Polk, Louisiana. He was discharged on February 28, 1982, and that is where his crime spree began. It started with public indecencies in Colorado Springs. In November 1984, O'Neill was charged with assaulting a woman, but she ended up disappearing, and the charges were dropped. In 1987, O'Neill moved to Puyallup, Washington, and found a truck driving job in Tacoma. During the evening of January 17, 1987, O'Neill spotted a 14-year-old girl walking on a freeway to a convenience store. O'Neill abducted the girl, assaulted her, and then released her a few hours later. He then moved to Edgewood, Washington, where he found work as a laminator under the alias Herb Johnson. O'Neill took 22-year-old Robin Smith's life on March 27, 1987. Her body was found in his car. It was then, on April 24, 1987, that he took Wendy Augie's life. After that, he moved to Tennessee and ultimately Lakeland, Florida, under the alias John Mayo. On September 22, 1988, police pulled O'Neill over for a traffic violation, but he attempted to escape, prompting a chase. O'Neill attempted to escape on foot after crashing his car into a curb, but was soon caught. O'Neill was positively identified as the person responsible for what happened to Robin Smith through fingerprint analysis. In January 1989, O'Neill agreed to a guilty plea in Robin's case in exchange for a reduced prison sentence. O'Neill was sentenced to 27 years and 9 months in prison, the maximum sentence available under his plea deal. In Oregon, he was sentenced for all his assaults and kidnappings. He was given a total sentence of 135 years in prison. O'Neill is the prime suspect in the kidnapping and slaying of 22-year-old Leah Elizabeth Zubert. On June 9, 1987, Leah was heading from Twin Falls, Idaho for Boise to reach the airport where her fiancé, Dwayne Abbott, was meeting her. Leah experienced car trouble on Interstate 84 near Mountain Home. A friend she called from a truck stop was the last person to hear from her. When she did not arrive at the airport, her family reported her missing. On June 13, 1987, motorists east of La Grande, Oregon, discovered her body. She had been strangled. Several witnesses saw a man matching O'Neill's description at several nearby locations along the interstate, as well as in Spokane, Washington, hours after Leah Zubert went missing. O'Neill is also suspected of the failed kidnapping of a woman in Burley, Idaho, a week after, though no further details have been provided. Darren O'Neill is currently awaiting trial in Wendy Augie's case. Dispatchers received reports of shots fired on Winship Street in Hartford, Connecticut on June 22, 2019. When officers arrived, they found a man in his 30s who had been shot. He was transported to Hartford Hospital and underwent emergency surgery. The man has since recovered from his injuries. A second man was found in a vehicle nearby. The man was not alive anymore and had been fatally shot. Authorities identified the man as 24-year-old Eros Diaz. He lived in Avon, Connecticut. Eris's family offered a $500,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and conviction. After a lengthy investigation, police said 35-year-old Gino McMahon of Hartford was identified as a suspect. McMahon was arrested on June 13, 2023 and charged with taking Eris's life. A motive has not been made public, but it was noted that both Eris and McMahon were involved with illegal substances. Witnesses came forward placing McMahon at the crime scene as well as DNA on a hat found near the crime scene. He is being held in lieu of $3 million bail and is set to appear in Hartford Superior Court on July 10, 2023. According to the affidavit, Eris Diaz and Xavier Lugo, who was 31 at the time, were shot on June 22, 2019 at about 9:30 p.m. in the area of 25 Winship Street after they were involved in a car crash. Eris Diaz was shot in the head and pronounced deceased at the scene, and Lugo, who was found about a block away from where the shooting took place, suffered multiple gunshot wounds and was initially listed in critical condition. Eris's mother, Catherine Diaz, said, "We have worked and prayed for this day to come. We never gave up hope that my son's attacker would be brought to justice. I truly hope that our effort to get the perpetrator off the streets protects other mothers from the loss of a child or a loved one. We are thankful for the many members of the criminal justice system who worked for 4 years to help my family begin to heal." Laurel Jean Mitchell was born on May 24, 1958 in Whitley County, Indiana, to parents Richard and Wilma Mitchell. She grew up in North Webster, Indiana, with her siblings, Sarah and Bruce. With a population of about 500 at the time, North Webster was extremely safe. A place where residents often did not lock doors, where parents felt comfortable letting their children ride bikes up and down the traffic-free streets. It was a community where everyone knew each other, and folks spent hours hanging out on their front porches. By 1975, 17-year-old Laurel was a senior at Wawasee High School. She was employed at Cokesbury Inn in the Epworth Forest neighborhood on the shores of Webster Lake. For her, working at the restaurant was a perfect opportunity to gain valuable experience while earning some extra money. She was determined to make the most of every moment, and with this attitude, she threw herself into the job with all the energy and enthusiasm she could muster. In no time, Laurel Mitchell had become a favorite among the staff and the customers. Laurel was involved in a local church youth group and was part of a traveling singing group called God's Children. They traveled all over the United States singing. The group had made some records and had a couple of albums. Laurel was described as very, very religious. Most of her free time was spent at the church. Despite the occasional argument, Laurel and her siblings had a tight-knit bond that only grew stronger with time. Laurel was a beloved figure in the community, where her warm smile and demeanor won over the hearts of everyone she met. One of her most endearing qualities was her unwavering kindness and her caring nature. The neighborhood children were particularly fond of Laurel. It was not uncommon to see her surrounded by children, all clamoring for her attention. Laurel had many talents. She had a natural gift for singing, so it was no surprise that she was a key member of the local church choir. Laurel was also an accomplished dancer who honed her skills by taking lessons at a local studio. For Laurel, singing and dancing were more than just hobbies. They were a way of life. August 6, 1975 started out as a typical day. Laurel and her siblings had morning chores that they completed. Laurel went to work at around 2 p.m. 12-year-old Sarah stayed home. Their brother Bruce was married and in the Army in California. One of Laurel's friends from Michigan stayed with the family. Laurel left work at the snack bar around 10 p.m. She was supposed to meet friends at the Adventureland amusement park about a half-mile walk away. One of her co-workers offered Laurel a ride, but she declined and said she'll walk instead. Laurel was seen walking towards the amusement park on the north side of North Webster. This was the last time she was seen alive. It was a family friend named Scott Pruitt who saw Laurel at the pillars of the entrance of Epworth Forest. He waved at her, and she waved back at him. She then went past the pillars. Laurel never met up with her friends. They decided to go to the county fair instead. This included the friend from Michigan. As a result, no one was aware that Laurel was missing until she did not come home at midnight. Laurel was responsible, known to call her parents if she was going to be late arriving home. When she did not return home by curfew that night, her family knew something was wrong. It was confirmed when the friend from Michigan arrived at the Mitchell's house and asked, "Where's Laurel?" Her friends thought she went home, and her family thought she was with her friends. This led to her parents, Richard and Wilma Mitchell, reporting her as a missing person at 4:16 a.m. the next morning. The dispatcher took their information and promised to send a unit out to their home to take a report. An extensive search was then launched by the police, family members, and friends of Laurel. Richard Mitchell went out and walked the ditches up and down the road in case she had been hit by a car and thrown off to the side. Concerned neighbors and friends gathered together to search for her by combing through the woods and checking roadsides. Investigators determined that Laurel never made it to Adventureland. It was clear to them something happened on the way there. A few hours after being reported missing at 10:30 a.m., a fisherman named Glenn Dixon and his son found a woman's body in the Elkhart River at the Mallard Roost public access site on Noble County Road, 600 North, just west of 400 West. They called 911. The officers waded into the water and pulled the body up onto the bank. They reported seeing a white female laying face down on the west bank of the river near the boat landing ramp. The body was floating about waist deep. State police could not immediately identify the woman. They estimated the body had been there about a day. Police checked out missing persons reports in the area fitting the victim's description. She was described as 5'5", weighing about 160 pounds with long brown hair. Police then identified the woman as Laurel Mitchell with her class ring from Wawasee High School, class of 1976, with her initials LJM engraved inside. At first, investigators believed it was an accidental drowning, despite Laurel being a strong swimmer. That was until the autopsy report came back. The autopsy was performed later in the day on August 7, 1975, by Dr. P.L. Sankey at the Goshen General Hospital. The autopsy showed that she was forcibly drowned as well as assaulted. The autopsy also showed signs that Laurel made a violent struggle in order to survive. The police speculated that much of the evidence of the crime had washed away in the water, as only a small bruise was present on Laurel's hand and a few abrasions under her arms. After the discovery of Laurel, police vehicles pulled up outside Laurel's parents' home. Richard and Wilma were anxiously waiting for any news of their daughter's whereabouts. They were not prepared for the news that was about to be delivered to them. As the officers told them what had happened, Richard's eyes filled with tears. Wilma, as well, was inconsolable. Laurel's funeral was seen as a testament to the sense of community in North Webster. There were so many flowers at the funeral home that there was no room for the people. An enormous crowd of well-wishers, friends, and family members had come to pay their respects to Laurel Mitchell, who had been taken from them far too soon. They had to move the funeral to the church. Laurel's sister Sarah said that she does not remember the sermon at all. "I just remember sitting between my dad and my brother, and they were both squeezing my hands so hard. When we walked out the door of the church, there were people lined up all down the street that couldn't even fit inside the church." The investigation into Laurel's demise intensified after her funeral, with detectives from multiple state and local agencies working round the clock to solve the case. They combed through evidence and interviewed many more individuals. A person called investigators at 3:15 p.m. on August 9, 1975. The person had some important information, but it was not clear. The caller hung up before they got the full message or her identity. Investigators made an appeal for the person to contact them again, and they would do their best to keep her identity private. Police set up a headquarters for the continuing investigation in North Webster. One local witness, identified as Catherine Flynn, said around 10 p.m. that night, she heard a loud car turn around next door. She said she heard voices say, "Let's get," or "Let's get her." Investigators interviewed Catherine, who lived half a mile east of Epworth Forest on Epworth Forest Road. She said she was home on Wednesday, August 6, 1975, and that around 10 p.m. or a little later, an old car turned into the drive next door and turned around as it came back by her house. She informed investigators that she heard several voices say, "Let's get," or "Let's get her." She said the car was very loud and probably a dark color. Another local, Frank Overmeyer, told investigators he also heard a loud vehicle in the neighborhood, possibly an Oldsmobile Cutlass. They went to interview Frank Overmeyer and his wife on August 14, 1975. The Overmeyers lived on Epworth Forest Road just west of Epworth Forest. Frank Overmeyer said on August 6, 1975, he was at home watching TV and heard a loud car go by, and the car turned around and stopped east of their house. Frank reported he then heard what he thought sounded like someone slamming the trunk on a car. Frank reported he turned on his porch light and stepped outside. When he stepped out, 2 cars were leaving the area. The first car was the one that had gone by his house that he described was a red-orange GM product, possibly an Oldsmobile Cutlass. The second vehicle was a medium green Mustang. The Oldsmobile was very loud and sounded like it was loud by design. All of the clothing and belongings found on Laurel's body were collected and preserved for DNA testing, including shoes, a sweatshirt, bra, underwear, and denim jeans. Unfortunately, due to the lack of DNA technology at the time, there was little that could be done with the clothing. Detectives from the Kosciuszko County Sheriff's Department and Indiana State Police examined the case closely through the years. The location of Laurel's abduction and the discovery of her body in the Elkhart River, about 15 miles from Epworth Forest, seemed to indicate that the perpetrator was familiar with the area. Many people were interviewed, and despite there being a $5,000 reward offered, there was never enough evidence to charge anyone. As weeks turned into months and months into years, the case slowly faded from the headlines and went cold. For Laurel's family and friends, the pain of her loss remained. In 2007, Indiana State Police Captain Kevin Smith was assigned as the lead investigator on Laurel's case. He was a man on a mission and was determined to provide answers that had eluded Laurel's family for so long. The pressure was on, but Captain Smith knew that he would do whatever it takes to give Laurel's loved ones the closure they deserved. Despite his best efforts, no new leads or evidence surfaced for several years, leaving him and his team frustrated. Then, on January 16, 2012, Laurel's father, Richard Mitchell, passed away. He was a well-known public figure in North Webster. Laurel's mother, Wilma Mitchell, also passed away in 2012. She operated the North Webster Food Pantry for several years. They passed never knowing what exactly happened to their 17-year-old daughter or why. It was a heartbreaking end for a couple who had dedicated their lives to seeking answers and closure for their daughter. In 2013, a woman called Renee from Port Charlotte, Florida, came forward and gave investigators a lot of useful information. Detective Donovan interviewed Renee on June 7, 2013. She informed the detective that she lived in Noble County as a teenager and that she was 16 years old in 1975. She went on a date with a man named John Wayne Lehman, and while on the date, they went to a party. After the party, John Wayne Lehman was driving her home when Lehman admitted his involvement in a crime that he committed with his friend, Fred Bandy Jr. Lehman provided details of the crime to Renee that are consistent with the findings made by police where Laurel's body was found and the anatomical findings made by Dr. Sankey during the autopsy of her body. On July 3, 2014, investigators interviewed Bill McDonald at the Ligonier Police Department. Bill indicated that back in 1975, he was a sophomore at West Noble High School and that he socialized with a man named Fred Bandy Jr. Bill told investigators that Bandy told him that he had committed the crime that took place at Mallard's Roost, which was a public access site adjacent to the location where Laurel's body was found. Also in 2014, Captain Kevin Smith received information about a local music group that performed in Epworth Forest the night of August 6, 1975. They were identified as the Celebrate the Sun group. This generated renewed interest in the case. Unfortunately, it did not lead anywhere. Captain Smith said, "I feel pretty confident after speaking with someone from that group. I don't believe they have information that will help." On September 25, 2019, Noble County Sheriff's Department Detective Joe Hutzel met with Rick Johnson to interview him about the Laurel Mitchell case. Rick Johnson informed Detective Hutzel that he was friends with Bill McDonald and that while he was in high school, he, Bill McDonald, Fred Bandy, John Wayne Lehman, and others were at a party together. While at the party, a conversation about the slaying of Laurel Mitchell came up, and Fred Bandy Jr. stated he and John Wayne Lehman committed that crime together. Investigators needed more than just reports from witnesses. They needed DNA evidence linking Bandy and Lehman to the crime. Advances had been made in cold cases in recent years due to new technology such as genetic genealogy, which involves putting a suspect or victim's DNA profile into a public database, allowing them to reverse engineer a family tree. This enables investigation of multiple branches of a family's tree to determine who could be a viable suspect in an unsolved case. Another recent advancement factoring into solving cold cases is the use of touch DNA samples. This method requires minuscule amounts of DNA, such as skin cells from the perpetrator, that may be left on objects at a crime scene. A breakthrough enabling an accurate genotype from rootless hair is another technique now available. Until 2019, forensic scientists were only able to extract DNA from hairs found at crime scenes if the root of the hair was attached. Unfortunately, most hairs do not have the root attached. This breakthrough in DNA extraction from rootless hair is extremely useful in solving crimes. Solving cold cases often involves a diligent and time-consuming re-examination of evidence from files and the efforts of experienced investigators. By 2019, Laurel Mitchell's clothes and evidence were resubmitted for DNA testing. In February 2020, a certificate of analysis was generated by Indiana State Police Laboratory Division that showed a male DNA profile was developed from the clothing. After 3 suspects were eliminated as possibilities, attention shifted to Fred Bandy for a buccal swab. Bandy voluntarily provided the DNA sample on December 5, 2022 at his residence. On January 13, 2023, the state laboratory found that Fred Bandy Jr.'s buccal swab showed he is 13 billion times more likely to be the contributor of the DNA on Laurel Mitchell's clothing than any other unknown person. A review of Indiana State Police records also disclosed that Bandy was driving a 1971 Oldsmobile at the time, which is consistent with eyewitness statements from area residents on that fateful night. Investigators concluded that Lehman and Bandy, with premeditated malice, used Bandy's Oldsmobile to bring Laurel to the Mallard Roost public access site in Noble County, where they forcibly removed her from the vehicle and deliberately drowned her. While the Indiana State Police declined to comment on the specific techniques used to solve the case, Ashley Hall, the director of the Forensic Science Graduate Program at the University of California, explained. She said the method seemed to be a standard genetic identification technology used in crime labs called STR, or Short Tandem Repeat. The technology is developing to become more and more sensitive. It is being developed to pick up smaller and smaller amounts of DNA. We can pick up much more DNA than we used to be able to. Laurel Mitchell's case is a good example of the power and evolution of DNA testing to assist in criminal investigations, Dr. Hall said. We're not done with our work until every family, every victim has an answer, and the fact that we can go back to cases that are this old, this is where we should be going, she said. Captain Kevin Smith, who has been working the case for over 20 years, said, "This case is a culmination of a 5-decades-long investigation, and science finally gave us the answers we needed." Playing a significant role in charges being filed was the Indiana State Police Laboratory Division. We simply could not have solved this case without them. He also said that the investigation of the case had followed a similar pattern of other such cases. Witnesses pass away, memories fade. All those hurdles make it very difficult, especially when you go back this far. On Monday, February 6, 2023, the Indiana State Police arrested 67-year-old John Wayne Lehman and 67-year-old Fred Bandy Jr. It was announced to the public that John Lehman and Bandy Jr., both 67-year-old residents of Indiana, have been identified as the suspects responsible for what happened to Laurel Jean Mitchell. Bandy lived in 1014 5th Street in Goshen, Indiana, and Lehman lived at 108 Clark Street in Auburn, Indiana. Both are being held without bond at the Noble County Jail. This is not the first time that Fred Bandy Jr. is in trouble with the law. He is a twice-convicted child abuser and deemed a violent predator. In 2001, he pleaded guilty to child solicitation and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. In 2016, he pleaded guilty to 2 counts of child abuse and served nearly 6 years. During an initial hearing on February 8, 2023, Bandy and Lehman were informed by Noble Circuit Court Judge Michael Kramer they each face a charge of taking Laurel's life in the first degree. With current Indiana law, an individual convicted of such a charge faces a prison sentence between 45 and 65 years, with the advisory sentence being 55 years. However, since Laurel's slaying occurred in 1975, if the men are convicted, Bandy and Lehman could be sentenced to life in prison, which was the maximum possible prison sentence at that time. Also, during the initial hearing, a pre-trial conference for both Bandy and Lehman was scheduled for 1:30 p.m. on April 24, 2023, in Noble County. Laurel's sister Sarah, who was 12 years old back in 1975, recently did an interview with the New York Times after the arrests were made. She described their childhood in North Webster as typical before the horror visited her family. It was just a very small town, laid back. We felt safe, she said. We came and went as we pleased in the summer, and parents did not worry about us. She was a really good person. It's like, gosh, you picked somebody really good to do this to, somebody who could have done a lot of good in this world. I'm very glad they were finally arrested and very appreciative of the people who came forward. Sarah recalled how Captain Smith had carried around big books that detailed the names and addresses of everyone the authorities had interviewed over the years. There were over 1,000 names in there, she said. When Captain Smith called Sarah and her brother Bruce Mitchell to let them know they had arrested 2 men, she was surprised, but mostly wished her parents had been alive to see it. It has been 47 years, she said, but right now it feels like yesterday. 12-year-old Sarah Mitchell was the only one that could sleep that night when Laurel did not arrive home. She woke up the next morning, more surprised than anything that her sister Laurel hadn't come home yet. Young Sarah had a softball game that day, and her parents encouraged her to still go to the game. About halfway through the game, a neighbor woman showed up in the Mitchell family's car. I saw her pull up to the ball diamond, Sarah said. Sarah immediately yelled at her coach that she had to go. The neighbor only told her that she had been sent to pick her up. When they neared the house, it was swarmed with police cars. The neighbor said they're there to look for her sister. I walked in the back door, and there was my dad. He was crying, Sarah said. He told her that Laurel was gone. Gone, she asked. It did not register in her 12-year-old mind. Gone where? Then her father broke the news. Her big sister, the one who used to have to take her everywhere because, well, that's what big sisters have to do, was not alive anymore. Sarah also said what she thought of Lehman and Bandy when she first saw them in court. At 12, they would have been scary. They look like very frail men. I do not need to be afraid of them. I am glad they are going to be punished, that they won't be able to hurt anyone else, but she's still not coming back to us. Convictions would not bring closure for me. I do not think there is such a thing. We will continue to grieve. 51-year-old Thelma Boynville lived in the quiet North Shore neighborhood of Pupukea, Hawaii, in 2017. She was married to Kevin Emery. They had an 8-year-old daughter named Makana. Thelma was a teacher at a local elementary school. In order to make some extra money for her family, she cleaned units in a Hawaiian vacation rental. She enjoyed activities such as surfing, running, yoga, martial arts, and baking. On Thursday, December 7, 2017, Thelma picked up Makana at Sunset Beach Elementary School and went to a nearby vacation rental house on Keiki Road, whose owners were clients of Thelma's cleaning business. Makana stayed in the Toyota Tacoma pickup truck watching movies while her mother went inside the double-story home to clean it. Shortly after entering the residence, Thelma walked in on a couple who was busy burglarizing the property. 23-year-old Stephen Brown and his 20-year-old girlfriend Haley Danderand got access to the house through an unlocked window. They asked Thelma to lay down, tied her hands, then they beat her with a baseball bat and strangled her as well. Brown then went out to Thelma's truck and told her daughter to get out and come with him. He callously told McConnell that they ended her mother's life. Brown carried the girl to an upstairs room, followed by Danderend. They duct-taped her mouth and tied her to a bedpost. The couple left the scene in Thelma's truck. A short time later, a couple, tourists from Australia who were renting the home, walked inside and discovered Thelma's lifeless body. They heard movement inside and immediately left to call 911. The incident was reported around 3:20 p.m. Police responded to the call and discovered Thelma's lifeless body tied up and lying in a pool of her own blood. They also found a hammer, knife, and mallet next to the body. McConnell was upstairs, uninjured and tied to the frame of a bed. Thelma's husband, Kevin Emery, learned what had happened when investigators informed him via a phone call. He was not allowed to enter the house. He then rushed to comfort his daughter in an ambulance at the scene. Thelma's daughter told police that a man with green hair came out of the residence and took her inside. A woman with pink hair helped him tie McConnell to the bed. The case gained significant media attention after Garrett McNamara posted an emotional Facebook video. He is the twin brother of Kevin Emery, Thelma's husband. In the Facebook video, he said that he is offering $100,000 for any information leading to the suspect's apprehension. The 35-second clip went viral. "I have $100,000 cash right now for anybody who can tell me who just tied up and duct-taped my niece and caused her mother to lose her life at Keiki Beach at the North Shore of Oahu," McNamara said. $100,000 right now if you can tell me who just slayed my twin brother's girl. McConnell also told her father about the appearances of the suspects while in the ambulance. Somehow, Kevin's twin brother Garrett found a photo of the couple and texted it to him. It's not clear where the photo came from, but Kevin posted the picture on Instagram with a promise of a $100,000 reward, and a civilian manhunt for the suspects ensued. Kevin also took the photo to the police still at the scene. "I told the police officer that these are the people who just took my wife's life," Kevin recalled. "I calmly asked McConnell as she was shaking if I could show her an image to see if it's the couple she saw. And she immediately said yes as she pushed the phone away from her. Fortunately, McConnell did not see her mother's body that day." Police officials issued an all-points bulletin for Thelma's truck. That evening, law enforcement arrested Brown and Danderend when the truck was spotted in a Walmart parking lot in Mililani town center. Surveillance footage from the Mililani Walmart store showed Danderend buying an untraceable mobile phone. She apparently still thought they would escape the crowd of police and civilians that waited for them outside. She paid for the mobile phone with Thelma's bank card. She had the card in the front pocket of her hoodie. When the stolen truck was found in Mililani, police said there were at least 75 civilians there looking for the suspects, too. It had been 7 hours since the body of Thelma Boinville was discovered when authorities arrested the couple suspected of taking her life. They spent the weekend in jail and appeared before a Honolulu County judge on Monday morning, December 11, 2017. Brown's bail was set at $1 million, and Danderend's was set at $500,000. 23-year-old Stephen Brown was allegedly combative and uncooperative when he was detained, officials stated. He spontaneously uttered, "Just shoot me, I deserve this." 20-year-old Haley Danderend made a similar plea to police. "Can you just pull your gun out and shoot me in the head?" she asked. "My life is over after today." The sad news had rocked the quiet North Shore neighborhood. Friends and family members were grieving the tragic loss of Thelma's life. At a vigil on Friday evening, December 8th, Thelma's friend Virginia Herbert was still in shock over the news. She did everything she could to be with people, Herbert told Honolulu News Now. She would celebrate life. Thelma's husband, Kevin, attended the vigil and announced he had already made peace with his wife's attacker. "It is very hard for me to say this right now, but I forgive you," he said in a video. "To the persons who did this, I know this is an act of evil. Love your friends, love your neighbors, love your families," he said. For unknown reasons, the case then stalled and was deemed cold by some. It appeared as if the couple might not be guilty, as was first assumed. Delays in the trial had led to public outcry and unrest. More than 5 years after the brutal slaying of Thelma in the Hawaiian vacation rental, the court case started in 2023. Stephen Brown and Haley Dandurand were charged with taking Thelma's life in the second degree, as well as burglary in the first degree and kidnapping. Brown was the first of the 2 defendants to face a jury in Thelma's case. Haley Dandurand is yet to go to trial. She has previously pled not guilty. During his trial, Brown, who took the stand in his own defense, had attempted to pin the blame on his girlfriend. The couple smoked marijuana before entering the house. "I thought we were just going to hang out," Brown said. He accused Dandurand, who was armed with a machete, of demanding Thelma to lie down so the pair could restrain her by tying her up. "We asked her to lay down," Brown stated during his cross-examination. "She was cooperative." Brown testified that he left to go surveil the property and claimed that when he came back to his girlfriend, she had fatally injured Thelma. He said that Thelma was unharmed and perfectly fine when he momentarily left the property. However, during closing statements, Deputy Prosecutor Scott Bell said Brown was the only defendant with the physical capacity to restrain Thelma. According to the medical examiner, Thelma Boinville had wounds caused by a blunt object and sharp force injuries to her head and sustained 31 injuries to her body. His defense attorney, William Bagasol, questioned the state DNA expert. He held up a hammer, knife, machete, a meat tenderizer, and a bat to confirm none had evidence of Brown's DNA on it. Despite the fact that his DNA was not found on the objects, the 12-person jury deliberated for less than half a day and determined that 28-year-old Stephen Brown is guilty on all 4 counts. It was on Friday, January 20th, 2023, that Stephen Brown was found guilty of taking Thelma's life, 2 counts of kidnapping, and 1 count of burglary. Brown showed no emotion and stared straight ahead as the verdict was read by the judge. On January 24th, 2023, a circuit court trial jury determined that it is necessary for Stephen Brown to be subjected to an extended sentence for the protection of the community. That verdict gave Judge Rowena Somerville the option of life without the possibility of parole. He was scheduled to be sentenced on May 10, 2023. It has not been made public yet what his sentence was. Haley Dandurand's trial is set to begin in July 2023. She entered a not guilty plea to the charges against her. Patricia Joseph was a 56-year-old mother and cafe owner from Fort Jones, California, in 2005. On July 15th of the same year, she went missing from her home. She left her duplex apartment without her glasses, contact lenses, purse, or cell phone. There were also several drops of blood found on her bed. Her body was found 3 days later in the Klamath River in California by a kayaker. She was only partially clothed. It was determined during her autopsy that someone had taken her life. She had suffered from blunt force trauma and had been strangled. 5 years later, in 2010, an arrest in the case was made. Philip William Frace was arrested after a witness came forward and made a statement that indicated that Frace was involved in Patricia's case. Frace was a marijuana grower from the Laytonville, California area. Patricia reportedly worked as a trimmer for Frace some time before her life was taken. Frace, at the time, was in the Mendocino County Jail awaiting trial after being charged with taking the life of an employee, Stephen Richard Schmidt. Stephen was a 49-year-old transient who had been living in a motorhome on Bell Springs Road, Laytonville, California, where Frace resided as well. Stephen's body was found by a cadaver dog, where he was tied to a tree. Frace was eventually sentenced to 3 years in prison for that crime. In Patricia's case, Frace was released in 2012 by the Siskiyou County District Attorney without being charged, due to a lack of evidence. Unfortunately, the detectives did not have any other leads to follow up on, so the case went cold. In 2021, the Sheriff's Office created a cold case and forensic evidence team to review Patricia's case and resubmit evidence to the Department of Justice for fresh analysis. The team prioritizes cold cases and reviews physical evidence using modern tools. Finally, on February 6, 2023, 75-year-old Philip William Frace was arrested again and charged with taking Patricia's life. The Siskiyou County Sheriff Jeremiah LaRue, who worked on the case, said that the analysis produced compelling results connecting Frace to Patricia's demise. The arrest is a result of the determination of our investigators and reflects our faithful commitment to pursuing justice for victims of violent crimes and their families. Our cold case team will continue to focus on these cases with dedication. I would like to commend everyone for their devotion to this investigation and thank the District Attorney's Office for their assistance. Our hearts are with Patricia's family, and we hope this arrest begins the path toward closure and healing. On a Facebook page dedicated to Patricia's memory, our family said that the time for justice is long overdue, and we miss you like crazy, Mom. Frace remains in custody on a $2 million bail, as well as an additional $15,000 bail for a failure to appear charge. Terry Turachak was a 35-year-old woman who lived in Denver, Colorado with her 3 young children in 1996. On October 5, 1996, in her apartment in the 1900 block of East 17th Avenue, Denver police and medical personnel found her body. She had been hit by a blunt object to her head. She had been strangled as well. Witnesses told investigators that they could hear there was a disturbance in her apartment the night that her life was taken. The detectives took DNA samples from her body, but they could not match it to a possible suspect. There were no witnesses and no real leads for investigators. The case subsequently went cold. In January 2023, 62-year-old Ricky Dawson was extradited to Denver after his DNA was matched to the DNA found at the crime scene in Terry's case. He was 35 years old when he took her life. Terry's brother James had this to say after the extradition: "We never forgot, we never gave up. It became very real when they tell you he is being extradited." Detectives with the Denver Police Department conducted a criminal background check for Dawson and found that he was arrested in Denver in August and September of 1996. Those records showed that he was in the Denver area around the time that Terry's life was taken. Dawson is currently in the Sewanee Correctional Facility. His DNA was matched to a Panama City, Florida case of 2001 on August 8, 2004. He has pleaded guilty to taking that person's life and assaulting them. Dawson's sentence in the 2001 Florida case included a 25-year prison term, which he was still serving when he was extradited. Dawson, through DNA evidence, is also suspected in an execution and assault case in Seattle in 2000. The victim's injuries and the manner in which her life was ended were similar to Terry's case. Seattle police continue to investigate if he is responsible for that crime, and their case has not yet been presented to the King County prosecuting attorney. In February 2023, Dawson appeared in court in Colorado for Terry's case, where he was charged with taking her life and assaulting her. Terry's brother James said, They have enough evidence, I guess, now to charge him and hopefully make it stick and literally put him away for the rest of his life on paper. She was a great mom. Everything was for her kids, James remembered. He says time hasn't gotten easier through the years. Family goes on, it'll never get filled back up. It's a huge chunk that none of us will ever know how it ended up, said James. She would have enjoyed having grandchildren. So much lost, just a beautiful soul. He hopes his sister gets the justice she deserves soon. I know it's good to forgive. That's not me now. Maybe someday, but now, no, said James. My hope would be that he would get the execution penalty, but I know that's not possible in Colorado, said Sarah Oakland, Terry's daughter. So I think we're all hoping that he rots in jail, and we wanted to let him know that we didn't forget. Cynthia Ruth Wood was a 33-year-old mother of 3 children staying in Bradenton, Florida in 1984. She worked as a manager at the Cape Vista Child Care Center, also in Bradenton. She was in the process of divorcing from her husband, Barry Wood, and was in a custody battle. She had 1 son from a previous marriage and 2 children with Barry. Cynthia was accusing Barry of physically abusing her and her son from the previous marriage. One day, when picking up her children from the Cape Vista Child Care Center, she met a man, Donald Michael Santini, who came to pick up his girlfriend's children. Detectives believe now that this was all a plan to befriend her. On June 6, 1984, Santini contacted Cynthia and informed her that he has information on Barry that she can use against him in the custody case and asked her out on a date. The 2 of them met at her house where he would pick her up to go out on their date. She was seen by neighbors leaving her Manatee County apartment with Santini. That would be the last time Cynthia was seen alive. Then, 3 days later, on June 9, 1984, her body was found in a water-filled ditch in Riverview, Florida. The autopsy determined that she was strangled, and Santini's fingerprints were found on her body. Investigators issued an arrest warrant for Santini. When they tried to locate him, they found that he was on the run. Santini's trouble with the law began 6 years earlier in 1978, when he was convicted of assaulting a woman while serving in the U.S. Army in Frankfurt, Germany, according to a 1985 Herald article. Upon returning to his home state of Texas, he was charged with aggravated robbery in connection to a convenience store robbery in 1983. He confessed, then he disappeared from the state just days later. A witness, Pamela Lynn Kincaid, came forward on June 15, 1984. This was 6 days after Cynthia's body was found in the ditch. She stated that she knew Charles Michael Stevens. This was an alias used by Santini. He confessed to her that he took Cynthia Wood's life. Santini befriended Pamela and moved in with her before meeting Cynthia. Her children attended a daycare center just a few blocks away called Cape Vista Child Care Center in Florida, where Cynthia worked as a manager. It was clear to investigators that Santini was responsible. His fingerprints were found on Cynthia's neck. They had witness statements from Pamela. There was also the link to the child care center, but frustratingly, investigators could not locate Santini. That was until 2023. In June 2023, almost 40 years later, a tip from the Florida Caribbean Regional Fugitive Task Force led U.S. Marshals to Campo in San Diego County, California, where they arrested 65-year-old Donald Michael Santini. He was known in Campo as Wellman Wells Simmons. He served on the Campo Lake Marina Community Planning Group, as well as president of the board of directors for the Lake Marina Views Mutual Water Company, a troubled water district where nitrate contamination has left district residents forced to drink bottled water for the past 3 years. Billy Joe Janin, chair of the planning group, told East County Magazine, "Everyone was surprised. There was nothing unusual about him." The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office said in a statement that, "We are aware of this arrest and have sent detectives to interview Santini while we await his extradition." At the time of his arrest in June 2023, he had 13 aliases, including Donald Chapman and John Tremblay. During his extradition hearing, the judge had the following conversation with Santini. "Good morning, Mr. Santini," the judge said. "My understanding is that you are admitting you are Donald Santini. Is that correct?" After Santini answered in the affirmative, the judge sought to make sure, saying, "And you are the person that is wanted in the state of Florida. Is that correct?" Again, Santini said he was. On June 9, 2023, the anniversary of the day on which Cynthia's body was found and Santini's birthday, Santini agreed to be extradited from San Diego to Florida. He said he does not feel safe because of the victim's family, prompting the public defender to tell him to be quiet. Santini is currently being held without bail. Michael Running, Jr., a deputy district attorney, said, "Regardless of whether the case just happened yesterday or, in this case, it's something that is 40 years old, we want to make sure that justice is achieved." Florida Gulf Coast University forensic professor Dr. David Thomas said the following. "Due to the nature of how Cynthia Wood lost her life, Santini likely left a lot of evidence behind for investigators to gather all those years ago. There is this thing called Locard's exchange, meaning that what is on me usually is left at that crime scene, so I'm going to leave some part of me there. So it may be in her clothes, it may be on some part of her body, but there's something that he left there at that scene, and they were able to collect it, so kudos to them," he said. And it is evidence that Dr. Thomas said, if stored correctly, can still be processed. Usually, the case is literally in a box that is stored in a room, and most likely that room, depending on if the room is temperature controlled, can probably last forever, he said. Dr. Thomas also said this break in a decades-old cold case is likely bringing a small sense of relief to the detectives who first worked it. It became very personal to them, because it is the victim and that investigator that are tied to the hip, and that investigator is tied to that family, he said. If Florida authorities failed to extradite Santini within 30 days, he would have another hearing on July 10th at 8:30 a.m. in the San Diego Central Courthouse. Her family was informed by the police department, but they have not yet released a statement after news of the arrest was made public. Heidi Marie Erickson was born on December 14, 1984 in St. Paul, Minnesota. She was the daughter of John and Linda Erickson and had two brothers, Peter and Joel. Heidi committed her life to Jesus Christ as a young girl and faithfully walked with him. She was described as a joyful child of God. She loved and was loved by her family and many wonderful friends. In 2005, Heidi met Nick Firkus at church, hit it off, and they got married soon after. Nick was born February 25, 1983, and is the son of Steve and Julie Firkus. Heidi found work at Securian, a financial services company, while Nick Firkus was the director of operations for a carpet cleaning business. Heidi and Nick Firkus were both close with their parents. In 2010, the couple had been dealing with financial difficulties and were about to be evicted from their home. They were in over $15,000 of credit card debt. Heidi knew none of this, however. Out of shame, Nick did not tell anyone about their financial situation. Early in the morning on April 25, 2010, at approximately 6:30, 25-year-old Heidi made a 911 call from her cell phone. She frantically said that someone's trying to break into their home. She could be heard breathing heavily and screaming. It was clear she was terrified. The call ended abruptly with a loud noise. Just 65 seconds later, another 911 call was made from their home, this time from her husband, 27-year-old Nick Firkus. "My wife is shot. Someone broke into our house," Nick screamed into the phone. "I've been shot." When officers arrived at the scene, they found Nick with a gunshot wound to his left thigh. He was beside Heidi on the floor, talking to the 911 operator. He was highly emotional and was taken to the hospital. Heidi had been fatally shot in the upper back. Her body was found in the kitchen. Investigators noticed that the Firkus house was clean and tidy, and the entryway table beside the front door was undisturbed. They could not find any signs of a struggle taking place or anyone that forced themselves into the house. Nick Firkus told Sergeant Jim Gray of the St. Paul Police Department that he awoke to a suspicious noise at his front door, grabbed his shotgun from the closet where he kept it for safety, and alerted his sleeping wife. Both of them were trying to run out the back door to the detached garage to escape, according to Nick. Heidi stopped next to the front door to grab her wallet, which was on the table next to the front door. At that moment, the door opened and there was a guy around 6'1" or 6'2" with a dark hooded sweatshirt, with the hood drawn tight around his face. Nick Firkus said that the guy grabbed the barrel of the shotgun, they wrestled, and that his finger slipped onto the trigger and it went off. The gunshot hit Heidi and she fell onto the floor. Nick Firkus and the intruder struggled over the shotgun and the gun went off a second time, hitting Nick in the leg. He fell down and the intruder took off through the front door. He told police that they were about to lose their house because they were behind on their bills. He said that they had not told any of their friends or family about the foreclosure or their need to be out of their house, but that they were going to tell their parents and friends and were planning to move later that day. According to him, they had planned to pack up their house on Sunday and Monday morning, put some of their belongings in the garage to get later, and find someone to stay with. Photographs and a video taken inside the Firkus home after the incident showed that despite having to be out of the house the next day, absolutely no packing had been done. Also, Heidi was scheduled to work on Monday, April 26th. She did not request the day off. On Thursday, April 22, 2010, 3 days before her life was ended, Heidi exchanged text messages with a friend, making plans to get a pedicure in the afternoon on Sunday, April 25th. In this exchange, Heidi was given the option of doing the pedicure on Sunday or the following Wednesday, and Heidi chose Sunday. She also suggested that they all go to church together that Sunday morning. It was evident that Heidi knew nothing about the eviction or that they had to move to a new place. Heidi's funeral took place at the Calvary Church in Roseville, Minnesota, a week after she lost her life. Many messages sympathizing with her parents, Nick, and their families streamed in. She was remembered as a beautiful young woman, and the community was deeply saddened. On her tombstone, the words "Joyful Child of God" are engraved. Extensive neighborhood canvassing and a canine search showed no sign of an intruder. He was never found. Investigators did note that Nick Firkus perpetuated several false accounts to them during interviews. He became a suspect in the case when the police found no signs of a forced break-in or any missing items. There were also no background noises that indicated there was an intruder or a struggle taking place. When investigators looked into the audio of the 2 911 calls made, investigators also found only Nick Firkus's DNA on the gun, and several witnesses testified there were no signs of a break-in. Nick Firkis's attorneys claimed the intruder was wearing gloves and was in the home for only a couple of seconds, so he could not have left DNA evidence. Nick Firkis retained the services of a defense attorney, Joe Friedberg, who recommended he cease contact with the St. Paul Police Department. At the advice of his lawyer, Nick Firkis declined investigators' request to sit down with a police sketch artist to create a composite of the alleged intruder. I knew they had used that as a lever to try interrogating him more, so I said, no, we won't do that, but we'll hire an artist and do it, Friedberg told ABC News. Nick Firkis and Joe Friedberg returned to the St. Paul's Police Department with their own sketch of the alleged intruder, who Nick Firkis said was a male in his late 30s and wearing a hoodie. The police released the sketch through the media to see if any tips would come in. A woman identified Michael Pye to police as a potential match. Investigators started researching him immediately, and they learned that he was engaged in a pattern of breaking into homes in St. Paul around 6 in the morning. However, Michael Pye was incarcerated on the day of Heidi's slaying. Authorities subsequently cleared him of having any involvement in this case. A few months after Heidi's demise, Nick Firkis met Rachel Watson. She believed he was the man of her dreams. Rachel is described as a loving, caring, and generous individual who is always ready to extend a helping hand. She is also known for her kind and amicable behavior, which helps her maintain positive relationships with everyone around her. Also born in Minnesota, Rachel got to know Nick Firkis on a personal level through her sister Sarah and her brother-in-law David Olson, who were both close friends of Heidi. In fact, Sarah considered herself one of Heidi's best friends, and she was the one to insist that Nick Firkis was a wonderful man who loved and took care of his first wife without fail. Neither Sarah nor David minded when Rachel fell in love with him before deciding to tie the knot. The two got married in August 2012 and moved into a house purchased for them by Nick Firkis's parents. They welcomed their first child just a few months later. Neighbors who were acquainted with the couple claimed they appeared utterly in love, and they even went on to become proud parents of 2 more wonderful children. Yet with time, Rachel began doubting her husband's involvement in Heidi's case. Her suspicion about her husband's involvement with what happened to Heidi were raised when she found a notice that they might lose their home to foreclosure due to unpaid property taxes. Nick and Rachel Firkis had an arrangement where they would pay the mortgage amount to Nick Firkis's parents, and he would pay the property taxes directly to the county. She immediately thought of what she had heard about Heidi's demise. According to Rachel, I didn't know that this was happening, and I'm living with this person. I have children with this person, and the last time he had problems with finances, a lot of things went wrong, she said in an interview. She decided to confront him about it. Because she feared for her life as well, she sent their children away and even decided to record the whole conversation before talking to Nick. Although Nick Firkis said nothing incriminating while talking to his spouse, it was apparent he was hiding something. In one recording, Rachel said, "The fact that you're lying was so easy for you to do in front of me over and over and over makes me think that I could end my wife's life?" He responded. She replied, "Yes." This worry kept nagging Rachel until she could not take it anymore and divorced him in 2019. Rachel told ABC's 2020 that catching Nick Firkis in a substantially similar lie was what led her to see the 2010 event in an entirely new light. In 2019, Sergeant Nicole Sipes of the St. Paul Police Department took a new look at Heidi Firkis's case. The case always bothered me because the circumstances did not seem to fit what happened, Sipes said. Once Sipes learned of Nick Firkus's recent divorce from his second wife, she reached out to Rachel, who shared her suspicions. "She could have also been a victim," Sipes said. In May 2021, Nick Firkus was arrested and for the first time officially charged with taking his first wife's life. The investigation showed Nick Firkus was served with foreclosure in June 2009, and their house was sold at a sheriff's auction in the same month, 10 months before Heidi was slayed. Eviction proceedings had been filed in February, and an eviction hearing was held on March 8, 2010, which Nick Firkus attended alone. The lockout date was originally set for April 9, 2010. Nick Firkus called the attorneys and stated his grandmother was in hospice and asked to move it to April 26. However, investigators found no evidence either of his grandmothers were in hospice or passed away in 2010. In a review of correspondence between the couple and financial documents found in the home, investigators were unable to find any proof that Heidi knew of the impending eviction. Nick Firkus's trial started in February 2022. Defense attorneys argued Heidi knew about the foreclosure and impending eviction. Prosecutors, on the other hand, said she did not know, and her husband was desperate. Nick Firkus, the complaint said, had done absolutely no packing and kept Heidi completely in the dark about the fact that they were about to be evicted on April 26, 2010, which was one day after the slaying. Investigators have reviewed the text messages and emails sent to and from Heidi and Nick Firkus's cell phones and email accounts. There is not a single message that references foreclosure or eviction proceedings or gives any indication that they would need to move out of their house imminently. On the contrary, on March 11, 2010, Heidi sent an email to a friend saying, "Wish we weren't tied down to our house so we could move somewhere fun." The law firm handling the foreclosure and eviction has no documentation signed by Heidi, and their representatives never had any contact with Heidi. All their contacts were with Nick Firkus. Investigators have spoken with Heidi's family, friends, and coworkers, and not one person said that Heidi ever said anything about foreclosure, eviction, or needing a place to stay or store their belongings. In April 2010, Heidi emailed Nick Firkus multiple times regarding scheduling a meeting with a realtor who helped them buy their house and who was referred to as JS, and also a friend from church. Nick Firkus responded by saying that he had been in contact with JS. On April 23, 2010, Heidi sent Nick Firkus an email asking whether he had heard from JS. Nick Firkus responded, "JS said that he's ready to meet when we are. I told him Monday should be good." Police interviewed JS, who said that he had not spoken to Nick Firkus in over a year and that there was no meeting scheduled for any Monday. The FBI also combined their ballistics testing and a virtual model of Heidi and Nick Firkus's house to prove that the shots were most likely not accidental in the middle of the struggle, but deliberate. However, Nick Firkus's attorney countered that these findings did not necessarily disprove his version of the events. Finally, the prosecutor asked the big question, "Did you have anything to do with the incident in which Heidi lost her life?" "No," Nick Firkus said. "Absolutely not." Ramsey County prosecutors argued that Nick Firkus hid details of their financial troubles from his wife and took her life due to the shame of their impending eviction. It wasn't just going to be the loss of his house. It was going to be the realization that he had lied to his wife and he had lied to his friends. He had lied to the community for many years, Ramsey County Assistant District Attorney Elizabeth Lamont said. He took Heidi's life and saved his reputation. Senior Assistant Hennepin County Attorney Rachel Craker said at the trial, where she aided Ramsey County prosecutors in securing the conviction. The trial lasted 11 days. On February 10, 2023, after 4 hours of deliberation, the jury found Nick Firkus guilty of slaying Heidi. Robert Richmond, Nick Firkus's defense attorney, refuted these allegations, but nevertheless he was found guilty on all the charges against him. In April 2023, Firkus was sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. It took more than a decade for this case to be solved, and it could very well have still been unsolved if Firkus was not caught in a big lie by his second wife, Rachel. Nick Firkus's family declined a request from ABC News for an interview, but issued a statement in support of him. He was wrongly convicted and sits in jail for a crime he did not commit. This is not just the belief of heartbroken parents, a part of the statement reads. After 13 years, Heidi's family and friends found some sort of closure. They had this to say in a statement. Because of the lies we were told as early as the day after her life was ended, along with the pressures to believe them, it has been virtually impossible to find closure to our grief as the shock begins after what happened to Heidi. The realization quickly set in that everything Nick Firkus was telling us betrayed who I knew my sister to be, Heidi's brother, Peter Erickson said. The fact that he had the audacity to peddle a story that was so obviously inconsistent with Heidi's character was, and still is, very much insulting and offensive to me and everyone else who actually knew and loved her. I really miss my sister, he added. Heidi's mom, Linda Erickson, holding back tears, said, Nick Firkus's unthinkable actions robbed her daughter and loved ones of participating in that adventure of life with her. She looked forward to being a mother, she said of Heidi. Because of Nick Firkus, I never get to see my friend again, Jesse Bain added. Because of him, Heidi is missing out on so much. At present, Rachel still resides in St. Paul, Minnesota, where she owns and operates her own cosmetics company, Be Lovely. On top of it, she is also a vocal advocate for victims of human trafficking. In fact, reports indicate that Be Lovely donates 10% of each sale to organizations that work for victims of trafficking and other social injustices. It honestly is great to witness Rachel's success. Nick Firkus is serving his life sentence without parole at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Sandy Point is a coastal town located in Victoria, Australia. It is situated on the southeastern coast of the country, near the entrance to the Gippsland Lakes. Sandy Point is known for its beautiful sandy beaches, making it a popular destination for beachgoers and water sports enthusiasts. The area also offers opportunities for fishing, birdwatching, and other outdoor activities. On Christmas Day in 2017, a snorkeler made a startling discovery at Shallow Inlet in Sandy Point. The snorkeler found human remains on the ocean floor. The remains were devoid of tissue, clothing, or personal effects. Remarkably, almost the entire skeleton was uncovered in a near-perfect condition beneath the sand. With no context or clues to the man's identity, Victoria Police reported the finding to the coroner and transferred the remains to the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine. As the team of experts began their scientific tests, they were able to infer some characteristics of the unknown person. The forensic anthropologist determined that the remains belonged to a Caucasian male aged between 21 and 37 years who stood at approximately 170 centimeters tall. The forensic odontologist who delved into the dental restorations noticed that work done on the teeth hinted at the fact that the person lost their life a very long time ago or were not from Australia. The man's upper jaw was recovered, but not the lower jaw. Radiocarbon testing was not able to illuminate the timeline. It indicated a 95% probability that the individual lived between 1666 and 1942, which is hardly specific. A nuclear DNA profile and a mitochondrial DNA profile were obtained from the remains. The DNA profile information was compared to the Victorian Missing Persons DNA database, but no match was found. The DNA profile was also uploaded to the National Criminal Investigation DNA database for identification purposes, with no match. Since he could not be identified, the man was named the Sandy Point John Doe. At one point, there was speculation that the remains could have been those of Martin Weiberg. Martin was a ship's carpenter aboard the SS Avoca, who in 1877 managed to steal 5,000 gold sovereigns that would be worth millions of dollars today. Martin was caught and arrested on October 29, 1878. He spent 6 weeks in custody and went to the Tarwin River to show police where the rest of the gold sovereigns were hidden. During the search, Weiberg punched one of the officers in the stomach and ran into nearby bushes. He managed to evade police capture for 5 more months. Weiberg met up with police again on a bush track near Eagle Point in Paynesville, Australia. He was arrested, taken to Melbourne, and sentenced to 5 years of hard labor. Once released, Weiberg traveled to Hobart and purchased a yacht. He sailed the yacht back to Waratah Bay in Gippsland, parked the yacht, and rowed a small boat to shore to collect supplies. But when he tried to row back to the yacht, the weather turned bad. His small boat was found washed ashore the next day, and Weiberg is presumed to have drowned, but his body was never found. Of course, the only way of finding out if the remains belonged to Martin Weiberg would be modern DNA technology. The Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine was determined to discover the identity of this unknown man. Recently, they embarked on a program to explore the use of forensic genetic genealogy to solve several Australian cold cases, including this cold case. Forensic evidence was sent to Othram's laboratory in the Woodlands. Texas and Othram scientists used forensic-grade genome sequencing to develop a comprehensive DNA profile. Once Othram developed the DNA profile, it was returned to investigators, who then uploaded the profile to genealogical databases. The investigative research resulted in a compelling lead that Sandy Point John Doe was Mr. Christopher Luke Moore, a Gippsland farmer and World War I veteran who was thought to have drowned in Waratah Bay in 1928. He enlisted for the war, aged 18, serving for more than 18 months for the 10th Field Artillery Brigade. Historic police and coronial documents reveal that Christopher was at Waratah Bay with his parents, Cornelius and Charlotte, brother Francis, wife Elizabeth, and toddler Mary, when he got into difficulty in the waves on December 30th, 1928. A beachgoer tried to save him, but the tide was too strong. Cornelius Moore spent 10 long days searching the coastline for his son without success. Unearthed historical records unveiled an interesting twist. Mere weeks after Christopher's potential drowning, a local Sandy Point farmer discovered a mandible at Shallow Inlet. Christopher's father, recognizing the distinct dental work, confirmed the mandible as his son's. The coronial inquest held on January 24, 1929, officially validated this identification. Recently, the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine's findings were shared with the state coroner. A possible grandniece of Christopher Luke Moore was identified, residing in Gippsland, Australia. Police contacted this vital link to history, and she graciously cooperated, confirming the family's account of Christopher's drowning and the subsequent recovery and burial of his mandible. To establish an irrefutable familial connection, the grandniece provided a DNA sample. Through confirmatory DNA analysis, the truth was confirmed. Sandy Point John Doe was indeed Christopher Luke Moore. The discovery was made in July 2023. Based on the family's account, it is confirmed that Christopher accidentally drowned and no foul play was involved. Thanks to the effort of the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine and Othram, a 95-year-old case has finally been solved. Monica Faye Pritchett was born on February 16, 1979 in Anniston, Alabama. She was the daughter of Donald and Dorothy Pritchett and had 2 sisters as well as 2 brothers. Monica married Jeremy Rollins, her high school boyfriend, and they stayed in Heflin, Alabama. They had a stable marriage until the birth of their second son, Aaron. For reasons they never made public, the couple decided to live separately. This was despite Monica being pregnant with their 3rd child. Monica and the boys moved into their Sugar Hill Road home in mid-2001. Jeremy Rollins still had visitation rights to visit his 2 sons every other weekend. Monica loved her children dearly. Dalton was 6 years old and Aaron 2 years old. She was very excited about her 3rd son's arrival in only a few weeks. Monica planned on naming him Shane. She was a busy mom, balancing a full-time job and raising her 2 sons. She worked at a daycare called Kitty Castle until July 2002, when she accepted a higher-paying job at ITC Deltacom. On Friday, September 13, 2002, Monica and her sons visited her father, Donald Pritchett, after work at his home in Anniston. He had a gift for his oldest grandson, Dalton, and could finally give it to him. The gift was a foal. Dalton named it Mojave. The evening was filled with horseback riding, playing, dinner, and conversation. At 8:30 p.m., Monica and the boys headed back to their Heflin home. They planned to return later that weekend to spend more time with Monica's father and his wife. However, when the weekend passed without any further word from Monica, relatives decided to go check and make sure everything was all right. When they arrived at Monica's mobile home on Monday morning, September 16th, nothing could have prepared them for what they would find. Monica and 6-year-old Dalton had been brutally slayed inside their home. It seemed as if Monica went into labor from shock during the attack. The baby was found partially delivered and not alive anymore. 2-year-old Aaron was found alive and unharmed, hiding in a closet. A relative called 911. The same day of the discovery, Jeremy Rollins, Monica's ex-husband, ended his 12-hour shift at Southwire around 6 p.m. and went home. A few hours later, officers arrived at his house and told him what had happened. They asked him to come to the police station. According to officials, Jeremy Rollins was quickly ruled out as a potential suspect and was cooperative throughout the investigation. After being ruled out, Jeremy said how he felt when he learned about what happened to Monica and Dalton. It was unbelievable. There where I was at, somebody was telling you something that you just cannot believe. Early press reports indicated that Monica and Dalton had both lost their lives due to stab wounds received at some point over the weekend. Everybody pretty much knows everybody when you live in a small town, and with a population of less than 3,500 people, Heflin is one of those towns. When something as horrible as a triple slaying occurs somewhere like Heflin, it rocks the very foundation of the community, especially when the victims were a young pregnant mother, her 6-year-old son, and her unborn son. The crime terrified the community, and people started improving security measures on their homes and kept their kids inside. Family members described Monica as an easygoing, loving mother who was always smiling and good with kids. Debbie Clark, owner and director of Kitty Castles, said, "She was just always smiling, just a good person. Her little boy, he was so precious." Funeral services were held for both Monica and Dalton on September 19, 2002 at Dryden Funeral Home Chapel. They were set to be buried at the Cedar Creek Cemetery, but prior to the burial, investigators decided they needed to collect more DNA for investigative purposes. On September 20, 2002, Governor Siegelman offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person who committed this terrible crime. Very few details about the slaying were made public, even years later. The Heflin Police Department kept the details confidential as an investigative technique. They believed that the perpetrator would one day mention something about the slaying that was never made public, leading to an arrest. Captain Joe Neighbors of the Alabama Bureau of Investigation confirmed that DNA, fingerprints, and other evidence had been collected at the scene and were sent to the Alabama Department of Forensic Science for analysis. At the time, the department was facing serious backlog issues due to budget constraints, which created a delay in processing. In June 2014, Heflin Police Chief A.J. Benefield contacted the Attorney General Office's Cold Case Unit, and the two agencies started working together. Based on new information, they began to interview people again. They met with the State Bureau of Investigation and local prosecutors and started new discussions. Police Chief Benefield was an officer at the time of the slayings. He and his partner responded to the 911 call of the relative who found Monica and her son's bodies. When talking about the case in 2014, Benefield had this to say: "So really, there were 3 victims. It was the worst crime scene I have ever seen. Not a day goes by that we are not talking about this or working on it in some way. It is very near to our hearts." In 2015, Benefield hinted that they were looking at someone that they have known about since 2002, but he did not elaborate further. In March 2015, the Alabama Attorney General's office joined the investigation. Authorities periodically posted on social media asking for information on the case. Unfortunately, no useful leads came in, and the case went cold for some time. In 2021, the case was reopened by Chief McGlone and Captain Scott Bonner. They resent multiple items to forensic labs, both private and state. They continued to keep close contact with some of the family members and tried their best to provide support as much as they could. Although they could not go into specific details due to the ongoing investigation, Captain Scott Bonner said there was a suspect and evidence. "There is no threat to anyone from the suspect in this case at this time. The suspect, who I cannot name yet, is in jail in another state for unrelated crimes," he said. With help from the state, grant money from Seasons of Justice, and a literal truckload of evidence, investigators were able to make an arrest more than 20 years after the crime. Louis Landon Spivey was arrested on June 26, 2023, and charged with taking the lives of Monica, Dalton, and Shane. On June 30, 2023, Heflin Police Department made the announcement to the public. Louis Spivey kept the sordid secret to himself until he was released from a Florida prison. He is now 39 years old and was 18 years old when he committed that horrendous crime in 2002. They were acquaintances, Captain Bonner said in a press conference. They had a relationship. Bonner did not reveal a motive or the circumstances leading up to the slayings. For the last 15 years, Louis Spivey has been sitting in a Florida prison cell for an unrelated robbery and aggravated assault case out of Bay County, for which he was sentenced in February 2010. Captain Bonner and Chief McGlone took Louis Spivey into custody after his release from the Florida prison. Captain Bonner explained, "Louis Spivey has since cooperated with the investigation. He was looked at early on in the investigation by other agencies before we opened up the case. Good investigation work gave us some good leads. We did not have surveillance, pictures, or cameras," said Bonner. "We did not have the things that you would have nowadays." When investigators sat down with Louis Spivey, he allegedly gave them a complete confession, outlined the crime, and took sole responsibility for the slayings. A bond hearing was held on June 29, 2023. The court determined that the criteria for invoking Anaya's law had been met, leading to Louis Spivey's continued pre-trial confinement without the possibility of bond. Anaya's law is a legislation named after Anaya Blanchard, a college student whose life was tragically taken in 2019. The law aims to enhance penalties for certain violent offenses in Alabama. It allows judges to deny bail or parole for individuals charged with certain violent crimes, ensuring that they remain in custody throughout their trial process. The law seeks to prioritize public safety and protect potential victims by keeping individuals considered dangerous off the streets during legal proceedings. Investigators gave few details on what led to the break in the case, but we do know about the confession and that the department was given a grant for DNA analysis, and several items were processed by a state lab and private labs in Canada. In a statement on behalf of Mayor Robbie Brown, Chief Ross McGlone offered his condolences to the family of Monica and Dalton. Hopefully, this will bring you some sense of closure to this awful chapter in your lives. We would like to extend our deepest gratitude and appreciation to Captain Bonner, the Heflin Police Department, and all the other agencies and individuals who displayed unwavering dedication and determination in their pursuit of justice for Monica, Dalton, and their grieving family. It was definitely the hardest case, and I have worked several similar cases in my career, explained investigator and Captain Scott Bonner. The box of reports and everything we had to go through, that alone took several months. This case proved to become personal to Bonner. He admitted he has probably spent more time with Monica and Dalton's family over the last 3 years than he had with his own. "I have become really close to them," he said. "It makes me feel great that I can give them some peace." Jeremy Rollins, Monica's ex-husband, remarried in 2011 and has twin daughters with his wife. Aaron Rollins, Monica's second son, graduated high school in 2018 and is now in his early 20s. The family still resides in Heflin. Louis Spivey was transferred to the Cleburne County Jail, where he is now being held without bail and awaiting trial. In June 1994, a 39-year-old victim reported to the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department in North Carolina that an unknown man had broken into her residence and assaulted her at knife point. Male DNA was collected from her body and tested, but DNA technology was not advanced enough at the time to identify the attacker. Additional testing of the evidence was conducted in 2018. In 2019, the forensic samples from the scene were linked to another assault in Columbia, South Carolina, that took place in 2010. In 2022, detectives utilized forensic genetic genealogy to identify a person of interest. Forensic evidence was then sent to Othram. Othram scientists used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive genealogical profile for the unknown man. Their in-house genealogy team used a genetic genealogy search to produce investigative leads that were returned to the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. Investigators continued working the case, and their follow-up investigative efforts led to the collection of a DNA sample from a person of interest. The DNA profile for this person of interest matched the DNA profiles for the unknown subject that were recovered from the 1994 and 2010 assaults. As a result of years of extensive forensic testing and evidence examination, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department's Crime Lab and Cold Case Unit identified the suspect as James Wayne Ingersoll. He was born on November 6, 1972. In May 2023, members of the police department's Violent Criminal Apprehension Team located and apprehended Ingersoll in Concord, North Carolina. South Carolina Law Enforcement Division and the Columbia Police Department also assisted. The victims have been notified of the arrest. The investigation into this case is active and ongoing. As additional information develops, it will be released by the CMPD's Public Affairs Office. Anyone with information about this incident is asked to call 704-432-TIPS and speak directly to a detective. The public can also leave information anonymously by contacting Crime Stoppers at 704-334-1600. Investigators want to know if James Wayne Ingersoll could be responsible for any other crimes. Destiny Renee Pittman was born in Kokomo, Indiana, on January 9, 1992, to parents Melvin Douglas and Carla Pittman McCombs. Destiny was one of 5 children and had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. In 2013, at the age of 21, Destiny was staying with her 2 young children, her boyfriend, a female roommate, and 3 dogs in 815 James Drive, Kokomo. On the evening of February 7, 2013, 2 armed intruders forced their way into Destiny's home. Destiny stepped out from her bedroom into the hallway to confront the intruders. She was then fatally shot by one of the attackers. The bullet went through her chest and struck a wall at the end of the hall. Renee's boyfriend, roommate, children, and dogs were at home at the time, but hid away out of fear and were unharmed. At approximately 9:33 p.m., officers from the Kokomo Police Department were dispatched to 815 James Drive when they were notified about shots being fired at the residence. When officers arrived at the crime scene, Destiny was already gone, and there was nothing they could do to revive her. A single .40 caliber shell casing was recovered. Neither her boyfriend, whose name was never disclosed, or roommate saw the intruders and could thus not give investigators any description. It was suspected that the perpetrators may have been looking to rob Destiny and her boyfriend of marijuana and cash they had from selling weed. Destiny's boyfriend reportedly admitted to police that he sold marijuana and had taken a bag containing weed and over $2,000 in cash to another house just days prior to the home invasion. Both the boyfriend and the roommate also admitted to police that Destiny, too, was involved in selling. but had not as much since she inherited money. Unfortunately, investigators were unable to identify the attackers, and the case went cold. For more than 10 years, Destiny's case remained unsolved without a single suspect ever being identified. Destiny's demise left her surviving family and friends devastated. Even years after, her mom stayed depressed and cried a lot. "I hope and pray to God someone will have something to say," she said. "My life has turned absolutely upside down. They took my child for no reason. Whoever it was, I hope they are satisfied. They did not get anything out of it. She was just getting ready to start modeling and have a life for herself." Her mother said not knowing who did this to her daughter or why eats at her each and every day. On March 2, 2023, 2 men were finally identified as suspects in Destiny Pittman's case. Investigators announced the arrest of 32-year-old Joey McCartney and 36-year-old Jesse McCartney. Joey McCartney was taken into custody by U.S. Marshals at the crack of dawn at a residence in Graham, Kentucky. Jesse McCartney was arrested by U.S. Marshals and local police roughly 2 hours later at a residence in Kokomo. Graham and Kokomo are more than a 4-hour drive apart. As a result of the continued investigations since 2013, along with citizens continuing to provide leads, investigators with the Criminal Investigations Section were able to determine that these 2 individuals were responsible for what happened to Destiny. On December 5, 2022, a woman called in and claimed to have information about Destiny's case. She told police she could not keep this information to herself anymore after repeatedly seeing press releases on the case over the years. According to the court documents, this informant claimed to have been with Jesse McCartney on the night Destiny's life was ended and had been sitting in his white Jeep Cherokee outside Destiny's home. According to the informant, Jesse and Joey said they were running an errand, which the individual reportedly believed meant a deal that involved illegal substances. Jesse reportedly told the informant to stay inside the vehicle, while he proceeded to put on black leather gloves and grabbed his handgun. Joey McCartney met Jesse at Destiny's front door before the pair entered the residence. The 2 of them then started searching the home, which police believe it was for substances that Destiny and her boyfriend were selling. The informant heard a gunshot and saw both men come running out of the house. Jesse was sweating heavily and had a large bag of marijuana and cash in his hand, according to the informant. She alleges that she and Jesse drove back to his apartment and Joey joined them. She said Jesse then made her drive back by the home the next day. When they drove past, there was police tape surrounding the house. The informant also told police about Jesse McCartney changing his phone number and said he still lived in Kokomo on Monroe Street. She said he sold his gun and Jeep 6 months later after the crime was committed. The woman told investigators she did not come forward sooner because she was scared and still is. She had an alleged history with Jesse. Police showed Destiny's boyfriend photographs of Joey and Jesse McCartney after the new revelations. The boyfriend stated that Joey looked familiar and might have visited before with a common friend, but it was still unclear to investigators whether Destiny knew the McCartneys. The 2 men each faced charges for taking Destiny's life as well as burglary. Jesse McCartney faced additional charges of robbery and possession of illegal substances. The brothers were held without bond for the alleged connection to the case, with their hearing taking place in March 2023. Jesse McCartney's trial took place on August 11, 2023. And he was acquitted of some of the charges against him since it was determined he was not the one that shot Destiny. Joey McCartney's trial is yet to take place. "12-year-old Jennifer Renee Odom was a 7th grader at Thomas E. Waitman Middle School in Wesley Chapel, Florida, in 1993. She played the clarinet in the school band, and she was also a barefoot water skier who placed high in tournaments. Often, she was the skier who climbed to the top of the human pyramid gliding atop the water. Jennifer was born on August 25, 1980. She was the eldest daughter of Renee Converse and stepdad Clark Converse. She had a 9-year-old sister, Jessica Ann Odom, and was the granddaughter of Jim and Margie Denny. They lived in St. Joseph, a small community near Dade City, Florida. Jennifer and Jessica had a rabbit called Beanie. Jennifer also absolutely loved her Springer Spaniel, Gypsy. The two sisters built forts, rode 4-wheelers, and spent summer days swimming in the creek behind their house on the family's 15-acre property. It was a crisp morning on Friday, February 19, 1993, when Jennifer Odom put on her white jeans and white turtleneck in order to get ready for school. She put a red cashmere sweater, a gift from her grandmother, over her shoulder-length chestnut-color hair. She was slim and tan due to spending a lot of time outdoors. On that same morning, after lacing up her pair of black boots, she got into the car with her mother. The two drove 200 yards up the winding Lime Rock driveway to wait for the school bus near their mailbox. Jennifer climbed onto the bus and took her usual spot on the back seat, so she and her mother could see each other until Renee, following behind, turned left to head to work. After school at around 3 p.m., Jennifer stepped off her school bus, waved goodbye to her friends, and started walking the short 200 yards to her home. At about 4 p.m., Jennifer's sister arrived at their home from school to find it locked and unable to enter. She then called their mother to tell her that her big sister was not home yet. Renee Converse then realized Jennifer must not have made it home. She called Jennifer's best friend, Michelle, who stated that she saw Jennifer exit the bus and begin walking home. Jennifer's mother knew something was very wrong and called the police. Within hours, deputies launched a wide-scale search. A search party of about 400 volunteers was formed to help scour about 60 square miles of countryside. Family, friends, neighbors, and other volunteers searched for Jennifer. Law enforcement was equipped with police dogs to fine-comb the rolling groves, pastures, and woods surrounding the tiny Pasco County town of Dade City. Every law enforcement agency in the Bay Area was looking for a blue truck that was seen in the area by some of her classmates. Children riding the school bus with Jennifer remembered seeing an older light blue, unknown model pickup truck slowly following Jennifer down the road in the direction in which she was walking. The children described it as having a silver-painted rear bumper, not chrome, and a trailer hitch with wires hanging, and pipes or a ladder in the back. The driver was described by the children as a white male in his 40s with shoulder-length brown hair. The blue truck was the focus of the search parties, as investigators believed that the driver may have been involved in the disappearance of Jennifer. As a last resort to find the truck, the FBI as well as Hernando and Pasco County Sheriff's personnel worked from a dock and boathouse as drivers searched Lake Jovita for the vehicle. 6 days after Jennifer vanished, on Thursday, February 25th, a man and a woman searching an abandoned orange grove about 10 miles north of Jennifer's school bus stop found her badly decomposed, nude body. Her body was found near a horse trail off Powell Road south of Brooksville, amid a cluster of pine trees in the orange grove. she was found viciously assaulted and suffered blunt force trauma to her head. Detectives said she likely lost her life there in the woods, not long after her disappearance. Hernando County Sheriff Al Nienhuis stated, "We are not exactly sure how long her abductor kept her captive or when exactly the slaying took place, but we are relatively confident it took place in that field." He added, "Every one of us, including those in law enforcement, can look at Jennifer as our niece, our sister, our granddaughter, and realize that it is a tragedy beyond tragedy." Jennifer's clothing was never found, neither the blue truck nor its driver. While Jennifer's family was still busy with her funeral arrangements, country music star Vince Gill was scheduled to sing at the local Strawberry Festival on Monday, March 1, 1993. Jennifer's stepfather, Clark Converse, said the girls had looked forward to Gill's performance for weeks, hoping they could get him to autograph photos. Before the concert, Clark Converse and Jessica went to the festival to fulfill Jennifer's wish that Gill autograph a photo in which Jennifer and her sister had posed with the singer at a previous concert on January 10th. Between shows, festival vice president Joe Newsom took the 3 snapshots to Gill, who was eating dinner. Jennifer's stepdad had asked that Gill autograph one for Jessica, one for Jennifer, and one for both girls. Newsom said afterwards, "I told Gill this young lady had been slayed and her dad was outside." Gill replied that he remembered hearing about the incident. He, who also had a young daughter, autographed the photos, writing on one, "To Jennifer, may God be with you," as both Gill and Newsom wept. Gill then went to the night's second show. Before singing the last song, he told the audience about Jennifer. "I'm going to try to get through this the best I can," he said, his voice cracking. Gill sang his Grammy-winning hit, "I Still Believe in You," and dedicated it to Jennifer, who was tragically robbed of her life. Midway through the song, with tears running down his face, Gill asked the crowd to help him finish. Nearly 15,000 voices joined in. Radio personality Jeff Moore stood backstage and looked out at thousands of tear-stained faces. "It was heart-ripping," he said afterwards. Unfortunately, with no one in the community providing investigators with useful information, her case went unsolved. 13 months before Jennifer was abducted, on January 16, 1992, a 17-year-old girl was kidnapped as she got off a school bus in north-central Pasco County. She was found in a pool of blood behind an abandoned house, brutally attacked, assaulted, and beaten. Sheriff Nienhuis said she suffered injuries to her head and skull that were very significant. She survived, but her life was forever changed as she was paralyzed on her left side. Nienhuis said she was a former honor roll student and track and field participant and was a true victim. She was not engaged in a high-risk lifestyle. Law enforcement was able to collect DNA from the crime scene at the time. Since there were similarities between what happened to Jennifer and the unnamed girl, detectives believed the cases may be related. Both victims were adolescent girls who were abducted after getting off of the school bus in Pasco County, taken to a remote field, assaulted, and abandoned with the belief they will succumb to their injuries. The other victim was found just a few miles from where Jennifer's body was found. After a series of blind alleys, the police called upon psychic Nancy Meyer, 16 months after the incident, to assist in finding the person responsible for what happened. Nancy Meyer is a psychic from Pennsylvania who has been working with police around the country for decades. According to Nancy, she had consulted in more than 300 criminal investigations and had offered critical clues more than 80% of the time. Nancy believed that 2 men were involved in taking Jennifer's life. She described them as white, muscular mechanics, and she said one may be a smoker with a heavy cough. The crime scene photographs were classified. Therefore, Nancy Meyer was not allowed to see it. Despite this, she was able to visualize 2 men in detail. She was taken to the site where Jennifer's body was found. Nancy pointed out that there were belongings in a nearby area that had not yet been discovered. She was able to describe several of Jennifer's items that were still missing, including her cousin's clarinet case with the letters L.O. on them. She continued to give information about the perpetrators in hope of solving the case. Detective Carlos Douglas of the Hernando County Sheriff's Office said, "Nancy Meyer was extremely accurate on some things that led us to look in other areas that we had not thought of, so we obtained a lot of information from what she had to offer." On December 2, 1994, Jennifer's unsolved case was aired on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries on national TV. After the show aired, more than 50 phone tips and even more investigative leads from around the country arrived by mail at the Hernando County Sheriff's Office. A spokesman of the Sheriff's Office said, "The show did for us what we wanted it to do. It got us some more exposure." Despite the new exposure, former Hernando County Sheriff's Major Gary Zorn Smith, who oversaw the investigation in its early years, said that investigators were stumped. He said there was a strong possibility the crime would go unsolved. And what's even worse is that if we solve it, it may take another crime to do it, he said at the time. Approximately 2 years after Jennifer's body was found, on Thursday, January 5, 1995, a couple hunting for scrap metal in a rural area of Hernando County discovered Jennifer's missing book bag and clarinet case. It was found several miles from the location of her body. Police were able to lift fingerprints from her backpack and clarinet case from what is believed to be the person responsible. Unfortunately, there was never a hit in the database for a suspect matching these fingerprints. Over the years, the case garnered national attention and haunted the Tampa Bay region. Thousands of dollars in reward money offered for tips went unclaimed. Detectives logged tens of thousands of hours chasing leads. Jennifer's family waited for news as the years turned to decades. Jennifer's mother, Renee Converse, wondered if it was somebody Jennifer knew. Clark Converse, Jennifer's stepfather, added, "There is a real chance that the person who did it is somebody we have contact with. If they catch someone, we're going to be thrown into the spotlight. Learning how to deal with a trial and confronting this person is going to throw us to square one in learning to deal with this." Renee said she cries a bit more each year. The reality is that Jennifer is gone and will never be in our lives again. Nothing is going to change that. She also said that the family is thankful for what they do know. "We are blessed that we have this much closure. We are not looking for her. We know where she is. It is going to be a bittersweet finale." She could still picture her 12-year-old daughter, slim and sun-kissed, waving goodbye out the back window of the Pasco County school bus. It was the last time she would see her brown-eyed firstborn girl. Renee recounts the last words being spoken between the two as, "I love you." The couple said they have done everything possible to cooperate in finding Jennifer's slayer. They wanted the person found so that no one else got hurt. On Monday, February 19, 2007, the St. Petersburg Times reported that it marked 14 years since the unsolved abduction and subsequent slaying of Jennifer. In that same year, members of Hernando County Crime Stoppers handed out special playing cards to inmates at the Hernando County Detention Center. Each card featured a brief description of an unsolved case from around the state and a hotline number. Jennifer's card was the Queen of Diamonds and featured 2 color photos. A website has been set up by the Hernando Sheriff's Office with pictures and information about Jennifer. A slideshow was also put together with photos of Jennifer set to a mournful soundtrack. Hernando County Detective George Lloydgren later on headed the cold case unit. He was armed with the latest DNA technology and a disturbing theory. "I believe that there is probably one person, if not more, that would know who is responsible for this," he said. He also believed that person could be a family member or ex-spouse, either protecting the perpetrator or too afraid to come forward. "I think the reason people do not want to get involved is they may not want to sit there and have to testify against that individual." Over the years, a couple of anonymous tips came in that led investigators to believe that there are several people out there with more information, and the investigators wanted them to come forward. They tried various methods of generating new leads, from billboards and a $20,000 reward to a documentary on national TV. Investigators amassed some 1,000 pieces of evidence, took thousands of tips, and conducted hundreds of interviews over time to try to determine who took Jennifer's life. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children reached out to the sheriff's office and offered to scan every piece of paper in Jennifer's case so it would be readily available. It was more than 75,000 pieces of paper. During all the investigations, there were clues, including the fingerprints on Jennifer's clarinet case and backpack. There were also suspects. Serial offender Frank Thaniel Potts was a possible suspect. He assaulted a 10-year-old girl in Lakeland in 1993. At the time of the slaying, he was working on a construction site in Pasco County and owned a blue pickup truck, which he allegedly later dismantled. Authorities were unable to link him to Jennifer's case, however. Another possible suspect was Walter Ducharme, who lived in the area at the time of the slaying. His ex-wife claimed that he was responsible for it. However, her testimony was inconsistent. When the case against him was presented to a grand jury, he was not indicted. He was no longer believed to be involved in the case. In February 2015, Detective George Lundgren was contacted by Pasco County Sheriff Chris Nocco. According to him, new technology had led to a solid lead in the 1992 case in which the teenage girl was found alive. It was the case investigators believed was linked to Jennifer's. "The odds of finding another match," Nocco said, was 1 in 7.7 nonillion, a number with 30 zeros. Lloydgren commented, "I think DNA is going to be a big part of Jennifer's case, as it is with any of the old cases, because items were collected. It is just now that the technology has advanced." The biological evidence found in the investigation of the 1992 case was tested before February 2015, and detectives got a full DNA profile. Investigators used a DNA procedure known as familial searching, which allows law enforcement to find a suspect by comparing male DNA left at the scene with that of family members. The shortfall of a standard DNA search is that a suspect's genetic fingerprint must be on file in the offender database for law enforcement to make a match. Sheriff Nienhuis said until 2015 there were no leads on that particular piece of DNA. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement compared the DNA to local DNA to see if there were any close matches, which would be a family member. The sheriff said they found the DNA matched that of Jeffrey Crum, who was in jail at the time. Investigators then obtained DNA samples from Crum's brother, father, and grandfather. A direct comparison between the DNA found on the victim and that of Crum's father found a match. Investigators concluded that Jeffrey Crum took the girl from the 1992 case by the arm and led her behind the abandoned house, where he hit her head with a blunt object so hard it crushed part of her skull and caused her to lose part of her brain, leaving her paralyzed on the one side. This then finally led to the arrest of Jeffrey Crum, 53 years old at the time, in connection to the 1992 case. It was Crum's arrest in this case, authorities said, that made him a person of interest, reinvigorating an investigation in Jennifer's case. Sheriff Al Nienhuis said, when Crum was implicated in the 1992 case, he quickly, almost instantaneously, became our #1 suspect in Jennifer's case because of the similarities. He also noted that over the years there were suspects, but Crum was not on that list, so he came out of left field in 2015. In 2018, on the 25th anniversary of her daughter's demise, Jennifer's mother told the Times that she and other family members tried to have faith that her case would eventually be solved. I think the investigators would have done anything in the world to have solved this case. In 2019, Crum was sentenced to life in prison for the crime he committed in 1992, leaving his victim partly paralyzed. The victim's aunt spoke in court during the sentencing hearing, recounting the lifelong damage he had inflicted. Her aunt said her life stopped that day. She also mentioned Jennifer. A year later, a young lady, Jennifer Odom, was slayed, she said, and that brought back so much different things that today the perpetrator still has not been caught. The arrest and sentence of Crum gave Detective Lloydgren a new resolve, and Jennifer's family new hope that the person responsible will be caught. Detectives then began an intensive investigation and interviewed everyone they could find for the next several years that may have been associated with Crum around the time Jennifer was kidnapped. This information was turned over to the state attorney, and the facts and circumstances were turned over to a grand jury. On July 27, 2023, a month shy of what would have been Jennifer's 43rd birthday, officials announced that they had finally made an arrest in the case and that prosecutors would seek capital punishment against the accused. State Attorney Bill Glass made the announcement during a press conference. This was just after the Hernando County Sheriff's Office announced that it has charged the 61-year-old Jeffrey Norman Crum with the kidnapping, assault, and slaying of Jennifer 30 years before. Glass also said, "I have confidence that we have the right person, and we have the right aggravators in this particular case to treat it as a capital punishment case. This is every parent's nightmare. This is the thing that keeps parents up at night, worried about their children." Detective George Lloydgren, who had spent years investigating Jennifer's case, said, "Shock is probably the best word to describe the reaction of Jennifer's family when he told them about the arrest. He said he did it quickly because I did not want to get emotional. It is a lot for them to take in and absorb, and I can imagine it is going to take some time before it really sinks in." According to Sheriff Nienhuis, every viable lead for the past 30 years, including those that came from the Pasco County Sheriff's Office or the Florida Department of Law Enforcement or private citizens, were investigated thoroughly. He added, the investigation never stopped. Hundreds of items were tested and retested every time new technology came out in the hope of finding a smoking gun to solve this case. The sheriff added, countless, literally countless detectives and sworn law enforcement personnel and civilian and tipsters have had a hand in this investigation. The minute Crum was identified as a suspect in the case, Detective Lundgren went to work putting a mosaic together, or a puzzle, and I can tell you, other than the conviction in a previous case, there was no other piece of the puzzle. That was a big piece of the puzzle. Every other piece of the puzzle that got us to this point were tiny little fragments that gave the state attorney and the grand jury enough confidence to indict Crum. Sheriff Nienhuis also said that they are searching for additional victims. Authorities fear Crum may be responsible for other crimes. A picture of him from 1993 was released, asking that anyone who recognized him from the 1980s and 1990s to contact Sheriff Nienhuis. We urge anyone who had interactions with this individual, has information on other crimes he may have committed, and/or may have themselves been a victim of Jeffrey Crum, to reach out to the Hernando County Sheriff's Office and speak to our cold case unit. Despite keeping a lot of information close to the vest, authorities did say that in 1992, Crum worked in construction as a drywall installer and lived on Somerset Lane in Spring Hill, the Pasco County area where Jennifer was abducted from. His residence was about 21 miles from the place where Jennifer was last seen and 12 miles from where her body was found. Officials also say at that time he drove a blue truck. During Thursday, July 27, 2023's press conference, Sheriff Nienhuis kept reiterating Crum was not on the investigators' radar until the past few years. Records showed Crum has a significant history of convictions for violent crime. The sheriff said Crum had been arrested in the early 1980s for armed robbery in Hillsborough County. In 1985, he was charged with kidnapping, assault, and false imprisonment in Hillsborough County. He was arrested by Tampa police in 1987 for carrying a concealed weapon. In 1988, he was caught again carrying a concealed weapon and was charged with aggravated assault. In 1998, he was arrested for domestic violence in Hernando County 3 times. In 2001, he was arrested for violation of probation in Hillsborough County. He was arrested a few years later for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in Hernando County. In 2015, he was arrested in Pasco County for aggravated assault on a child under the age of 12. Sheriff Nienhuis stated, "He is a bad individual who enjoyed violence." Crum is already serving 2 life sentences for the assault and kidnapping case out of Pasco County that was prosecuted around 2015. He is currently in the Hernando County Jail. Judge Kurt E. Hitzman ordered him to be held without bond and appointed a public defender to represent him. Communities in Pasco and Hernando counties were on edge after Jennifer Odom's kidnapping and slaying back then. They shared their thoughts and feelings after the news of the arrest was announced. Jeannie Cameron, the general manager at Papa Joe's Italian restaurant in Brooksville, said she and others in the community remember hearing about her disappearance all too well. "So we all remember hearing about her disappearance, Jennifer's, and about the blue truck, and everybody was on alert about looking. I think the bottom line was finding out who did it and getting him off the streets so that another family doesn't have to be tormented. Because I really feel like the whole community was tormented until they found out the answer." Joseph Giorratana, the owner of Papa Joe's Italian restaurant, said, "Back then, 30 years ago as a parent, I was very angry that someone could do something like that to a child and then leave her there in the middle of nowhere." Jessica Ellis said she went to Waitman Middle School with Jennifer and played in the same clarinet section in band class. "I would say we saw each other a lot. We weren't like close friends, but we knew a lot of the same people. We rode the school bus every day, and I just remember her always being nice with me and everyone else that rode her school bus that knew her. You know, a lot of us are parents ourselves now. The fact that anyone would do this to a child, it makes me hold my 5-year-old a lot tighter now." Grief and fear followed in the days, months, and years after Jennifer lost her life. The arrest of Crum is closure for many in the community. Gretchen Eleanor Harrington was born on June 13, 1967, in the quiet town of Marple Township, Pennsylvania. She was the beloved daughter of Harold Boyd Harrington and Ina Cover Harrington. Gretchen had 3 sisters, Zoe, Anne, and Jessica. The girls grew up in a household filled with love and sibling companionship. Their close bond and support undoubtedly played a crucial role in shaping Gretchen's character and forming cherished memories. Her father, Harold Harrington, was a pastor and dedicated his life to serving various congregations of the Reformed Presbyterian Church of North America. On the morning of August 15, 1975, 8-year-old Gretchen Harrington left her home on 27 Lawrence Road in Brumal, Pennsylvania, with her Bible in one hand. She was on her way to go to summer Bible school camp at the Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church on 140 Lawrence Road. This was the premises of 2 local churches. Gretchen's father was the pastor of the one church, and David Zanstra was the pastor of the secondary church. She was eager to attend Bible school. Usually, she walked the half-mile with her older sisters Zoe and Harriet. But on this particular day, though, her mom, Ina, was bringing home her newborn baby, Jessica. Zoe and Harriet preferred to stay home and wait for their arrival. Pastor Harrington encouraged Gretchen to go to Bible school to keep up her perfect attendance record. Therefore, Gretchen was all alone as her father waved goodbye to her. She began her stroll up the hill to the church just after 9 a.m. A child walking alone on a sunny summer day in a place like Marple was hardly unusual. It was not regarded as dangerous or risky. This was the 1970s, in a leafy suburb. Kids played various games outside till all hours. They played on the streets, in the dark, and in the woods. They cooled off in Darby Creek, which ran behind Gretchen's home without a care in the world. Kids walked to their friends' houses blocks away. No cell phones or GPS watches to tether them to their parents. Marple was as safe could be. At around 9 to 9:30 a.m., the children arrived at the camp, and the first activity on the agenda was a morning exercise session, led by David Zanstra, the other pastor. At approximately 10 a.m., half of the children were then transported to the Reformed Presbyterian Church for the remainder of the day. Zanstra was one of the people responsible for transporting the children. At 10:30, Gretchen's father became concerned when she had not arrived yet at the second church where he was waiting. Harold began searching Lawrence Road to see if maybe Gretchen had wandered off or went home. When he could not find Gretchen, Harold contacted Zanstra's wife, Margaret, who was at the Trinity Church, to find out if Gretchen was still there and if David Zanstra perhaps knew if she was transported to the other church. Margaret told Harold that her husband returned to Trinity Chapel after transporting children. He was somewhere on the property of the church and had not seen Gretchen that day. The Harringtons and Zanstras knew each other well. The 2 families lived close to one another. Both dads were in the same line of work, and both moms filled the stereotypical role of pastor's wife. One of Zanstra's daughters was Gretchen's best friend. When David Zanstra learned that Gretchen's father was looking for her, he called the Marple Township Police Department at Harold Harrington's request and reported Gretchen missing. The call was made at 11:23 a.m., and Zanstra described Gretchen to the police as an 8-year-old girl with blonde hair in pigtails, 3 feet 6 inches tall, 50 pounds, wearing dark blue shorts, with a zipper and snap in the front, pockets on each side of the front, and no visible buttons, and a white top. Quite a detailed description for someone who apparently did not see Gretchen on that day. As the sun set that day just before 8 p.m., there was still no sign of Gretchen. Margaret Zandstra brought supper to the Harrington home, where Ina, Gretchen's mother, seemed resigned to the fact that she would never see her daughter alive again. Margaret commented, "She was just kind of accepting the fact that Gretchen was gone. I do not know whether she was just putting on a brave face. I think she was in shock." Gretchen's disappearance sent shockwaves through Broomall and Marple Township. The people went into full-blown panic mode. By Saturday, hundreds of people were involved in the search for Gretchen. A Pennsylvania State Police helicopter searched the area continuously from above. Friends and family members began handing out flyers to passing motorists in the area. The flyers showed Gretchen in her most recent school photo, sporting a missing tooth and a childish grin. There was a lot of speculation, so many unanswered questions. Had she run away? Did she drown in a creek? Did a stranger kidnap her? Was it somebody she knew? People and church members who searched for little 8-year-old Gretchen said her disappearance destroyed the belief that their community was safe. Karen Frank Zetterberg was a Bible school classmate of Gretchen. They were the same age and lived in the same tightly knit community. After Gretchen's disappearance, Karen's mom took her to the hairdresser to cut her hair real short in order for her to look like a boy. She did not want her daughter to stand out with her long hair. Karen was also not allowed to walk alone to her piano lessons and to the swim club anymore. Paul Barton, who lived in nearby Newton Square, heard about the search on his police scanner while he was relaxing in his backyard pool. He soon drove down to Darby Creek to join a search team. His group combed a grassy hill. Barton recalled, "There was just this very solemn feeling amongst all of us who were out there searching. We went out there not knowing what to expect, what we might find. We were looking for something, anything, but we found nothing. Nobody did." That Sunday, just 2 days after Gretchen's disappearance, police called off the large-scale search operation. Investigators had little to go on. The police chief told a local newspaper, "We haven't got a clue. No useful clues of any kind were found by the search parties." In the weeks that followed, the police spoke with several people to piece together what had happened to Gretchen. On August 17, 1975, the interviews began for the investigation. Witnesses, camp teachers, students, and parents were interviewed by police, providing various important facts for the case. The crucial pieces of information were the observation of either a green station wagon or light-top, dark-bottom Cadillac stopping to talk to a girl near the church. Another fact that was brought up was that the camp's daily routine was broken on August 15th because the group at Trinity Church stayed 45 to 50 minutes longer than usual. The investigation took a turn on August 19th when a small pair of shorts were found on a fence post in West Chester, Pennsylvania. David Zandstra was called in to talk to police, based around the fact that he provided such a specific description of Gretchen's shorts, although, according to him, he never saw her that day, since she never arrived to camp. The shorts found in West Chester ultimately ended up not being Gretchen's, but investigators were still left questioning how Zandstra knew such specific details about her shorts. When investigators interviewed Zandstra on August 19th, he told them that he had picked up some children and driven them to the church the day Gretchen went missing. He still denied having seen her that day. On October 14th, 2 months after Gretchen disappeared, a jogger in Ridley Creek State Park, about 20 minutes from Gretchen's home, stumbled on human remains. At first, he was not sure what he had found, until he saw what was clearly a fingernail. He ran to fetch a park ranger. Gretchen's parents confirmed that the distinctive clothing found with the remains was hers. Ina made the girl's clothes by hand. The remains found were of a small human body, which the autopsy later revealed was indeed Gretchen Harrington's. Dental records were used for identification purposes. Dr. Halbert Fillinger performed the autopsy. He found a cranial cerebral injury and stated that Gretchen had suffered 2 or more blunt impacts to her skull, leaving her with a depressed skull fracture. Police suspected that she had been assaulted as well, though the autopsy revealed no evidence of that. The heart-wrenching discovery left everyone mourning the loss of a promising young life. The Sunday after Gretchen's body was found, her father Harold delivered a sermon at church. Gretchen, with her simple faith in Christ, is free, he declared, but the perpetrator is in terrible bondage. The world is filled with unspeakable evil because of the wickedness of the human who knows the truth but will not accept it. The discovery in the woods led to a new frenzy of activity in the case. Witnesses came forward with reports of men of various descriptions they had seen in the area where Gretchen was found. Police received numerous tips, some sounding very promising, some completely frivolous. On October 30th, 1975, David Zanstra was called back to the police station for a further interview about the morning of August 15th. Zanstra told police that he started picking up children for the opening session at 9:10 a.m. and was finished with the pickups and back at Trinity Chapel by 9:30 a.m. He denied ever seeing Gretchen and told police that he was unaware she was even missing until he was called to the Reformed Church at 11:05 a.m. by Harold Harrington, Gretchen's father. Investigators looked into a series of potential suspects, including several known offenders of assault living in the area. Nothing led to an arrest. What happened to Gretchen became a mystery for decades. No one knew who took her life. The case went cold. Joanna Falcon Sullivan was only 9 years old in 1975 when Gretchen's slaying took place. She was born and stayed in Broomall, Delaware County at the time. The case had always haunted Sullivan. She became a veteran journalist and wrote a true crime book detailing the ongoing investigation in Gretchen's case. Sullivan said, "I had wanted to write this story for decades. I grew up in Broomall. My co-author Mike Mathis grew up in Broomall as well. He grew up in Lawrence Park, where this happened. It affected both of us as kids, and it affected a lot of kids our age." Sullivan started the book during the pandemic, and Marple's Gretchen Harrington tragedy was released in October 2022. The novel was Sullivan's first book, but she said she does plan to revise this true crime book to reflect any updated information about this case as it unfolds. Naturally, when detectives retire or pass away, other investigators inherit their cold cases. In the case of Gretchen, Sergeant Coffin became the head investigator. When a woman called Marple Police and wanted to talk to somebody about Gretchen, her message went to Coffin's phone. He was sitting at Marple Township Police Headquarters when he heard the voicemail. The woman said she thought she knew who was responsible for what happened to Gretchen and talked about an attempted kidnapping around the same time. She also mentioned that she kept a diary in the 1970s in which she recorded some of this information when she was a 10-year-old girl living in Havertown, about 3 miles east of Marple. The woman still had the diary in her possession after all these years. Sergeant Coffin got in touch with Pennsylvania State Police. Though the case remained open with the Marple cops because Gretchen had last been seen in their jurisdiction, The state police technically became the lead investigatory agency once the remains were found in the state park. Coffin noted, "Besides, I have 4 detectives in my division. The state police have so many more resources." State troopers scheduled an interview with the woman. She is designated in court documents only by her initials, SF, and CI number 1, the terminology used for confidential informant. The interview would turn out to be a monumental development in a cold case that had been unsolved for nearly half a century. And monumental developments in decades-old cold cases do not happen that often. The woman told the state troopers on January 2, 2023, that she had been childhood friends with Gretchen and Zoe Harrington, one of Gretchen's sisters. She was also friends with David Zanstra's daughters, Mara and Kristen, and that she would often play at the Zanstra home. She frequently slept over at their house. During one of these sleepovers, when she was 10, she told the troopers she awoke in the middle of the night to find Pastor Zanstra touching her inappropriately. She shifted her position and he immediately hurried from the room. The next night, he touched her again, she said. When the girls woke up the following morning, the woman said, she mentioned David Zanstra's odd behavior to Mara, his one daughter, and then Mara told her something to the effect of, "He does that sometimes, and sometimes I hear my sister crying in the middle of the night." When the girl related the incidents to her parents, they told her she was not allowed to sleep over at the Zanstra house anymore. Notably, police believed the incident in question occurred exactly 1 week before Gretchen vanished. A short time afterwards, the Zanstras moved to Plano, Texas, a Dallas suburb. The confidential informant also told state police about another child in the neighborhood with whom she was friends, a girl named Holly. According to her, somebody had attempted to kidnap Holly. She wrote the following entry in her diary, which she turned over to the state troopers. In one entry dated September 15, 1975, she wrote, "Guess what? A man tried to kidnap Holly twice. It is a secret, so I cannot tell anyone, but I think he might be the one who kidnapped Gretchen. I think it was Mr. Z." She confirmed to the troopers that the Z stood for Zanstra. Local police had questioned Zanstra twice back in 1975, along with many other people. Some witnesses had said they saw Gretchen outside a car, talking to someone sitting inside on the morning she disappeared. Some of the descriptions of the car matched one of Zanstra's, but Zanstra always insisted he had not seen Gretchen on the day in question. Bizarrely, though, as you, the viewer, would already have noted, there was an investigatory gap never explained by Marple police. Zanstra was able to give an accurate and detailed description of the homemade shorts Gretchen was wearing that day, even though he supposedly had not seen her. Sadly, the original Marple detective in her case passed away in June of 2020, and therefore there is no explanation for the investigatory gap. In June 2023, state troopers tracked Zanstra down to a lakefront home in Marietta, Georgia. He and his wife had moved there. Zanstra agreed to meet the troopers at the headquarters of the Cobb County Police Department on July 17, 2023. The troopers questioned Zanstra about Gretchen's disappearance, and he denied any involvement. Then they revealed the newest allegations to him, that the pastor had assaulted his own daughters and a best friend. David Zanstra then finally came clean to investigators on what really occurred on the morning of August 15, 1975. Jack Stolzheimer, the Delaware County District Attorney, outlined Zanstra's confession about what happened. Once Gretchen was out of her father's view, Zanstra then invited her into his green AMC Rambler station wagon. Instead of driving her to church, he drove her to a secure wooded area, parked the car, and asked her to take off her clothes. She refused and responded that she wanted to go home. He struck Gretchen with his fist, and she began bleeding from her head. After feeling her pulse and her appearing lifeless, he carried her out of the car and attempted to cover her body with sticks. He then left and went on with his day. Due to the nature of the close relationship the Harringtons had with the Zanstras, investigators determined that Zanstra had the means, motive, and opportunity to take Gretchen's life. David Zanstra was taken into custody in Georgia on July 17, 2023. He is currently being held in Cobb County, where he has been denied bail. A DNA sample was collected from Zanstra that would be compared to DNA collected in other open cases in Pennsylvania and across the country. Investigators believe that it is unlikely Zanstra is not involved in other crimes, considering he worked with children for decades. Phil Stoddard, a detective in Marietta, Georgia, who sat in on the Zanstra interview, told a TV news crew there that Zanstra was emotionless during his confession to the troopers. Trooper Eugene Trey conducted the interview. Afterwards, Trey said, "I do not know if he is sorry for what he did, but this is a weight off his shoulders for sure." On Monday, 24th July 2023, Delco officials announced the arrest of 83-year-old David Zanstra in connection with Gretchen's kidnapping and slaying. Zanstra was born in May 1940. He was still working as a pastor in Georgia at the time of his arrest. Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolzheimer said, "He is every parent's worst nightmare." This heinous act left a family and a community forever changed. At long last, I can announce today that David Zanstra had admitted to this crime. Justice has been a long time coming, but we are proud and grateful to finally be able to give the community an answer. We have to realize that most people in this world are good, and that most pastors, especially people who claim to be men of God, are good people. But there have always been people, and there always will be people, who are this cold-hearted, remorseless, and just evil. Thank God there is law enforcement here to hold them accountable. And however long this takes, we are going to do it, because this young lady should be alive. What happened to her is just horrendous. Stolzheimer added that Zanstra was fighting extradition to Pennsylvania and that his office was seeking a governor's warrant to bring Zanstra to Delaware County. The district attorney's office will submit a petition for requisition. Once approved, arrangements will be made to have representatives from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office pick up Zanstra and bring him to Pennsylvania. The process could take as long as 2 months. Stolzheimer added, "We are going to try him, we are going to convict him, and he is going to stay in jail for the rest of his life. Then he is going to have to find out what the God he professes to believe in holds for those who are this evil to our children. He slayed, with his bare hands, this poor young girl, and then lied about it for 48 years. He ended this girl's life that he knew and who trusted him, and then he acted as if he was a family friend, not only during her burial and funeral, but for years." Chief Graff of the police department in Marple Township said during Monday's press conference, "If you are a praying person, you can certainly pray for Gretchen, and I do not think she needs it. She is in God's hands. You can certainly pray for the evil man responsible for this, because he is going to need it." The charges filed against Zanstra have brought a sense of closure to Broomall, Pennsylvania, which has been haunted by Gretchen's case for nearly 48 years. Gretchen's demise had transformed this community. Pre-August 1975, it was Anytown, USA. Post that day, it changed everything for the kids, for the parents, for the families, for everybody, because nobody could do anything anymore in the innocence that they used to do it before this happened. Jim Cristaldi, who as a youth delivered newspapers to the Harringtons, spoke fondly of a pre-disappearance childhood in which he and his friends would spend countless hours building forts in the woods with only the light of the moon. But right after Gretchen vanished, Cristaldi, a teenager at the time, found himself in search parties in those same woods looking for Gretchen, or anything that might have led to her whereabouts. We were innocent, and this absolutely shattered our innocence. Pennsylvania State Police Lieutenant Jonathan Sunderland said in a statement, "Justice does not have an expiration date. Whether a crime happened 50 years ago or 5 minutes ago, the residents of the Commonwealth can have confidence that law enforcement will not rest until justice is served. This case has been investigated by generations of detectives, and they all are owed a debt of gratitude for never giving up. Particular recognition is due today to Corporal Andrew Martin of the Criminal Investigation Assessment Unit and Missing Persons Unit. His determination to build upon the work of his predecessors and his belief that the case could still be solved have been instrumental in getting us to today's announcement." Michelle DeLaune, President and CEO of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, said, "Today's announcement is a testament to the power of perseverance and a family and community's commitment to justice. Regardless of how much time has passed, we know answers can be found. As we mark this achievement, we applaud the incredible efforts of the Delaware County District Attorney's Office, the Pennsylvania State Police, the Marple Township Police, and their partner law enforcement agencies, and the Cobb County Police Department for their unwavering dedication in this case. Days like today fuel our ongoing passion to protect children, and we're keeping Gretchen's family in our thoughts, as well as the many other families out there who are still searching for answers. David Zanstra has been charged with taking Gretchen's life in the first, second, and third degree, as well as kidnapping of a minor and the possession of an instrument of crime. The website of the Christian Reformed Church lists Zanstra as a retired minister and said he was ordained on September 20th, 1965. In addition to the Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church in Broomall, Zanstra also served at churches in New Jersey, California, and Texas between 1965 and 2005. The Christian Reformed Church said in a statement on Monday that it wanted to extend their condolences to the family of Gretchen Harrington. "We are additionally grieved to hear that a CRC pastor has been arrested in the case. We recognize that we live in a broken and sinful world where violence can happen anywhere by anyone, even within our churches and by leaders we hold to the highest standards." David Zanstra's wife, Margaret Zanstra, did not immediately respond to a request for comment after her husband's arrest. While the Marple community now has most of the answers it had been seeking for all these decades, many of the residents had not found peace in the shocking turn of events. It was much easier to believe that some outsider had done this, some deranged itinerant offender who had somehow wandered into town, snatched up a young girl, and then disappeared just as quickly, taking his evil with him to whatever unfortunate place he landed next. Instead, it was a respected member of their community, a religious leader with a wife and young girls of his own, a wife who had brought supper to the family of the girl he's confessed to slay. Karen Frank Zetterberg, Gretchen's Bible school classmate, observed, "Back then, everybody was surprised that Gretchen would get into a car with a stranger, And now to find out that this monster was hiding amongst us in plain sight all the time, it is just sickening. We were always taught in church that evil exists in the world, but you do not really understand evil until something like this happens. We were far too young to learn about evil the way we did. Sullivan, who wrote the book on Gretchen's case, said after the announcement, "I was stunned. The fact that this case is finally, potentially, coming to a close, it is very exciting to hear this news. It is still very sad, you know. We cannot change what happened. I interviewed Zanstra, his wife, and his daughter when doing research for my book. Zanstra had a murky recollection of the day Gretchen went missing. There was a sense of fear and apprehension in Broomall. I remember seeing a helicopter flying over our neighborhood in the search effort for Gretchen. That image stayed with me for the rest of my life." Sullivan's book was just released last year, and CBS News Philadelphia talked to her about whether she believed it may have led to a break in this case. Sullivan replied, "We started interviewing people. We went to Marple Police Department and were able to comb through the cold case files kept by Chief Brandon Graff, who never gave up on this unsolved case. Marple Police encouraged our research and said that we somehow contributed. I think we got people talking again. Reverend Zanstra took our calls. He answered questions about that day. There's a lot of relief and disbelief that it is actually happening." David Zanstra's neighbors in Georgia also reacted after learning about the charges against him. Karen Alsdorf said, "It is shocking. I had no idea. They have just always been very nice people." Aaron Christian said, "Friendly guy. I talked to him a few times. I see him walking around with his cane." The family of Gretchen Harrington released the following statement. "With today's announcement of an arrest, we are extremely hopeful that the person who is responsible for the heinous crime that was committed against our Gretchen will be held accountable. It is difficult to express the emotions that we are feeling as we take one step closer to justice. Gretchen was only 8 years old when she was suddenly taken away from us on her way to church on Friday, August 15, 1975. If you met Gretchen, you were instantly her friend. She exuded kindness to all and was sweet and gentle. Even now, when people share their memories of her, the first thing they talk about is how amazing she was, and still is. At just 8 years old, she had a lifelong impact on those around her. The kidnapping and demise of Gretchen has forever altered our family, and we miss her every single day. We are grateful for the continual pursuit of justice by law enforcement, and we want to thank the Pennsylvania State Police for never stopping in their constant search for answers. We would not be here today if it was not for them. As a family, we ask for privacy at this time as we continue to digest this information. Thank you for your understanding, love, and continued support. It means the world to us." Gretchen's parents were married for an impressive 59 years. Her father passed away in 2021 at the remarkable age of 94. Officials said Zanstra moved around quite a few times to different churches during his 40-year tenure. He lived in California, Texas, and Georgia. Stolzheimer said, "We are concerned that there may be more victims who might have been assaulted by this man. We want to hold him accountable for everything he did. We need to be diligent. If anyone has any information about that, if David Zanstra ever committed an act against you, please reach out to District Attorney Geoffrey Payne or the Pennsylvania State Police." From what should have been a 10-minute walk down the road, turned into a cold case that gripped a whole community for nearly 50 years. Morgan Bauer was born on April 13, 1996 in Memphis, Tennessee. She was the only child of Sherry Keenan and an unknown father. Morgan grew up in Aberdeen, South Dakota, and graduated from Central High School in 2014. She was a pretty girl with blue eyes and brown hair. Morgan had a passion for music and art and aspired to become a tattoo artist. She had a number of tattoos herself. One of those tattoos was a butterfly that symbolized her freedom and transformation. Her other tattoos were a sun-moon near her right shoulder inside a Celtic design, an anchor with the words, "Whatever you love can be taken away, so live like it's your last day," on her left wrist, a blue and orange jellyfish on her arm from her inner wrist to elbow, and a black tree and flowers on the back of her neck. She also had her ears gauged and her lip pierced twice. Morgan was an avid reader and writer, enjoying books from all different genres. She also wrote poems and stories on her blog. Morgan was a talented dancer and performer and had been dancing since she was 3 years old. She participated in various competitions and shows. She started dating Jose Rodriguez when she turned 18. The two of them met online. Morgan also had a dream of becoming a journalist or photographer. She always carried her camera with her. Morgan was active on different social media platforms. She posted photos of herself and her friends, as well as inspirational quotes and memes, especially on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. She had thousands of followers who admired her beauty and personality. Morgan loved to travel and explore new places. She had visited 13 states in the U.S. and had plans to visit more. She decided to leave the small town of Aberdeen in South Dakota and moved to Atlanta, Georgia, in search of a new, independent life. She left on February 12, 2016. Morgan had a pet cat named Luna, whom she adored. She adopted Luna from a shelter and left the cat with her mother when she moved. Morgan had $20 to her name and was expecting a tax refund. She stayed with a man she had met on Craigslist for the first night in Atlanta. Their arrangement included that Morgan clean the house until she managed to find a job. Unfortunately, this agreement did not work out between the two roommates. She then stayed at different hotels. Morgan took a job as a dancer in a Gainesville, Georgia club called the Top of Gainesville. She and her mother were in contact every day or every other day through social media or phone calls. Morgan also remained in contact with friends until February 25, 2016. It was then that she abruptly went silent. On that specific evening, she was dancing at Top of Gainesville. Afterwards, Morgan's co-worker, and her co-worker's boyfriend all left the club together. They dropped Morgan off at the Citgo gas station in Covington, where she got into a green Eclipse with an unknown driver. That would be the last time Morgan was seen alive. Her mom, Sherry Keenan, became concerned when she could not reach Morgan. She decided to go to Atlanta to find Morgan. Sherry went to the last motel that Morgan was staying in. There she found that all of Morgan's luggage was still in place. This indicated to her that Morgan did not run away. Sherry then talked to Morgan's boyfriend, Jose Rodriguez, to hear if he knew anything about where she could possibly be. Jose told her that he loved Morgan and was worried about her safety as well. He also said that he had not seen her or heard from her. On March 8, 2016, after not hearing from Morgan for over a week, Sherry Keenan reported her daughter as missing to the Atlanta Police Department. According to her cell phone records, officers determined that Morgan's last phone call was made to Jose on February 25, 2016. In Morgan's last Instagram video, she was seen walking in the Yellow River Park in Newton County, Georgia. An unidentified man could be seen walking behind her. Morgan's Instagram was private, but Sherry Keenan said a friend of her daughter's sent her a screenshot of Morgan's last post. It showed that it was posted on February 26, 2016, a day after she was seen climbing into the green eclipse. That meant police were looking in the wrong places, based on an incorrect timeline. Investigators tried to identify the man in the video to gather information, but they were unable to do so. Multiple law enforcement agencies got involved in the attempt to locate Morgan. Family members spoke to news outlets to share more information about the missing teen. Her disappearance sparked a massive online search due to the huge following she had. She had moved to the Atlanta area only about 2 weeks before she went missing, leaving nothing but unanswered questions in her absence. Despite investigators' best efforts, they were unable to locate Morgan. They did not know if she left willingly or if foul play was involved. Sherry Keenan said in 2019, "There is not a lot of information out there. Morgan is a cold case, but an active cold case with the Atlanta Police Department." Family and friends held a vigil on February 25, 2023, where they remembered the young woman who went missing when she was only 19 years old. Sherry Keenan said, "I am not ready to say goodbye until she is found." She organized the Saturday vigil at the Yellow River Park in Newton County. This was the same park as the one where Morgan was last seen. The next update on the case came on July 27, 2023. It was then that police said they had new information which they could not make public. The information had prompted investigators to go back and review the case from the beginning. It then led to a search warrant for a property on 2 South Broad Street in Atlanta. Based on the new information, it was suspected that Morgan's remains might be buried there. Police reported that the current owner of the house cooperated with the investigation and was not considered a suspect. The location of 2 South Broad Street is about a 10-minute walk from the park where Morgan was last seen. Authorities searched both the home and the large area of open property. The Porterdale Police Department, in conjunction with the FBI and the Atlanta Police Department, conducted a one-day search on July 27th to retrieve evidence related to the missing person case. There were several tents set up in a wooded area near the large home. Police released videos of FBI agents slowly combing the property in grid formation. Police said after the search that they believe Morgan's life was taken and her body was dumped. Police did not specify what they found that led to this conclusion, since they did not find Morgan's body. Sergeant Michael Walden gave feedback and said that their search led to the location of items of evidentiary interest. However, they could not reveal additional information. Morgan's mom, Sherry, had this to say during the search. "I believe Morgan, if she was still here, she would have reached out. Even if she did not want to talk to me, she would have reached out to her grandma." She added that the last time she saw her baby girl, she gave her something to keep her safe. "We did not really talk. I gave her a penny, though. I told her to put the penny in her pocket and to keep it with her to keep her safe. She was with a friend, but I do not know who he was." They walked off, and that was the last time I ever saw her. Sherry referred to an unknown man that was with Morgan before she left for Atlanta. Sherry suspected the new information and the search of the property would unveil something big in her daughter's case. Casey McClure, who runs an organization that provides outreach to exploited women, and has helped in the search since it began, said it all goes back to the couple that was last seen with Morgan. McClure also said that the investigators have spoken directly to the couple, acting on a tip. They were identified by officers and were publicly referred to by their last names, Goebel and Warren. McClure said Goebel was very sweet and polite and well-mannered and seemed concerned about Morgan. Warren was very rigid. On Saturday, August 5, 2023, the City of Porterdale Police Department posted the following on Facebook. Porterdale police officers obtained arrest warrants and 2 persons have been arrested in this ongoing investigation. Investigators are still actively working on this case, and it is continuing to develop while they are in constant communication with our district attorney and his office. Police Chief Jason Cripps said in the arrest announcement that he was grateful for the help of the other agencies. This was finally a new update in the over 7-year disappearance of Morgan. 27-year-old Jonathan Alexander Warren was arrested in Los Angeles in connection to Morgan's case. He was charged with 4 felonies: taking Morgan's life, hiding that fact, aggravated assault, and tampering with evidence. In accordance with California law, Warren's mugshot was not released. He apparently lived in the area where Morgan was last seen at the time that she disappeared. Warren has a long list of previous offenses. He has charges of fleeing or attempting to elude, driving without headlights in the dark, driving while license is suspended or revoked, and reckless driving. He was 22 years old when he committed these crimes. Most importantly, his address was listed as 2 South Broad Street, Porterdale. This is the same address where the latest search for evidence was done. 27-year-old Caitlin Goebel was arrested in Peoria, Illinois, also in connection to Morgan's case. She was charged with 2 felonies, concealing the fact that she assisted in taking Morgan's life, as well as tampering with evidence. She is currently being held in Peoria County Jail. Her mugshot was also not released. The nature of the relationship between Morgan and the couple was not confirmed by police. Newton County District Attorney Randy McKinley said his office is hopeful that Morgan's family will soon see justice. I always look at it from the victim's perspective, or in this case, the victim's family. This family has been waiting for years, not knowing what has happened. He also said that right now they were still waiting on Warren and Goebel to be extradited back to Newton County so they can begin to review the case files. We do not usually have the entire case file until the arrest is made, so we need time to review the case file, McKinley added. On Monday, August 7, 2023, Morgan's mother was not ready to speak on camera about the news of the arrests, but instead posted an update on the massive Missing Morgan Facebook page. Sherry Keenan described Morgan as charismatic, gentle-hearted, beautiful, and funny. She also said that Morgan was her best friend and that she missed her terribly. "What we cannot share is speculation," she wrote. "Please understand, legally and currently, Morgan is still considered a missing person. While we are so grateful that arrests have been made, this is an ongoing investigation." Paxton Gilbert, a friend of Morgan, had this to say after the arrests. "It is a big shock. They were the last 2 people to be seen with my friend Morgan. I just want to know what happened, you know. They told investigators. They even told her mom. They dropped her off at a gas station, and that is the last they saw of her." The new information that investigators received was an informant that said investigators should take a new look at Warren and Goebel. The evidentiary items found at the couple's home confirmed to investigators that they were responsible for taking Morgan's life. The hope is that the couple will admit to what they did and tell investigators where Morgan's body can be found, so that Morgan's family and friends can start the healing process. Eileen Cotter was born in 1952, 3 years after her parents moved from Ireland to England. Her father, Patrick Cotter, was a laborer. In 1967, 15-year-old Eileen found the body of her mother, who sadly took her own life. Eileen left school at 16 and worked at a holiday camp in Barry Island in Wales. Later on, she found work at a care home in Ireland. Just after 2 p.m. on June 1, 1974, a resident at a block of apartments in Hamilton Park, Highbury, North London, saw what she thought was a bundle of rags in the courtyard next to a block of garages. Another resident realized it was a body and asked her father to call the police. When police arrived at the scene, they documented that the female body was lifeless. The body was identified as Eileen Cotter's. She was 22 years old at the time. Eileen was found strangled, with her one eye black and bruises on her face and neck. She was lying face down with her lower body exposed and her underwear and tights pulled down. Her handbag, glasses, and shoes were missing. Eileen Cotter's father released a statement detailing his daughter's short life marred by family tragedies after her body was found. A forensic examination was done on her body. A pathologist found that the cause was manual strangulation. DNA samples were recovered from 2 places on Eileen's body. The DNA was used to extract DNA profiles, but unfortunately, no matches could be made at the time. Police interviewed 92 potential suspects and carried out an extensive operation to identify local curb crawlers in their effort to find the attacker. Unfortunately, he was not identified, and her case went unsolved. In 2012, 37 years after Eileen's body was found, the investigation was reopened following advances in DNA profiling. The trail went cold for 7 more years, until 2019, when John Applegren came to the attention of police for attacking his wife, Ann Smythe Applegren. He lived in the same area as Eileen when the crime was committed. John Applegren is an 80-year-old pensioner who was formerly a minicab driver and a bricklayer. He is from South Africa and had previously been married in South Africa to a woman with whom he had 2 children. It is not clear if Ann Smythe Applegren is his second or third wife, as there are no details of a second wife, although many sources call Ann his third wife. It was in February 2019 that he was arrested for domestic assault by his then-wife, Ann Applegren. There was a breakthrough when police took Applegren's DNA for the first time. The sample was a 1,000,000,000 to 1 probability of a match to the DNA collected from Eileen Cotter's body. When interviewed, he claimed that he did not know Eileen, but accepted he had relations with other women during his marriage. On June 22, 2022, John Applegren was arrested and charged with the slaying of Eileen Cotter. The arrest was made after investigators concluded that Applegren is 100% responsible for what happened to Eileen. Detective Chief Inspector Lawrence Smith said that if someone knocked on his door and arrested him for a crime of almost 50 years ago, he would repeatedly plead his innocence until he could no longer speak. That was not him. He was very calm about it. He had an aura of, dare I say, evilness about him. Appelgren appeared at the Bromley Magistrates Court on Thursday, June 23, 2022, where he was remanded into custody. The judge fixed a trial of up to 4 weeks from June 6, 2023. Opening the prosecution's case, prosecutor Alexandra Healy said that DNA samples taken from Eileen's body in 1975 matched those of John Appelgren of Bryden Close in Sydenham, southeast London. During the trial, she told jurors that in 2019, Appelgren had come to the attention of police for attacking his wife. The court heard Appelgren was seen on the night of the slaying in 1975 at a Finsbury Park hot dog stall, where Eileen would often go. Ms. Healy also told the jury that it appeared Eileen had been pushed out of a car after she and Appelgren had intercourse. She described to the court, her body was discovered in the position it fell, without shoes and with her tights and underwear still around her right leg. Appelgren hit Eileen in the face and throttled her before throwing her body out of his car. The defendant was 31 at the time. This happened just 6 weeks after the birth of his first child with his then-wife, Anne. Appelgren told police in 1975, when he was interviewed as a potential suspect, that he was living in Leighton and never went to the Finsbury Park and Highbury area, which was a lie. Miss Healy also said, Eileen did not have the defendant's DNA on her underwear and tights because she never pulled them up after they were together. She never pulled them up because she was not alive anymore. During the court case, it was revealed that Eileen and Anne were most definitely not Appelgren's only victims. Appelgren assaulted an 18-year-old female guest at his own wedding to Anne Appelgren on October 14, 1972. Ms. Healy told jurors the incident only came to light years later when police interviewed Anne Appelgren as part of the reinvestigation into Eileen's case in 2012. Ms. Healy told jurors that Appelgren had pushed the 18-year-old woman against a wall after she left the toilet at his wedding reception and assaulted her. The victim had not told anyone about the incident, as she was afraid she would be blamed. The teenager told Anne Appelgren about the assault after the pair later divorced. Anne Appelgren, mother of 2, also revealed that she had been mistreated and that Appelgren had once grabbed her neck with both hands. She added that she believed he was cheating on her just months after their 1972 marriage, and later found out he was sleeping with her brother's wife. After 11 hours of jury deliberation, Mrs. Justice May announced the jury's final decision. She told Appelgren that putting your hands around a young woman's neck and squeezing hard carried a high risk which ought to have been obvious. The judge added, Eileen must have been terrified. The jury found Appelgren guilty on Friday, June 16, 2023, following a 2-week trial. In addition to being found guilty of manslaughter, he was also convicted of indecent assault. Justice May then sentenced Appelgren to 10 years for manslaughter and a further 6 months for the earlier assault to run consecutively. This means he will be eligible for release on parole after 5 years and 3 months on June 21, 2028, when he is 85 and hopefully worm food. In mitigation, Justin Rouse listed Appelgren's health problems, saying the defendant would be affected significantly by serving his sentence. Detective Chief Inspector Lawrence Smith said, Eileen's life was tragically ended at a young age, with her body then discarded onto the street. When my team reviewed the original investigation, we were impressed by how thorough it was. Investigators at the time used every available method to find the suspect, including operations with decoy women. This was a tactic used at the time where female police officers under protection were placed at the scenes of crimes in efforts to draw out predatory men. Smith continued, "Unfortunately, they did not have the science available to us now, and although he should have been in prison decades ago, he has now been brought to justice." Investigating violence against women and girls is a priority for the Metropolitan Police, and we will relentlessly pursue predatory men, whether a crime took place decades ago or today. Eileen's half-brother, Patrick Cotter, who was 5 at the time of her demise, said in a statement, "Eileen and I shared the same father. My mother cared for Eileen as her own mother passed away. I was not only deprived of a sister I had little time to get to know, the knock-on effect also meant I lost my mother, who took her own life, and my father to mental illness and alcoholism. This was all brought about because John Applegren took Eileen's life. 3 years after Eileen's strangling, my mother took her own life, as the relationship between her and my father broke down significantly. Due to the fighting between them, I was placed in a care home where I suffered abuse until the age of about 11. It was never explained to me why I was placed in care, and I lived most of my childhood believing it is because of something I had done wrong." His statement continues, "Again, being a young child, I struggled to understand, with little explanation given to me. My father drank heavily, but Eileen's demise and the loss of my mother caused him to drink even more, and he was eventually admitted to Springfield Psychiatric Hospital. Following this, my father went to live with his brother in Ireland. However, his drinking became too much, and he also passed away." According to Patrick Cotter Jr., he has no memory of Eileen's funeral and has no idea whether she was buried or cremated. He also has no idea where she was laid to rest. As a result, he had never been able to visit her grave. Patrick continued, "I spent a very unhappy childhood moving amongst various care homes and foster homes. However, when I was 14 years old, I was placed with my foster parents, John and Yvonne. I was very fortunate to be placed in a loving, caring home. They explained various aspects of my life that I did not know or understand, filling in the gaps, so to speak. I also had a half-brother from my mother who was 17 years older than me. However, when I was taken into care, he was told to avoid any contact with me. I felt as though I lost him as well. He was someone I was very fond of and have happy memories of, but this was also taken from me." Patrick Cotter concluded, "I would like to see justice for Eileen, whose life was cruelly cut short 49 years ago. As a result of the traumatic event during my childhood, I shut down emotionally. It has made it difficult for me to form close relationships. I only have very faint memories of my sister, but I believe she cared for me." In October 1978, power company employees discovered the lifeless body of a female near power lines. The discovery was made between Whitworth Drive and Division Street in Spokane, Washington. Spokane County Sheriff's deputies and detectives responded to the location to begin the investigation. The scene was documented and processed for evidence with the assistance of forensic personnel. Evidence, including possible DNA samples, was collected during the investigation and autopsy. The victim was identified as 16-year-old Chris Ann Baxter, who had been reported as a runaway by her mom on September 30th, 1978. Evidentiary items were sent to the Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory for testing. Although 1978 DNA testing abilities were very limited, investigators believed the samples contained DNA. However, an analysis could not be completed due to these limitations. The evidence was securely stored for future testing. In August 2006, knowing the advancement in DNA testing abilities, Major Crimes Detective Dee Marski sent the samples back to the Washington State Police Crime Lab for testing. The test results showed DNA consistent with Chris-Ann Baxter and an unknown male. The male profile was entered into the combined DNA indexing system, but a match was not found. In 2014, the profile was updated in CODIS and entered into the National DNA Indexing System, where it was compared to every DNA entry in the nation on a rotating basis. But still, a match was not identified. In 2020, Major Crimes Detective Michael Drapeau yet again submitted the samples to the Washington State Police Crime Lab for additional examination. In early 2021, a portion of the forensic evidence was sent to Othrum's laboratory in the Woodlands, Texas, for advanced DNA testing. Using forensic-grade genome sequencing, Othram scientists developed a comprehensive DNA profile for the unknown male contributor. Othram's in-house genealogy team identified potential relatives of the unknown male, including a direct descendant of the individual who was no longer alive. These leads were provided to Spokane County Sheriff Detective Michael Drapeau, who used this new information to conduct a follow-up investigation. Living family members of the identified relative were then contacted and interviewed. Reference DNA samples were collected, and subsequent DNA profiles were developed and analyzed by Othram scientists, resulting in additional investigative attempts to identify the unknown male contributor. Continued investigative efforts revealed Keith D. Lindblom as a possible person of interest. He was born in 1949. Detective Drapeau searched law enforcement databases and learned Lindblom was arrested and charged in Spokane County for the 1975 violent assault of a 16-year-old female victim near the area where Chris-Ann Baxter's body was discovered. Lindblom admitted to having intercourse with the juvenile victim and pled guilty to assault in the first degree. Through the continued investigation, it was learned Lindblom was released from prison on August 7, 1978, and was not in custody at the time that Chris-Ann Baxter was assaulted and her life taken. Detective Drapeau also located a child of Lindblom's in Louisiana, and through the comparison of a DNA sample obtained by the Jefferson Davis Parish Sheriff's Office, found the suspect's DNA collected in 1978 showed 320 times more likelihood of a match to Lindblom and his known child than if it was compared to an unrelated individual selected at random from the U.S. population. Later, relationship testing performed at Othram suggested a parent-child relationship between Lindblom's child and the perpetrator, indicating that the male DNA collected in 1978 indeed belonged to Lindblom. Lindblom passed away before the entry of DNA into the CODIS and NDIS databases, which is why a DNA match was not found earlier. Detective Drapeau consulted with the Spokane County Prosecuting Attorney's Office about the case, and with this evidence, they agreed that charges and Lindblom's arrest would have been warranted if he was living. Keith D. Lindblom perished in a fire on April 11, 1981, with a certificate listing the manner as an accident. Although he will not face criminal charges for taking the life of and assaulting Chris-Ann Baxter, investigators with the Spokane County Sheriff's Office, along with its assisting partnering agencies, hope this brings much-needed answers to Chris-Ann's family, friends, and, at a minimum, a small amount of comfort knowing the suspect was identified through DNA testing. The Spokane County Sheriff's Office thanked Othram, the Washington State Police Crime Lab, Jefferson Davis Parish Sheriff's Office, Lindblom's family members who cooperated during this investigation, and mostly the family of the victim, Chris Ann Baxter, for their patience and assistance during this long and difficult journey to identify the perpetrator. In February 1996, Terrence Paquette arrived at the Lil Champ food store in Orlando, Florida between 5 and 6 a.m. to prepare for a 6 a.m. opening. During his shift, his life was taken by an unknown assailant. Terrence was stabbed a staggering 73 times. He had only moved to Orlando a few years earlier, worked 60-hour weeks, and did not have many known associates. There were no witnesses to the crime, and so investigators quickly exhausted all leads, trying to find those responsible for Terrence's brutal demise. In 2003, the case was re-examined, and the Orange County Sheriff's Office sought new leads in the case. Some exclusions were made using a DNA profile developed from crime scene evidence, but the perpetrator was not identified. The case had again gone cold. In the fall of 2019, the Orange County Sheriff's Office engaged the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to assist with the case. The department contracted Othram to use advanced DNA testing to develop a comprehensive genealogical profile that could be used to generate new leads that might identify a suspect. Othram used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive genealogical profile. Upon successful generation of the profile, Othram returned the profile to law enforcement, where investigators used forensic genetic genealogy to narrow in on possible suspects. Empowered by these fresh genealogical leads, investigators were able to confirm the suspect in Terrence Paquette's case as 54-year-old Eustis resident Kenneth Robert Stowe, Jr., who is now being held without bail on charges of a first-degree slaying and robbery with a weapon. In August 2023, Kenneth Stowe Jr. was found guilty of all the charges against him and is now awaiting to be sentenced. On July 26, 1974, a 12-year-old girl followed a barking dog in the Race Point Dunes of Provincetown, Massachusetts. The little girl stumbled upon a decomposing body. The remains were just yards away from a road, and a significant amount of insect activity was visible. 2 sets of footprints led to the body, and tire tracks were found 50 yards from the scene. The victim was lying face down on half of a beach blanket. There was no sign of a struggle. Police theorized that she either knew the perpetrator or had been asleep when she was attacked. At the scene, the sand and beach blanket were not disturbed, suggesting that the body was possibly moved to the specific spot where her body was found. A blue bandana and pair of Wrangler jeans were under her head. She had long auburn or red hair pulled back into a ponytail by a gold-flecked elastic band. Her toenails were painted pink. Police determined the woman was approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighed 145 pounds, and had an athletic build. She also had expensive dental work, including crowns, worth between $5,000 and $10,000. And several of her teeth had been removed. Both of the victim's hands and one forearm were missing. She was also nearly decapitated, possibly from strangulation. One side of her head had been crushed, possibly with a military-type entrenching tool. The autopsy that was performed determined that the woman lost her life roughly 2 weeks before she was found. It was difficult to estimate her age. She could have been as young as 20 or as old as 49. Some investigators at the time believed that the missing teeth, hands, and forearm indicated that the perpetrator wanted to hide either the victim's identity or their own. Police pored over thousands of missing persons cases and a list of approved vehicles driven through the area. No matches were found. No other evidence was found besides the jeans, bandana, blanket, and ponytail holder, despite extensive searches of the surrounding dunes. Despite investigators' best efforts, they were unable to identify the victim. She became known as the Lady of the Dunes. The woman was buried in October 1974 after the case, unfortunately, went cold. The first facial reconstruction of the woman was created with clay in 1979. Her remains were exhumed in 1980 for examination, but no new clues were uncovered. The body was exhumed again in March 2000 for DNA testing. In May 2010, a CT scan of her skull was carried out that generated images that were then used by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for another reconstruction. In 2014, one of the case investigators raised funds for a new casket because the original thin metal casket had rusted and deteriorated. Throughout the years, there were several leads, but nothing that ended up being fruitful. In 1987, a Canadian woman told a friend that she saw her father strangle a woman in Massachusetts around 1972. Police attempted to locate the woman but were unsuccessful. Another woman told police the reconstruction of the victim looked like her sister, who had disappeared in Boston in 1974, but this ended up not being the case. Investigators also followed a lead involving missing criminal Rory Jean Kessinger, who would have been 25 years old at the time of the crime. Rory Jean had broken out of jail in 1973. Authorities saw a resemblance between Rory Jean and the victim. However, DNA from her mother did not match the victim. Two other missing women, Frances Ewalt of Montana and Vicki Lamberton of Massachusetts, were also ruled out. Throughout the years, there were also a lot of different suspects and theories surrounding the case. In 1981, investigators learned a woman who resembled the victim was seen with mobster Whitey Bulger around the time the woman was presumably slain. Bulger was known for removing his victim's teeth. A link to Bulger was never proven, and he lost his life in prison in 2018. Tony Costa, a serial offender in Truro, Massachusetts, was initially a suspect, but later eliminated. Costa passed away on May 12, 1974. The victim was found in July 1974. At one point, a man named Haddon Clark confessed to investigators that he was the one that took the Lady of the Dunes' life. Authorities determined that Clark suffered from paranoid schizophrenia, a condition which may lead someone to confess falsely to crimes. In 2004, Clark sent a letter to a friend stating that he had slain a woman on Cape Cod, Massachusetts. He also sent two drawings, one of a handless, naked woman sprawled on her stomach, and another of a map pointing to where the body was found. In April 2000, Clark led police to a spot where he claimed he had buried two victims 20 years before. He also stated that he had ended the lives of several others in various states between the 1970s and the 1990s. Investigators could never concretely link him to the Lady of the Dunes' case. In August 2015, speculation arose that the Lady of the Dunes may have been an extra in the 1975 film Jaws, which had been shot on Martha's Vineyard, specifically the village of Menemsha. about 100 miles south of Provincetown between May and October 1974. Joe Hill, the son of horror author Stephen King, brought this to police attention after reading The Skeleton Crew: How Amateur Sleuths Are Solving America's Coldest Cases just weeks before. While watching the film's 4th of July beach scene, Hill spotted a woman in the crowd wearing a blue bandana and jeans, similar to those found with the body. He wondered, what if the young victim no one has ever been able to identify has been seen by hundreds of millions of people in a beloved summer classic, and they did not even know they were looking at her? Although a lead investigator has noted interest in this lead, others have described it as far-fetched and wild speculation. In 2022, the skeletal remains were sent to Othram. From these, a DNA profile was generated that was used to identify distant relatives and eventually identify the victim. On October 31, 2022, the FBI field office in Boston announced that the victim had been identified as Ruth Marie Terry. No details of any potential suspects were disclosed, nor any reason why Ruth was in Massachusetts at the time of her slaying. The FBI stated that Ruth's identity was determined using investigative genealogy, the same method used to identify other unidentified victims and over 150 criminals. Ruth Marie Terry was born on September 8, 1936, in a mountainside shack of White Well, Tennessee, to Johnny and Eva Terry, the latter of whom passed away at the age of 23 while giving birth to Ruth. In 1957, following a short-lived marriage, Ruth left White Well to work at the Fisher Body Automotive Plant in Livonia, Michigan. In 1958, she gave birth to her son Richard, but was unable to care for him due to financial difficulties. She allowed the superintendent of her workplace, Richard Anschutz Sr., to adopt her son in return for him paying off her expenses. After the adoption process was finalized, Ruth left Livonia and moved to California. Ruth reached out to her son in 1972, but he was not ready to meet her due to a drug overdose which left him in a coma for 18 days. On February 16, 1974, she married Guy Rockwell Moldavan, an antiques dealer in Reno, Nevada. 4 months before she lost her life, the couple visited her family in Whitewell. Ruth's grandmother, Brittany Novenglonsky, later recalled that Ruth was not herself whenever she was with Moldavan, who exhibited possessive behavior. The couple then went to Chattanooga to visit Ruth's half-brother Kenneth and his wife Carol. They later recalled Ruth and Moldavan saying they were going to travel the U.S. to look for antiques. Kenneth also noted that they spoke about visiting Massachusetts as they were leaving. In the late summer of 1974, Moldavan returned to Tennessee to tell Ruth's family that she had gone missing from the couple's California home. According to her sister-in-law, Jan Terry, he stayed for a short time and simply told them that he did not know where Ruth was. Ruth's brother James traveled to California and hired a private investigator to find her. The investigator told Ruth's family that all of her belongings had been sold and that she had left the state of her own will after becoming involved with a religious cult. In the 2 decades prior to her investigation, Ruth was listed as deceased in family obituaries. Some family members theorized that she was in a witness protection program and could not contact them. On November 2, 2022, the Massachusetts State Police announced that they were seeking information on Ruth's husband, Guy Rockwell Moldavan. He was born on October 27, 1923, and passed away on March 14, 2002. Moldavan was an orphan who was adopted by Abram Albert Zadorensky Moldavan and Sylvia Lily Silverblatt, and had a brother named Michael Semyon J. Moldavan. In 1942, Moldavan was living in New York City and attended the American Academy of Dramatic Arts. He was disqualified from active service in the military during World War II due to a mastoid infection. On May 11, 1946, while working as a professor, he married Jo Ellen May Loop in Bellevue, Pennsylvania. The couple lived in New York, California, and then Seattle, Washington, where Moldavan worked as a disc jockey. The couple divorced on July 16, 1956. 2 years later, on September 30, 1958, Moldavan married Manzanita Eileen Manzi Ryan in Kootenai, Idaho. Manzanita had a daughter from a previous marriage, Dolores Ann Mearns, then aged 18. Both women disappeared in Seattle on April Fool's Day of 1960, with Moldavan becoming the prime suspect. Their bodies were found a few days later in a septic tank. Moldavan fled Seattle, but was arrested by the FBI and charged with unlawful flight to avoid giving testimony into their demises. He was never charged with taking their lives, but served 15 months behind bars for the unlawful flight, for not giving a testimony charge. Shortly thereafter, on July 29, 1960, Moldavan married Evelyn Marie Emerson in King County, Washington. They married a second time on August 10, 1963, in Los Angeles. Moldavan subsequently faced larceny charges for swindling his third wife's family out of $10,000 around the time his second wife went missing. In 1961, he was convicted of those charges and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. A judge suspended the sentence in March 1962, provided that Moldavan repay the money. True crime writer Ann Rule devoted a section of her 2007 book to Moldavan in connection with what happened to his second wife and her daughter, with an extensive discussion of police efforts to connect Moldavan with the crime. Moldavan is also the prime suspect in the slaying of Henry Lawrence "Red" Baird, a 28-year-old bread truck driver, and the disappearance of Barbara Jo Kelly, a 17-year-old waitress, in June 1950. Barbara was last seen in Humboldt County, California on June 17, 1950, when she embarked on a date with Baird, her boyfriend. Baird's body was discovered face down on the beach near Table Bluff the following morning. He had received a gunshot to the back of the head. Except for his shoes and socks, he was naked. Barbara's personal clothing was found carefully folded and tucked underneath the rest of his, with the exception of her shoes and stockings. No trace of Barbara herself could be found. She has not been seen or heard from since, and it is thought that whoever shot Baird had kidnapped her. Moldavan moved to Chualar, California, a small community near Salinas, around 1976. According to a feature article written about him in 1985, he had retired from his job as an executive vice president of a silver store on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. In the profile, he was working at the radio station KAZU in Pacific Grove as a volunteer host of a 3-hour weekly call-in show on aging, growing, and making transitions. He also worked at a tobacco shop in Carmel. According to his obituary, he passed away at his home in Salinas of a lengthy illness. He was born in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and was described as an artist, actor, and poet. He was survived by his wife, Phyllis Moldavan, and his sister, Joan Towers of Salinas. On Monday, August 28, 2023, Cape and Islands District Attorney Robert Galibois said in a statement that based on their investigation, it has been determined that Mr. Moldavan was responsible for what happened to Ms. Terry in 1974. The case is now officially closed, he added. Investigators are now looking at the possibility that Moldavan could be connected to more crimes. It was Sunday morning, November 15, 2015, when a family living on Farley Lane near Lillian in Baldwin County, Alabama, made a shocking discovery on their private road. They found a car with the body of Devin Deshawn Kennedy of Pensacola, Florida, in the back seat. He had been fatally shot. Investigators with the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office worked the case and identified some persons of interest at the time. Lieutenant Andrew Ashton with the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office said, "We just did not have any solid evidence to link them directly and charge them at that time. It also was not enough to say they were not going to be suspects at all." That all changed when 32-year-old Dakota Darnell Herring was arrested on April 19, 2023, and charged with taking Deshawn's life. He had his first court appearance on April 21, 2023, where he told the judge he has spent the last 7 years incarcerated on a federal firearms charge. Herring was finishing up that prison term when Baldwin County investigators identified him as their prime suspect. Lieutenant Andrew Ashton said he was released from prison. At that point, Escambia County had a hold on him for whatever charges they had, so he went from there to Escambia County, so we kind of had to wait from Escambia County to finish what they had, what he was involved with them with, so they could release him to Alabama. It is believed Deshawn and Herring knew one another, and the motive was robbery. Evidence suggests the shooting happened elsewhere. Lieutenant Ashton was the lead detective on the case in 2015, and being able to bring news of this arrest to the victim's family was a special moment. It has been dragging on for years and years, so I think there was some relief, and I am hoping that as time goes by with this, that more information does come forward. But we have what we have with Dakota, and I am just glad we are able to move forward with it, Ashton said. At his bond hearing, District Judge Bill Scully set bond at $150,000. As conditions of his release, if he were to make bond, Dakota Herring would have to wear a GPS ankle monitor and would not be allowed to leave the state. If you have any information regarding this case, you are asked to contact Lieutenant Andy Ashton at 251-972-6872. 73-year-old Gregor and 72-year-old Irma Polasics lived in Canberra, Australia in 1999. On the night of November 6, 1999, two masked men forced their way into the Polasics Grover Crescent home at around 9:30 p.m. The couple were bound with cable ties and savagely beaten before the man ransacked their home, stealing cash and jewelry. Gregor managed to free himself and call police, but Irma suffocated on her own blood and lost her life at the scene. Detective Sergeant Craig Marriott recalled the event. They were violently assaulted. They were bound with cable ties, duct tape, and a telephone cord, and the house was ransacked. After a period of what is estimated to be about an hour, Mr. Polasics, who had been in and out of consciousness, was able to free himself from his bindings and found his wife face down in the hallway. He rolled her over and removed her bindings, but she had passed away. She had effectively drowned in her own blood from a broken nose. Detectives who started investigating the case found that the Polasics were also victims of aggravated burglaries in 1997 and 1998, which are thought to be linked to the third fatal break-in. Police made it known that they believed someone in Melbourne's Hungarian community could hold vital information on who was responsible for what happened to Irma Polasics. Investigators found DNA evidence at the crime scene, but with DNA technology not being as advanced in 1999, there was little they could do. In 2012, a $500,000 reward was offered for anyone able to help the police secure a successful conviction in the case. In 2019, investigators decided to take another look at the case. DNA technology was now a lot more advanced. Almost immediately, a DNA match was established through the National Crime Investigation DNA database. DNA testing led investigators to Steve Fabrizi. It took a while to track Fabrizi down. When he was questioned by investigators on September 8, 2023, Fabrizi made partial admissions to his involvement in the incident. He admitted being in the premises for the purpose of the burglary. He also gave details of the burglary that was not known publicly. 68-year-old Steve Fabrizi from Rowville, Melbourne, was then subsequently arrested and charged with taking the life of Irma Polasics. Fabrizi faced Dandenong Magistrates Court on September 21, 2023, where he applied for release on bail. In opposing bail, Detective Sergeant Craig Marriott told the court police he had serious concerns that Fabrizi, also known as Istvan Fabrizi, could flee the country if released, as he is a dual citizen of Hungary. Marriott said they also feared the 68-year-old may interfere with witnesses, with his alleged co-offender still on the run. The court heard that while Fabrizi owns his own home in Australia, he has no family there. With police aware, he planned to return to Hungary, where he owns land upon his retirement. Fabrizi also has about $250,000 in savings, Marriott said, creating further concern that he had the means to leave Australia. I am also aware he has made statements to Victoria Police while in custody about wanting to harm himself. He made the same statement to us, he said. He asked us to shoot him. The court heard while the 68-year-old has had no prior offenses for failing to answer bail, he did spend time in prison from 2010 to 2012 after being convicted of conspiring to hijack a truckload of cigarettes. Magistrate Jason Ong ultimately refused bail and ordered Fabrizi to appear in Canberra Magistrates Court on an undetermined date. In a statement released on behalf of the Polasics family, they said, after nearly 24 years of pain, questioning, and uncertainty, they had never given up hope of finding out who was responsible for this heinous act. Our grandparents did not deserve what happened to them. Not only was Irma taken from us, but Gregor's life all but ended on that night, and ours have never been the same, they said. Outside the court, Detective Superintendent Scott Mahler from the Act Police said this arrest was immensely satisfying for investigators. The family of Irma Polasics never gave up hope, never ceased asking for community assistance, and always worked to keep the case in people's minds, he said. Mahler said police were continuing to work to identify and charge a second suspect, and believe it is only a matter of time before this occurs. I am confident it is only a matter of time before we are able to provide full closure for the family and the Canberra community, Mahler said. The $500,000 reward offer remains active, and information received can still be considered for this reward. Furthermore, investigators released an image of a man they believe may have information on what happened to Irma Polassix. On November 19, 1997, police were dispatched to Blissfield Township, Michigan, in response to the discovery of human remains in a cornfield owned and farmed by the caller. Blissfield Township is about 75 miles southwest of Detroit. The cornfield is located west of Corey Highway and north of Carroll Highway. There was a layer of snow covering most of the body. When police arrived to examine the remains, they observed the body of an unidentified, unclothed male that was missing the head and both hands. The hands appeared to have been cut from just above the wrist. Officers also observed what appeared to be saw striations on the ends of the bones. The body appeared to belong to a light-skinned Hispanic man. The man had no scars or tattoos. He was 5 foot 8 inches tall and weighed an estimated 150 pounds. Due to the removal of the head and hands, a positive ID never could be made by the Michigan State Police. A witness provided a possible name, Roberto. The witness said he was married with children and had a house where he raised chickens between McAllen and Westlaco, Texas. When Roberto left home, he was supposed to be traveling only to Chicago and then back. Investigators were unable to find a Roberto that went missing that fit the description of the victim. On November 8, 2016, the National Missing and Identified Persons System released a sketch of Roberto based on what the witness told investigators, but no one came forward to identify the man. Finally, on January 24, 2023, 51-year-old Ricardo Sepulveda and 49-year-old Michael Sepulveda were arrested by U.S. Marshals in Ohio. They are brothers. Both of them were charged with taking the life of the unknown man. They were also charged with assault to maim, conspiracy to commit assault with intent to maim, tampering with evidence, and conspiracy to commit tampering with evidence. If convicted, Ricardo Sepulveda and Michael Sepulveda are facing a life sentence without the possibility of parole. A motive was not revealed, and authorities did not say how the suspects were connected to the crime. Michigan attorney Dana Nessel was the one that announced the arrests. All crime victims deserve justice, regardless of how long it takes to receive it, said Nessel. I appreciate the hard work of the Michigan State Police, the many local and federal law enforcement agencies, and my criminal trial prosecutors for their persistence in pursuing this case. Unfortunately, officials said the John Doe's identity is still unknown, but is believed to be a 32-year-old from Corpus Christi, Texas. Police said there is potential for additional charges against others who assisted in the actual crime or with covering it up. Anyone with information is asked to call Detective Sergeant Larry Rothman at 313-407-9379. 34-year-old Leonard James Irving lived in Portland, Oregon in 2011. His family and friends referred to him as LJ. He had 3 children, aged 5, 6, and 7. On June 25, 2011, LJ, dressed in a lime green shirt and dark jeans, went out to celebrate his nephew's 21st birthday. He had gotten off work at 9:30 p.m. from his produce job at Winco Foods and had to report to his part-time chef's job at the Lloyd Center's Courtyard Marriott by 7 the next morning. but he told his girlfriend he had to join his nephew at Seasonin's Sports Bar and Lounge on Northeast 82nd Avenue because family was important. Outside the bar after midnight, his nephew Lamar Lovett Hill and another man exchanged angry words, and LJ stepped in to calm the situation. LJ then walked across the street with his nephew to his minivan in the lot of the New Happy Fortune Chinese restaurant. But before they could get in and leave, someone fatally shot LJ 4 times in the back and shot Lamar in the neck, wounding him. Samuel Thompson, who owned the Seasonin restaurant, said he did not hear the gunfire because he was in the rear lounge, where Benson High School alumni were celebrating their 10th reunion. But Thompson knew something was terribly wrong about 12:30 a.m. when people rushed into his business. Thompson ran across the street and found LJ on his back, his right arm on his chest, beside his van, the driver's door open. Thompson checked to see whether he was breathing and dialed 911 at 12:37 a.m. I sat down on the ground next to him. I had my hand on his arm, Thompson said. LJ's aunt heard that he had possibly been shot and drove to his mother, Lucy Mashew's house, and they drove to the crime scene together. It was there that Lucy learned LJ was not alive anymore. "My son was an innocent bystander," she said. "Some coward shot him." LJ's girlfriend, Adrienne Milam, said she thought it was a bad dream at first. She got word while at home where she was caring for LJ's 3 young children and her own 4-year-old daughter. "I kind of cried to myself in the pillow," Adrienne said. "Why do people do this? Why is it so easy for people to get guns? It is still surreal. I am thinking he could still be at work. Maybe he is not really gone. It's crazy how he can be there one day and not the next. They did not see the guy coming. It really hurts that it was cold-blooded for no reason." LJ grew up in Portland, but spent time during his high school years in Seattle with his dad. Family described him as a dedicated father who saw his children on his days off and weekends and dreamed of working full-time as a chef. His specialties: spicy foods, prime rib on Christmas, and jambalaya. In 2005, LJ was sentenced in federal court to 60 months in prison for distributing illegal substances and had been on federal supervision since June 2009. "I thought my heart was broken that time," his sister said. But she was proud that LJ took responsibility for his actions and served his time without blaming others. His family said he matured, got his GED, and since his release had worked hard to make ends meet for his children, holding down 2 jobs. Investigators had few leads to work on, and the case unfortunately went cold not long after the investigation started. Then, in January 2023, 37-year-old Jawan Marcian Polk was arrested in connection with what happened to LJ Irving. Polk had been living in Multnomah County Jail since May 2022 for another case in which he faces similar charges. He has pled not guilty in that case. Portland Police Bureau Chief Chuck Lovell said he was thrilled with the news of the arrest. "I spoke to LJ's mother today, and she passed along her appreciation for the work of the detectives," Lovell said in a statement. "I agree. This arrest is the culmination of almost 12 years of diligent, meticulous work by investigators, and I am grateful to them for their tireless efforts to achieve justice for LJ." A trial date has not yet been made public. Samuel Johnson, who was one of the first people at the crime scene, formerly worked at Self Enhancement, Inc., a nonprofit organization that works with at-risk youth. He left SEI to start his own business, but he launched Reclaim the Village, a personal effort to spur the community to get involved to combat such violence after Andre Payton, a 19-year-old on his SEI caseload, was fatally shot in Old Town, a case that remains unsolved. Portland needs to wake up, Thompson said. At the end of the day, it has to be a call to action. The community needs to start preaching love once again. Too many lives have been taken for nonsense. It needs to be understood. A good man in LJ lost his life. 28-year-old Terry Ladwig lived in Concord, California in 1994. She was married to Navy Petty Officer Stephen Ladwig. On December 2, 1994, Terry was beaten and strangled in the apartment she shared with her husband on Adelaide Street in Concord. Stephen Ladwig found Terry's body after returning from a tour of duty above the USS Parch submarine. Stephen Ladwig was never a suspect in her demise. No suspects were named by police at the time. Forensic evidence was taken from the apartment. The only other lead investigators had was that there was no sign of forced entry. This possibly meant that Terry knew her attacker. Investigators were unable to identify a suspect, and the case went cold. On January 27, 2023, 55-year-old James Grimsley was arrested in Salt Lake City, Utah, and charged with taking Terry Ladwig's life. Originally from Oregon, Grimsley was employed as a trucker in Salt Lake City at the time of his arrest. We are not certain of the motive, Concord Police Lieutenant Sean Donnelly said. There was no sign of forced entry, and we can presume that the victim let him into the apartment. I can tell you it was a violent scene. Looked like there was a violent struggle between Terry and the suspect. There was forensic evidence obtained from the scene along with many interviews conducted at the time of the initial investigation, Donnelly said. However, at this point we are not going to state the exact connection. That information may come from the district attorney's office or us after the arraignment. Grimsley was booked into jail in Salt Lake County on a $1 million warrant and was subsequently extradited to Contra Costa County. One of Terry's friends, Brittany Shores, had this to say after news of the arrest was made public. She was a great woman. She had a great personality. She made people laugh. She would brighten my day when she came in. Six-year-old Lubicha Tobich lived in Windsor, Ontario, Canada in 1971 with her parents and her 8-year-old brother, Michael. On the evening of May 14, 1971, Lubicha and Michael were playing outside their Joulard Road home. A man approached them just before 9 p.m. He offered Lubicha $8 to take a walk with him down the street, which she accepted. The man also offered Michael money to go ride his bike in order to distract him while he walked away hand in hand with Lubicha. Michael alerted his mother when the man and Lubicha did not return, and the police were called. 4 hours later, Lubicha's body was found, less than a mile from her house, in the backyard of a Hickory Avenue home. It was around 1 a.m. that an officer scanning yards with a flashlight found her body. The perpetrator left her body close to a gate leading to the back alley. Police found 2 of Lubicha's teeth along with an adult tooth next to her body. She had been severely and violently beaten. The adult tooth and other evidentiary items were collected by investigators so that it could be used later on. Witnesses came forward saying they saw a strange man hanging out at a restaurant across the street from the Topic House. He was never located. The case attracted national attention. Hundreds of tips came in from across Canada and the U.S. At one point, there were more than 500 persons of interest in the case. In the 1990s, investigators were able to extract DNA from items found at the crime scene. In 2015, investigators announced that they were able to create a DNA profile of the perpetrator. Investigators sought the services of Parabon Nanolabs, a DNA technology company in Virginia that specializes in DNA phenotyping, the process of predicting physical appearance and ancestry from unidentified DNA evidence. Law enforcement agencies use the company's snapshot DNA phenotyping service for narrowing suspect lists and generating leads in criminal investigations. Parabon came up with two different images. The one showed what the suspect looked like at 25 years old when the crime was committed. The other image showed what the suspect may look like now, at approximately 70 years old. In December 2019, Windsor Police Staff Sergeant Scott Chapman announced that Lubitsa Tobich's case was finally solved. Chapman said that Lubitsa's case is among several cold cases that were solved using genetic genealogy. Our case was one of the very first Canadian cases that used the technique to identify an offender, Chapman said. On ancestry research websites such as GED Match and Family Tree DNA, users have the option to not share their genetic information with law enforcement, Chapman said. Police were ultimately able to identify the perpetrator through the DNA of a distant cousin that was found in a database. Parabon Nanolabs assisted with the identification. Windsor Police made the decision at the time not to reveal the unknown man's name. They only said that he recently passed away and settled out west after committing the crime. While police were applauded for finally solving the crime, the refusal to release the man's name was met with some public criticism. Finally, in 2023, Windsor Police changed their stance. It was announced that Frank Arthur Hall was the man responsible. He was 22 years old back in 1971. Hall lived less than 2 miles from the Topich family. He was never a suspect or a person of interest until the DNA match confirmed his guilt. Hall passed away in February 2019 in Edmonton, Canada, just a few months before the DNA match. Windsor Police Staff Sergeant Scott Chapman was the one who announced that Hall was the one responsible. He explained that in 2019, when he announced the case was solved, that it was unclear whether they could legally name Hall since there was such little precedent. That was part of the reason Hall's name was withheld at that time, said Chapman, acknowledging the landscape has since changed as genetic genealogy has become more mainstream. Prior to the release of that information, Chapman flew to Edmonton to tell Hall's family members. They were shocked but showed strength, he said. We have to keep in mind whatever Frank Hall did in his life is not a reflection on these people, Chapman said. They've been victimized by this information too. According to Chapman, police records are unclear as to whether Hall's home was canvassed as part of the initial investigation back in 1971. Hall was, however, known to police in Windsor and in other places, mostly for property crimes like theft. Though his name was not known to the public, other law enforcement agencies have been made aware of Hall since 2019. Now that Hall's name is out there, Chapman believes it could lead to more tips from the public regarding other cases. It will give potentially new life to different investigations, he said. It is entirely possible. On January 18, 1981, two newspaper delivery boys, ages 9 and 14, stumbled upon a female body in Camarillo, California. The body belonged to 20-year-old Rachel Zendejas and was found in a carport. The carport was located just across the street from her apartment, which she shared with her brother and two young daughters, ages 1 and 2. Rachel was a community college student. An autopsy determined that she had been strangled and assaulted. Investigators learned that she had gone out for the evening and hired a couple of babysitters to sit with her daughters. After returning from an evening out, Rachel drove the babysitters home. Officials stated that they believe Rachel's life was taken after she returned and attempted to exit her vehicle. Detectives from the sheriff's office investigated the case until all leads were exhausted and the case became cold. 11 months after Rachel lost her life, a very similar crime occurred not far away from her home. On the night of December 11, 1981, 21-year-old Lisa Gondek, a retail worker living in Oxnard, California, about 10 miles west of Camarillo, attended a club at the Port Hueneme Naval Base. After going to a disco together, Lisa's friends dropped her off at her home around 1:30 a.m. At 3 a.m., Lisa's neighbor called law enforcement to report a fire coming from her apartment. After members of the Oxnard Fire Department extinguished the smoldering fires, Lisa's body was discovered in the bathtub. Like Rachel, she too had been strangled and assaulted. The cases were investigated separately from one another until 2002, when a new look at the suspect's DNA from Rachel's crime scene was submitted to the FBI's Combined DNA Index system. The search yielded no results, but in 2004, investigators looking into Lisa's case notified the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, announcing they had linked both cases to a single suspect using DNA testing. But once again, unfortunately, the DNA returned no results for a suspect, and the case went cold. In December 2019, Ventura County's Cold Case Unit stepped in and opened a line of inquiry using genetic genealogy, the now common practice of identifying possible biological relatives using advanced DNA testing. The investigation provided new leads. Further DNA testing confirmed Tony Garcia of Oxnard was the man responsible for taking the lives of both Rachel Zendejas and Lisa Gondek. 68-year-old Tony Garcia was arrested on February 7, 2023, in Oxnard, California. Sheriff Jim Freihoff stated that Garcia was born in Roswell, New Mexico, but was enlisted in the U.S. Navy and stationed at Point Mugu near Oxnard. He was discharged in 1980, but remained in the area, where he became a karate student and instructor for many years. The fact is, this suspect has been hiding in plain sight for over 40 years, said Sheriff Freihoff. Chief Benitez said they identified a number of common denominators between the suspect and the victims, but declined to say what they were. Benitez stated Lisa came to visit Oxnard from Connecticut for a planned 2-week trip to visit a friend in the U.S. Navy, and ultimately decided to move to Oxnard months before her life was ended. However, it remains unclear if Lisa and Garcia knew one another, and if he was the friend she came to visit. Ventura County District Attorney Eric Nasarenko said, "After more than 4 decades, justice is finally coming to the families of Rachel Zendejas and Lisa Gondek. As this case demonstrates, charges can be brought at any time, and there is no statute of limitations. We thank the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney's Bureau of Investigation, and the Oxnard Police Department for never giving up on finding Rachel and Lisa's slayer. Investigators are looking into the possibility that Garcia might be involved in other crimes and are appealing to the public for help. Anyone with information can contact the Ventura County Sheriff's Office Major Crimes Bureau at 1-805-383-8704 or email their cold case unit at coldcase@ventura.org. On June 27, 1983, sheriff's deputies were called to an unincorporated area of Ronert Park, a medium-sized planned city some 50 miles north of San Francisco, California. A 7-year-old boy stumbled upon a female body behind a real estate office by the corner of Petaluma Hill Road and East Cotati Avenue. When police arrived, they discovered the woman had been fatally beaten with lumber from a stack of wood nearby. Evidentiary items were collected from the crime scene and stored so that it could be used later. Investigators quickly identified the woman as 37-year-old Noele Russo. She was last seen 3 days before her body was found on June 24, 1983. According to Noele's friends, she had been fighting with a boyfriend and went to stay with a friend in Santa Rosa, California. That night, the friend drove her to Courthouse Square, where Noele was going to catch a Golden Gate Transit bus back to her apartment in Ronert Park. From there, she disappeared. Detectives began piecing together Noele's life. She had grown up in San Mateo County, and in 1962 made local headlines for being named Miss Burlingame. The then 16-year-old told the San Mateo Times that her dream was to become a model, and her favorite sport was dancing the twist. "I could not have been more surprised," the bubbly teen said. "I never in the world thought I would win. I just entered to please mother." A photo that accompanied the article showed Noele beaming, her arms filled with a bouquet of flowers. In the next 2 decades, she married and divorced twice and had a son. She had worked for a time as a forest ranger trainee in Colorado. Thereafter, she returned home to the Bay Area, where she was attending Santa Rosa Junior College when her life was taken. She lived in an apartment on Avram Avenue in Ronert Park with her 18-year-old son. She had plans to move to Boys Hot Springs. Noele loved riding her bike around town. She was known to hitchhike, and friends worried that she was too trusting of strangers. Detectives believed Noele never boarded a bus back to Ronert Park. It seemed she had encountered someone before it arrived. In the days after the slaying, investigators used a sketch artist to draw Noele in the clothes she was wearing on June 24, 1983, and circulated it in hopes of finding leads. Deputies and detectives collected a significant amount of evidence during the investigation, and numerous interviews were conducted. Detectives developed certain persons of interest over the years, but no arrests were made and the case went cold. The sheriff's office reopened the case in 2010. For the next 12-plus years, detectives began to use DNA analysis technology, submitting several pieces of evidence to the Santa Clara County Crime Lab and the Serological Research Institute. Finally, in a press release, authorities announced that 65-year-old Alfredo Carretero, Jr. was arrested on October 2, 2023. He was charged with taking Noele Russo's life. Deputy Rob Dillon said, "Russo's family has been notified of the arrest and would appreciate privacy." Carretero Jr. was one of the original persons of interest in the case, the sheriff's office said. He was 25 years old when the crime took place. He was positively identified as the man responsible for what happened to Noele, based on DNA and other evidence. Carretero Jr. is detained in the Sonoma County Main Adult Detention Facility without bail. Deputy Rob Dillon also said, "Throughout this investigation, detectives worked closely with the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office. The Sonoma County Sheriff's Office and Sonoma County District Attorney's Office are both dedicated to justice for victims, whether the case is new or old. The VCI unit continues to investigate many cold cases and relentlessly pursue justice for the victims of violent crime." Alfredo Carretero Jr. is currently slated to appear in court on October 18, 2023. It is not known yet if Noele knew him. Investigators are looking at the possibility that he could be one of her ex-boyfriends. Authorities have released little information about Carretero, other than that he has prior convictions in Sonoma County in 1995 and 2001 for possessing stolen property and possessing illegal substances, respectively. Court records also show that he was involved in a domestic violence civil case in September 1985, about 2 years after Noele lost her life. A woman whose mother was one of Noele's best friends recalled their time together in San Francisco. They kind of like to bar hop a little bit, and just like anybody in the area, have a little bit of fun, and that is what they were doing the night that she went missing. They split up. She said Noele may have been talking to an ex-boyfriend, but she did not think it was him that she went off with. But somehow they got separated at night, and she could not get a hold of her the whole next day, and then they, of course, found her. The resulting discovery and the sadness it brought stuck with her mother for years, she said, enough so that her mother kept a journal and often wrote about her slain friend. "I think her eyes twinkled when she looked at her. She was just a beautiful person, and that is one thing that shined through in my mom's writing, that this was somebody she really cared about, and it just devastated her that she lost her." "20-year-old Krista Martin lived in Wichita, Kansas. She lived alone in an apartment on South Osage Street. It was a place she had just recently moved into in the fall of 1989. On October 1st, Krista was reported missing after family members were unable to contact her. The next day, on October 2nd, police went to Krista's apartment to see if she was there. Inside the apartment, they found Krista's body. She suffered blunt force trauma to the back left side of the head. She had also been assaulted. Investigators could not find the weapon that was used, but did collect DNA evidence from the crime scene. It was noted that there were no signs of forced entry. At the time, DNA testing and CODIS systems were not available. Nonetheless, the DNA evidence was carefully preserved. In their investigation, police noted that there was a domestic disturbance call that went out in the vicinity of Krista's home a week before her life was taken. Officers were unable to confirm if this incident had any connection with Krista's case. Between 1990 and 1992, the case detective sent evidence to the FBI crime lab in hopes of identifying a suspect, but unfortunately, this effort yielded no results, leaving the case unsolved. In 2009, DNA evidence was submitted to the Sedgwick County Regional Forensic Science Center, which resulted in a potential suspect profile, but there were no matches in the CODIS database. In 2020, the Wichita Police Department, leveraging advanced technology, again sought the assistance of the FBI to reevaluate the DNA evidence collected in 1989. The police department teamed with Othram to determine if advanced DNA testing could help to identify the person responsible. The forensic evidence was then sent to Othram's laboratory in The Woodlands, Texas, for advanced DNA testing. Othram's scientists developed a comprehensive DNA profile for the unknown perpetrator. After successfully completing the process, the DNA profile was delivered to the FBI's Forensic Genetic Genealogy team, and the FBI team performed the necessary work to generate new investigative leads. In 2021, a team consisting of a Wichita police cold case detective and an FBI special agent embarked on a journey to Alabama and Arkansas, collaborating with additional federal agents working in Maryland. Their mission was to conduct extensive interviews and gather additional evidence to break the case. Finally, in April 2023, a possible suspect, Paul Hart, was identified. Frustratingly, it was discovered that Hart lost his life in a car crash in Memphis, Tennessee, in March of 1999. In June of 2023, the Wichita Police Department detective and FBI special agent traveled to Arkansas, where they collected additional DNA samples from direct relatives of Paul Hart for further analysis. Through additional testing, investigators confirmed that Paul Hart was responsible for taking Krista's life. A press conference was held on October 2, 2023, to announce the update in the 34-year-old cold case. In fact, the announcement came exactly 34 years after Krista's body was discovered to the day. Detective Adam Vandermolen, the lead detective working Krista Martin's case, said the Wichita Police Department never forgot Krista. It is just after the initial investigation, investigators had nothing else to go off of, and that is when they looked at this case through another lens. For investigators to think in '89 we should probably do a DNA collection kit on her because maybe something will happen, had they not done that in '89, we would not be looking at this point in time, because that technology was not a thing back then, but it is now. I think it is evident that she was remembered on multiple occasions, in '89, '09, and 2020, Vandermolen said. Sometime in the spring of 2023, we honed in on a family through genetic genealogy, the Hart family. No ties to Wichita, not from Wichita at all, not really from the Midwest. They are from the great state of Arkansas. So I said, how does this tie into Wichita? These people are not from here. What is the story there? So we started digging into that family. And as we dug into that family, we found an individual who lived in Wichita in 1989, and shortly after the slaying of Krista Martin in October 1989. This individual up and left Wichita and went back to Arkansas. No one knew about him. We have asked Krista's family. Does this name ring a bell? No. Asked the original investigators. Went through the case file of the people they talked to and the neighborhood. This individual's name never came up in any of the investigations from '89 up until the present. He lived around the corner from Krista Martin's house, and it is 6 houses from Krista Martin's house where her life was taken. Vandermolen added that if it had been someone in Krista's circle of friends, he believed that the information would have been known much sooner. But since it was potentially such a stranger to her, investigators did not know who exactly they were looking for. It gives me goosebumps because it was there. We just did not know about it until a couple of months ago. They were about the same age range and by all accounts that I've been able to track down had no ties to one another. Just a chance encounter? I do not know. It is an answer that we will probably never know. What we did learn was that Krista was a very outgoing individual that frequented local drinking establishments and befriended people she encountered. It was not uncommon for Krista to get rides home from people she had recently met and invited them to her apartment. Vandermolen said that he hopes this case shows the department will work on cases until they cannot any longer. Sedgwick County's District Attorney, Mark Bennett, also spoke at the press conference. He said that when Wichita police presented the facts of the case to him, it was determined that charges would be filed if Paul Hart were alive today. As he is not, the case is now considered solved. Law enforcement made me aware they were working on this case, and when they reached as far as they could and came to all the conclusions that they could reach, with the assistance of the Forensic Science Center, they presented it to me as they would any other case. After listening to all the evidence presented and the information gathered and the conclusions that they were able to make using the DNA, it is clear to me that this is a case that I would have charged if the suspect was alive to charge him. This is a completed investigation. This is a cleared investigation. Also at the press conference, Ember Moore, Krista Martin's niece, thanked investigators and volunteers for their dedication in solving the case. I am glad we can finally move forward and have peace knowing that the perpetrator is not walking around free or amongst us, she said. Again, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone involved in bringing justice to Krista's case. She deserved so much more out of this life than what she ended up with. 9-year-old Debbie Lynn Randall lived in Cobb County, Georgia in 1972. Her parents were John and Juanita Randall. She also had an older brother named Melvin. Late at night on January 13th, Debbie was walking home from a laundromat across the street. She never made it back home. 4,000 people started looking for her. It included Marietta civil defense workers, a local radio group, the Concerned Citizens Committee, and students from the nearby college who had heard the news and wanted to help in any way they could. Her body was found 16 days later near an intersection of Windy Hill and Powers Ferry Road. Her body was found by a college student who had voluntarily joined the search effort. An autopsy determined that she had been strangled and assaulted. Crucial pieces of evidence, namely a hair and a piece of cloth with a flowery design, were stored by investigators. 2 young locals told authorities that they saw a dark pickup truck backed up in a parking lot near Debbie's house that drove away quickly. All that was left in the parking lot was laundry detergent. Investigators diligently followed up on all of the leads, but came no closer to identifying a suspect. The case eventually went cold. A 2001 test that the FBI conducted on the hair that was found at the crime scene narrowed the pool of possible suspects significantly. The piece of cloth was sent to a lab in 2015, and thanks to DNA testing, resulted in a DNA profile of an unknown man. DNA testing carried out in 2019, made possible by extra funding and a reanalysis of the cloth in 2022, brought investigators even closer to answers. Further DNA testing in 2022 then brought investigators into touch with people who were probably related to the perpetrator. Those relatives supplied DNA samples to assist authorities. More testing was done, and in 2023 brought up William B. Rose, who was 24 years old back in 1972 and lived in the same apartment complex where Debbie's family lived. Rose took his own life 2 years after he ended Debbie's life. Investigators made the announcement in September 2023 that Rose is the man responsible. Cobb County District Attorney Flynn Brody said, "It may take us some time, but with the new technologies that are coming out every day, we are going to do everything we can to solve our cold cases, to make sure we bring people to justice. The answer we are providing today will not bring her back. We cannot extract justice from the perpetrator, but I know he must answer to a higher power." Ron Alter, a cold case investigator with the district attorney's office, said Rose had previous arrests for alcohol-related incidents and possibly took his own life due to fear of being caught by the police at the time, even though he was not a suspect. "If he drove by, I'm sure he saw her. I believe that was a crime of opportunity. He saw her by herself and abducted her," Alter said. The investigator confirmed investigators used ancestry websites to find familial matches to Rose from distant relatives and narrowed their suspect list from there. Debbie's brother Melvin Randall also spoke at the press conference. "I learned over the years that it does you no good to hate or hold grudges. Melvin is the only family member alive who heard the news. Debbie's mom passed away in 2018, while her father passed away in 2022. I would like to say that I wish my mother was here, but I know she knows in heaven now that it is finally over, and we just want to say we thank all of you for what you have done to make this day come to pass," Melvin said. "After a while, I blamed myself for it, because I was her big brother, and I battled with it for a while. But then I realized that there was nothing I could have done, and it just happened, and it was not my fault. I'm just grateful for the community. It is a relief that it was no one that we knew, and it was just great that it is over. It has weighed heavy on us for a long time." Despite the losses he has endured and the painful circumstances around all of them, Melvin Randall said he was not angry with either Rose or his family. "I know they are struggling, going through this too. It was tough for us, and I am sure it is just as tough for them. I wish all of them well, and God bless them, and I do not have any animosity toward them." Morris Nix, a retired detective with the Cobb County Sheriff's Office who worked the case, said, "Technology does not get old, it does not retire, it does not get sick, and it does not quit. Technology was seeking William Rose, and it found him in the grave." "38-year-old Domitia Alvarez was found stabbed multiple times in the office of her family's auto repair shop on B Street in West Houston on April 24, 2009. She succumbed to her injuries at the scene. Investigators from the Houston Police Department were able to collect DNA evidence but had no other leads, and the case went cold. In 2021, the police department's cold case squad re-examined the evidence in the case as part of a case review project. They identified Jorge Trevino Cardenas through DNA evidence and found additional information implicating him in the case. 50-year-old Cardenas was charged with taking Domitia's life on January 26, 2023. Authorities said he is currently serving a sentence for an unrelated crime. Investigators did not reveal a possible motive and also did not say if Domitia and Cardenas knew each other. Anyone with additional information in this case is urged to contact the Houston Police Department at 713-308-3600 or Crime Stoppers at 713-222-TIPS. 35-year-old Crystal Rogers lived in Bardstown, Kentucky with her boyfriend, Brooks Houck, their 2-year-old son, Eli, and her 4 children from her previous marriage in 2015. Known as the bourbon capital of the world, Bardstown is a small town with a population of just below 14,000 people. Crystal was the eldest daughter of Tommy and Sherry Ballard. By all accounts, they were very close. She worked 2 jobs to make sure her 5 children were always well taken care of. Crystal, Eli, and Brooks visited his family's farm on the weekend of the 4th of July. It is a 245-acre farm located about 9 miles south of downtown Bardstown. Crystal dropped 2 of her children off at her ex-husband's house and left 2 children with a babysitter. On the morning of the 4th of July, 2015, Brooks woke up and Eli was next to him, but there was no sign of Crystal. She had completely vanished. Her car was not on the driveway. Interestingly, Brooks did not report her missing. He continued to celebrate 4th of July with his family at the farm. According to him, he was not initially worried about her absence, since she often went out with friends and stayed out late, sometimes not coming home until the next morning. Crystal's family, however, was immediately concerned. They began to worry after multiple attempts to contact her that day without her answering her phone. Crystal's mother, Sherry Ballard, reported her missing 2 days later on July 5th. She told the newspaper afterwards, "I told Brooks I'm going to the police department to report her missing, and he said, that is what you should do." Also on July 5th, Crystal's father, Tommy Ballard, found her maroon 2007 Chevrolet Impala. It was parked with a flat tire by mile marker 14 of the Bluegrass Parkway. The keys were still in the ignition, and her purse and cell phone were also found inside. The driver's seat was not in its usual position. Crystal's family immediately knew that she had not been the last person to drive the car. Unfortunately, the discovery of Crystal's vehicle did not offer any clues as to her whereabouts. Her family subsequently announced a $25,000 reward for information leading to her disappearance. Sherry Ballard said through tear-filled eyes, "We love her, and we are trying to find her, and we just want her to come home." The community also stepped up in a big way, with family and strangers from all over setting out to search every inch of Nelson County and the surrounding area. Family member Sammy Johnson said, "We have searched the rivers, we have searched farms, houses, sinkholes, wells, any place she might be." The Ballard family was very vocal about their suspicion of Brooks Houck having some sort of involvement in Crystal's disappearance. In an interview, Crystal's sister said, "Brooks Houck has not offered once to search or help or do anything for the family." He admitted in an interview that he and Crystal had a stressed relationship at times, but he emphatically denied having anything to do with her disappearance. He said, "I am 100% completely innocent in this." Despite Crystal's family's criticisms, he claimed he was helping search efforts behind the scenes. 3 days after Crystal's car was found on July 8th, Brooks was brought in by the Nelson County Sheriff's Office for questioning. Brooks said that he and Crystal had a date night the evening she was last seen. According to him, they fed the cows, took a walk around midnight, and then he went to bed when they got home, and she was playing games on her phone. The timeline and other details of Brooks' story did not add up. It was heavily raining that night, so it did not make much sense that they were out walking in a field at the time, especially with their 2-year-old son. Nelson County Detective John Snow led the questioning and noticed the gaps in his story, but Brooks remained adamant that he had nothing to do with Crystal's disappearance. In the recording of the interview, Detective John Snow was questioning Brooks about a late-night phone call with a specific number on the night that Crystal had vanished. The call took place when Brooks, Crystal, and the children were in their truck heading home. The detective asked Brooks who it was that was calling him. Brooks reluctantly told him that the number belonged to Steve Lawson. Detective Snow asked who Steve Lawson is, and Brooks replied that it was somebody that worked for him. Brooks told the detective that he could not remember why Steve called him so late. Detective Snow then instructed Brooks to call Steve from inside the interrogation room. Steve's explanation was that he had called Brooks about a rental house. He said that Brooks told him to speak to Katie, who handled the properties, and that she would get back to him. Brooks interjected and corrected him by saying it was Crystal. After the phone call, Detective Snow asked Brooks why he told Steve Lawson that she would call him back when she apparently had been beside him in his truck at that moment. Brooks made an excuse that he did not want to bother Crystal that late with work stuff. Nick Houck, Brooks's brother and a Bardstown police officer, called Brooks on his cell phone when he knew Brooks was being interviewed by detectives and told him not to speak with police. The next day, Nick was called by city officials to testify in front of a grand jury, which led police to suspect he also had involvement in the disappearance of Crystal. It is at this time that Nick stopped cooperating with the sheriff's office. However, he agreed to a polygraph test after being interviewed by Kentucky State Police. Nick finally took a polygraph test on July 20th after being contacted by the FBI. The examiner expressed grave concerns about the results of the polygraph test with Bardstown Police Chief McCubbin. When confronted with the results, Nick denied that he was lying, saying, "I don't give a damn what your computer said. You are calling me a liar, and I don't like it when people call me a liar." Also in August 2015, Tommy and Sherry Ballard, Crystal's parents, started on the path of trying to get custody of Eli, the 2-year-old son Crystal had with Brooks Houck. That day in court was also the first time the Ballards saw Brooks Houck since Crystal was reported missing. Tommy Ballard said after the court hearing, "He made eye contact with me. I made eye contact with him. I just want to see my grandson. I'm not worried about nobody but my grandson and my daughter." The decision was made at the time that Eli will stay with Brooks. In October, 3 months after Crystal disappeared, it was declared that she was not alive anymore by the Nelson County Sheriff's Office. On October 16, 2015, Nick Houck was fired from the Bardstown Police Department for interfering with the investigation of Crystal's disappearance. He was accused of warning his brother that detectives planned to interview him and advising him not to speak with them. Nick later told the Kentucky State Police that he only contacted his brother to tell him that they might be trying to trip him up, and he should protect himself. Kentucky State Police officially named Brooks Houck a suspect in Crystal's disappearance in October 2015. A police officer said, "I have 8 pages of circumstances that led me to look in Brooks Houck's direction." Houck continued to deny his connection to the disappearance, saying, "My whole family's name is trashed for something completely not even tied to me. It is taking a lot of energy and effort. I cannot even go on the side of the road without looking like I am guilty. This is starting to get silly. I don't need an attorney. I am innocent. This, to me, is starting to get silly." Police subsequently released footage from the Houck brothers' separate police interviews. In December 2015, a local newspaper reported the arrest of Danny Singleton on 38 counts of false swearing after he allegedly lied under oath to a grand jury in relation to the investigation of Crystal's disappearance. Singleton is a close friend and longtime employee of Brooks Houck. Singleton later pleaded guilty and was released from jail after being in custody for 6 months. A white Buick became an important piece of evidence when a private investigator found that one was parked at the Houck farm the night Crystal disappeared. The Houck brothers' grandmother, Anna Whitesides, owned a white Buick, but sold it several weeks after Crystal went missing. In June 2016, authorities issued a subpoena for the 82-year-old to testify in front of a grand jury. The subpoena stated the car may have been used to dispose of a body, cleaned, and sold in an attempt to prevent evidence from being discovered. Anna Whitesides invoked her Fifth Amendment rights, refusing to testify in front of a grand jury for fear that she might incriminate herself. Whitesides' lawyer said, "There are lots of things, particularly in a high-profile case, where there is as frantic an investigation as there is here, that could ensnare an 82-year-old woman." According to attorney Jason Floyd, Anna Whiteside's statement to the police and the car buyer's information was enough. A judge later ruled to keep all future proceedings involving Whitesides confidential. Houck's grandmother had never been charged or arrested in connection with Crystal's disappearance, despite multiple search efforts over the year Crystal remained missing. Then, in August 2016, a more intensive search of the Houck family farm was performed. Police searched 300 acres with at least 14 cadaver dogs. Detective John Snow said a crime involving Crystal is believed to have happened at the Houck farm. Houck's grandmother, Anna Whiteside's home was searched, as were the homes of Nick Houck, his brother, and his mother Rosemary Houck, where several pieces of farm equipment were seized as potential evidence. The search was done in order to find DNA, a body, or other potentially useful evidence. John Snow said afterwards, "I'm hopeful. I think we are moving in the right direction. It's been a long road and it may be even longer, but I think we're getting close." In July 2017, Brooks Houck's new girlfriend, Crystal Maupin, was arrested after she was caught on camera ripping up signs connected to Crystal Rogers' case. Since Crystal's disappearance, signs in support of the family had been scattered all around Bardstown. Crystal Maupin stole some of those signs and was court-ordered to write an apology to Sherry Ballard. Sherry commented, "She could have just said, 'I'm sorry for my actions,' but instead it is like she was trying to defend herself." Crystal's dad, Tommy Ballard, searched every day for his daughter and even started his own investigation. 16 months after her disappearance, on the morning of November 19, 2017, her dedicated father was preparing to go on a hunting trip on the family property on Ed Brent Lake. His 12-year-old grandson, Crystal's eldest son, was with him. An unknown assailant approached Tommy Ballard and shot him in the chest. He did not survive. Tommy Ballard was 54 years old. The Nelson County Coroner's Office said Crystal's father was shot once in the chest, with the bullet entering his chest and exiting his back. Crystal's mother, Sherry, believed he was targeted because he was close to a breakthrough in their daughter's case. She told a newspaper that her husband lost his life because he looked for their missing daughter. She said her husband was always brainstorming new locations to search for Crystal and was the biggest champion in the fight to find her. Sherry Ballard believes he was targeted and even said he thought he was being followed in the days leading up to him being shot. The police searched Anna Whiteside's home again after the fatal shooting incident, but found nothing. Commissioner Rick Sanders hired 2 retired troopers to investigate a handful of unsolved and high-profile cases in Bardstown, including that of Crystal and her father, Tommy Ballard. In the meantime, Crystal's mother still tried to get custody over Eli, Crystal's youngest son, as Brooks was the primary guardian. Issuing a final ruling on the custody battle, Nelson Circuit Judge Stephen Hayden argued that there is clear and convincing evidence significant hostility exists between the Ballard family and Brooks, such that it poses a significant risk of emotional harm to the child. Sherry Ballard and her late husband filed a petition for grandparent visitation just weeks after Crystal went missing. Sherry told a local newspaper, "I've done everything possible that the courts have asked me. I still have no visitation for my grandson. That is my daughter's son, and I refuse to acknowledge that he is not my daughter's son. I feel like they want me to just erase him from my daughter's life, and I am not doing that anymore. I refuse to do that." After several trial court custody hearings, a judge initially granted Sherry visitation times with her grandson on alternating weekends. But a 3-judge panel overruled that decision in November 2018, agreeing that contention between Brooks and Sherry had boiled over to a point that it is not in the boy's best interest to spend time with his grandmother. Several hearings have followed that ruling. A new sheriff, Ramon Pineroa, was elected in Nelson County in November 2018 after former sheriff Ed Mattingly stepped down. The sheriff's office had been the lead investigating agency in Crystal's disappearance. Ramon Pineroa had stated his commitment to solving Crystal's case. In an interview, he said the agency had a good idea of what happened to Crystal, and his mission is to find enough facts and evidence to make an arrest. As the years had come and gone, there was a yearning for justice. Crystal's family never gave up the search for her and never stopped fighting for justice as her story continued to be shared on true crime podcasts and TV series. The Mother of Five's case has spawned documentaries and podcasts and plenty of news coverage. The Disappearance of Crystal Rogers is a crime series. The latest docuseries is part of the first episode of Season 3 of the popular Real Life Nightmare. Bourbontown Mystery, produced by the HLN Investigations team, takes a deep dive into the disappearance of Crystal. Numerous podcasts have also focused on the Crystal Rogers case. Ever since her disappearance, Crystal's family had plastered signs around Bardstown and the neighboring communities asking for any information. The mystery of what happened to the 35-year-old had puzzled law enforcement, tortured her loved ones, and haunted the small town of Bardstown for many years. In July 2019, the lead detective in Crystal's case, John Snow, retired. In one of his last interviews, he was asked if Crystal's body would ever be found. He replied, "I think eventually she will be found. Yes." Nelson County Sheriff Chief Deputy Jody Gilliland was then named the new lead detective the following month. In 2019, Crystal's family held a vigil and said not a day goes by without thinking about her. Her mother said, "People say it gets better, but it does not. Every day is hard." The prayer vigil was held in remembrance of Crystal, but the family said it is also to keep her story alive in the hope of getting answers about her whereabouts. Her favorite color, pink, was everywhere. Pink t-shirts, pink ribbons, and a pink balloon released to close out the event. Sherry Ballard said it felt good to see the community continue to come out and support her daughter after all these years. She added, "I'm going to bring my daughter home, no matter how long it takes." Sherry Ballard said even before Crystal disappeared, her whole family was close. "It has been hard on the kids, but I do not want them to lose hope. God performs miracles, so there is always hope." As for leads in the case, Sherry said she is confident in the police that they will find Crystal. According to court documents, another hearing in the custody case of Crystal's youngest child was held on September 10, 2020, where new testimony was heard. In October 2020, Judge Hayden denied temporary visitation rights to Sherry Ballard. The court did not interview the child. Hayden ruled that the child has a strong relationship with Brooks, whom the judge described as a loving father. In court hearings, Brooks testified that the child only spends time with him, his mother, and his new girlfriend, whose name is also Crystal Maupin. Judge Hayden wrote, The court believes the testimony by Sherry Ballard was sincere and that they would not do so on purpose, but is unconvinced they would be able to keep that vow given their demonstrated hostility toward Brooks. He continued, "It would be fair to say there exists a significant rift between the parties that will likely never be healed." July 2020 marked 5 years since Crystal was last seen in Bardstown. Her disappearance had garnered national attention, but there was still no answers and no sign of her. For the first time, one of Crystal's 5 children, Kylie, sat down with a radio station and talked about what life had been like without her mom. Kylie said, "Waking up every day and not being able to wake up and be like, 'Hey Mom,' and 'What are you going to do today?' Just like normal little things. The little things really matter more than the big, huge things. It is those millions of little things she has missed out on for 5 years now." Now 19 years old, Kylie was just 14 at the time of her mom's disappearance. She still recalled, "I was calling and texting and she was not answering. Nobody could get hold of her." She continued, "It is especially hard during life's milestones, like graduation. When I graduated high school, seeing all the kids with their moms and they were like so proud. I knew my mom was proud, but like just wanting her to be there physically, it was very hard to see other moms there." Kylie said that after a day like that, and almost every day, she writes to her mom in a journal, telling her this, and then the very next page I'll be telling her, "Well, this is very serious, like you should have been there." Like she's just right over my shoulder, talking back and reading what I'm writing. Over the years, the family raised money for information leading to an arrest in Crystal's and Tommy Ballard's cases. By the time Kylie was 19, the reward had grown to $100,000. Until justice is served, Crystal's family had one simple request. Everybody keep praying and do not lose hope. You give us hope and you keep us going. Federal authorities announced in August 2020 that they were taking over the investigation in Crystal's disappearance, which led to a slew of searches at properties belonging to the Houck family. During the summer of 2020, the FBI took over from Kentucky State Police and the Nelson County Sheriff's Office as the lead investigator in the case, with over 150 federal agents serving search warrants at 3 sites owned by Houck and his family members. An FBI Louisville spokesman previously said all 3 locations had already been searched to various degrees over the years. The search took place in the Woodlawn Springs subdivision, where Brooks Houck's construction company built several houses shortly after the disappearance of Crystal. Federal agents, with the help from Nelson County Highway Department vehicles, were continuing to zero in on a driveway and tuck away pieces of concrete and materials from outside a home. A photographer of a local newspaper saw investigators using a jackhammer on the driveway of a home. Throughout the search, police were allowing only a few cars into the subdivision and reporters were kept out. Crystal's mom commented on this search, "I do not think they would just randomly pick a driveway unless they had a reason to do that. When my daughter went missing, Houck was building in that neighborhood." The FBI had not disclosed any details of their findings at this location, but on August 27, 2021, they did announce that an item of interest had been recovered from the concrete at one of the homes. During this most recent search, the FBI also stated that they know there are people in Bardstown who have information on this case, and added that it was time for those people to come forward. One of the properties was the home of Brooks Houck, and another belonged to his brother Nick. On September 7, 2021, the FBI announced that the search in Bardstown had ended, with several items of interest sent to a lab in Virginia for testing. Sherry told a local newspaper she had a lot of hope that her family will soon finally learn what happened to their daughter. She said, "And I do have a lot of hope that this is where the investigation needs to be at, and that they may be able to provide me answers this time." Regarding the thought of finally finding out what happened to her daughter, Sherry said, "I want it, but it is going to be so hard for me. I just hope that I can handle that when they come to meet me with the news, even though I have waited for 6 years. I need closure. Her kids need closure. And to physically hear it, it's going to be so hard on us." The FBI has not released more details on the items of interest that were sent to the Virginia lab for testing. FBI spokeswoman Katie Anderson told a newspaper in October 2021 the agency had nothing new to share on the Crystal Rogers investigation. In 2021, the FBI said it was also offering up a $25,000 reward for information leading to the identification, arrest, and conviction of the individual or individuals responsible for Crystal's disappearance. Crystal's case remained unsolved. One reason was that it was turned over several times between agencies. Sherry Ballard said in an interview in 2022, her daughter's children were then 22, 21, 19, 17, and 9. Crystal was a very good girl. She was a very good daughter. She was nice to everyone she met. She even let a friend stay with her because the friend didn't have a place to go. That is the type of person she was. We are a very close family, and I'm not doing anything different that any mother would do for their daughter at all." Crystal's mother added, "I am just praying we will get some kind of closure." She still remembers in vivid detail the day she went to the police station to report Crystal missing. "I remember them telling me it could be a year before we find any answers. And I was just shocked. I was just like, there's no way I'm waiting a year to find my daughter," Ballard said, holding back tears. In October 2022, the FBI launched another search at Brooks Farm, this time for 5 days. Afterwards, they said they won't comment on exactly what was collected. The land is owned by the mother of Brooks Houck. In January 2023, Attorney General Daniel Cameron appointed a special prosecutor to investigate Crystal's and her father's cases. On July 3, 2023, the 8th anniversary of her disappearance, the agency tweeted it made significant progress in bringing this case to its rightful conclusion. "We continue to pursue every available lead until those responsible for Crystal's disappearance are held accountable." On September 7, 2023, the investigation took a sudden turn when it was announced that a suspect had been charged in connection to the case. His name is Joseph Lawson. He is 32 years old and had never been publicly named as a suspect or having any connection to Crystal's case. The arrest was the first major development in years. Joseph Lawson had not been charged with Crystal's slaying, but instead faces a conspiracy charge. This means that the authorities believe he is connected to some level in the planning or commission of the acts that led to Crystal's presumed demise. Her body still had not been found. Lawson was also charged with tampering with physical evidence, which means investigators claimed Lawson might have destroyed, concealed, removed, altered, or fabricated physical evidence with the intent to impair the official proceeding. The charge of conspiracy was filed July 24th, and the charge of tampering with evidence in June, but it wasn't arraigned since he was in the hospital after the indictments were returned. Lawson appeared on Zoom as he was arraigned in the Nelson Circuit Court. His indictment was read out and the court entered a plea of not guilty for him. His bond was set at $500,000 cash for the conspiracy charge and $50,000 bond for the complicity to tampering with physical evidence charge. Though the indictment did not mention Crystal by name, it said that on July 3, 2015 and/or July 4, 2015, the above-named defendant committed the offense of criminal conspiracy to end somebody's life, when, with the intention of promoting or facilitating the crime, he agreed to aid one or more persons in the planning or commission of the crime, or an attempt or solicitation to commit the crime, when he and/or a co-conspirator intentionally took someone's life. Kevin Coleman, Lawson's lawyer, confirmed the charges were in connection with Crystal's case. He was not willing to comment any further. Lawson is due back in court on October 26, 2023 for a pre-trial conference. This isn't Lawson's first brush with the law. He had a criminal past with charges including for the possession of methamphetamine, burglary, trespassing, and assault. Whether Steve Lawson, who phoned Brooks Houck on the night Crystal disappeared, is related to Joseph Lawson was not confirmed by investigators. A search of public records by a newspaper, however, stated that Steve Lawson in Bardstown, Kentucky, is related to Joseph Lawson. They are both the same age. A local newspaper spoke with Crystal's grandfather, Till Ballard, who confirmed that the FBI contacted relatives to let them know about Lawson's arrest. Mr. Ballard Sr. said he believes the two slayings were related. He said he hopes the arrest in Crystal's case will lead to a break in his son's shooting. Tommy was not going to stop searching. Somebody had to stop him. I think Lawson knows something about Tommy, too. Lawson is in custody, but his exact location is being withheld as protected under federal law. Finally, on September 27, 2023, Brooks Houck was arrested and charged with taking Crystal Rogers' life. His bond is set at $10 million cash. He is also ordered to not have any contact with Rogers' family. In a release, the FBI office said its officers have been laser-focused on our commitment to hold accountable those that were responsible for the disappearance of Crystal Rogers. Today, we take a significant step in making good on that promise. Houck was arraigned on October 5, 2023. The next step in the case is to announce a trial date. It is also expected that a third person could be arrested. Sherry Ballard had this to say after the arrest was announced. "To say today was overwhelming would be an understatement," she wrote. "I have waited 8 long, gruesome years for this day. To see Brooks Houck put in handcuffs was surreal for me. I have always known he was guilty. Now everyone will know that. I don't really even know the emotions I have felt today. I think probably everyone you could think of. I have to say thank you to the FBI. God sent me an angel when they came to my door. I personally know the work a certain agent put into this case and the long, tiring hours he spent to make this day happen. Never once did he forget the fact that I was a mother and a wife going through the most tragic time that a mother and wife could go through. I cannot imagine the toll this took on him. This day would not have happened without him. Thank you to all the help he had within his office. His co-workers worked very hard. I want to thank them for looking out for me and my family. Thank you also to the Nelson County Sheriff's Office for assisting in making sure this day happened. Thank you to the prosecuting attorney and his office." Jeremy Stoner was born on July 16, 1980 in California. He had 3 siblings, 2 older brothers, Jason and Joshua, and 1 younger brother, Justin. They lived in Vallejo, California, a city with its own charm and beauty. Jason was a happy and playful child. He loved his family and his friends. He enjoyed going to school and learning new things. He liked to ride his bike, play with his toys, and watch cartoons. He had a bright smile and a big heart. On Saturday morning, February 21st, 1987, 6-year-old Jeremy was playing outside with his two older brothers, aged 9 and 11, near their house. Jeremy and his brothers were being watched by a relative while their parents were at work. Their relative had to leave suddenly to take her sick daughter to the emergency room. The boys were told to stay home until their parents returned. Instead, they headed over to a neighbor's house. While there, a neighbor scolded Jeremy for spilling ketchup, and they left. The boy's mother returned home at 4 p.m. to find the house empty, and she assumed the boys were playing at a neighbor's, as they often did. But when the two older boys returned without Jeremy 2 hours later, the family launched a search effort. With Jeremy nowhere to be seen, they called the police. Vallejo police quickly determined Jeremy had been kidnapped. The last sighting of him was believed to be at a Dairy Queen on Springs Road, about a 5-minute walk from the family home. A worker there told investigators they saw Jeremy with an adult man around 7:30 that evening. 4 days later, on February 25, 1987, Jeremy's body was found on Sherman Island in Sacramento County. 4 people driving down Sherman Island Road in the Delta found themselves stuck in the mud. The driver got out to look for something to wedge under the tires. Instead, she discovered the body of a little boy. He had been assaulted, stabbed, and strangled. They called the police and told them about the discovery they made. Investigators arrived at the crime scene soon after. They collected all the evidence they could and stored it for future use. The news of Jeremy's demise spread quickly in Vallejo. The people were outraged and heartbroken by what happened to him. They felt sorry for his family and wanted to support them in any way they could. They gave them flowers, cards, and hugs. They searched for Jeremy when he was missing. They held a candlelight vigil for him. They also prayed for him and his family. The mayor of Vallejo at that time was Terry Curtola. He said that the people of Vallejo became part of the Stoner family for 4 days. He reiterated that they searched, cried, and prayed for him. It was not long until a suspect walked right into the Vallejo Police Department. About a week after Jeremy lost his life, an unemployed security guard named Sean Quincy Melton told police he may have information about the case. By his own admission, Melton said he wanted to impress detectives with his amateur investigation. He wanted, in his own words, to be a big shot. Video of his interrogation, though, showed the slow transformation of Melton from a swaggering sleuth to a bewildered crime suspect. He had a troubled past and a disturbing mindset, as evidenced by his authorship of a book titled The Wolf's Den, which depicted child exploitation. Although he claimed it was a work of fiction, some doubted that it was entirely detached from his own experiences. Sean Melton voluntarily visited the police station to provide information related to the case. He indicated that he had heard rumors and witnessed certain things that might aid in locating the perpetrator. However, the police held suspicions about his involvement in the crime. Their skepticism regarding Sean Melton was based on a legitimate reason. Before his visit, his psychologist had alerted the authorities and revealed that Sean Melton had confessed to having disturbing fantasies involving young boys. The psychologist expressed concerns that Sean Melton might pose a danger and could potentially be linked to Jeremy Stoner's case. The police subjected Sean Melton to an extensive 30-hour interrogation, during which they posed numerous questions and administered a polygraph test. They also created a sketch of him and compared it to a witness's description of the abductor. Their objective was to obtain information and potentially ascertain his involvement in the case. Sean Melton vehemently denied any involvement in the crime, asserting his innocence and claiming no knowledge of the case. He successfully passed the polygraph test, and the sketch of him did not match the witness's description. He maintained that his sole intention was to assist the police in solving the case. However, the police persisted in their pursuit of Sean Melton and put forward a new hypothesis. They alleged that Sean Melton suffered from multiple personality disorders and suggested that one of his alter egos, named John Wolfe, could have been the perpetrator. They contended that Sean Melton had no recollection of these actions. In response, the authorities arrested Sean Melton, charging him with kidnapping as well as taking Jeremy's life. Nevertheless, they lacked sufficient evidence to secure a conviction. 2 trials were conducted, but on both occasions the juries could not reach a unanimous verdict. Consequently, the judge was compelled to dismiss the case. Sean Melton passed away in 2000 without ever admitting to any involvement in Jeremy Stoner's tragic fate. The case of Jeremy Stoner remained unsolved for many years, classified as a cold case due to the lack of progress and the absence of fresh leads or evidence. However, in 2023, a significant development occurred in Jeremy Stoner's case. The police received a new lead thanks to an advanced technology known as DNA testing. DNA, a unique genetic code present in every individual's body, can be instrumental in identifying a person or their familial connections. The police harnessed DNA testing to compare samples obtained from Jeremy's remains with those in a criminal database. This breakthrough held the promise of shedding new light on the long-standing mystery surrounding Jeremy's tragic fate. The police found a match. They finally found the perpetrator. The perpetrator's name is Fred Marion Kane III. 69-year-old Kane was arrested at his home in Central Point, Oregon. District Attorney Krishna Abrams said, "I am so thankful to have such dedicated cold case investigators that no matter how much time goes by, they remain steadfast in their commitment to solving these horrific cases." Media reports from 1984 show Kane, then 30, was suspected of assaulting a 17-year-old in San Bernardino County. Kane and his roommate were arrested on suspicion of assaulting the teen at knife point. Kane was charged with forcible assault and use of a weapon, with enhancements for 4 previous prison terms, but was found not guilty by a jury later that year. The Solano County District Attorney's Office said it is not releasing further information due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, but Kane's arrest has likely drawn the attention of police in Martinez. Since the beginning, Jeremy's case was often mentioned in the same breath as that of Eric Coy. In late January 1987, just a month before Jeremy's disappearance, 9-year-old Eric went for a bike ride between his Martinez home and that of a relative's. Eric knew the route well and rode it often. He left home around 11 a.m. with the expectation he would call, as he always did, once he reached his relative's home a few blocks away. When he did not call home, a search was undertaken. His body was found close to Martinez Junior High School. He had been stabbed nearly a dozen times and succumbed to his injuries. To this day, Eric's case remains unsolved. Anyone with information regarding the case is asked to call the District Attorney's Cold Case Unit at 707-784-8477. Kane made his first appearance in court in Solano County on September 28, 2023. The family of Jeremy Stoner was in the courtroom as Kane was brought in. Jeremy's mother, Karen Tabler, said, "I do not know if it is relief. Not feeling good, that is for sure. She added that it was hard to be in the same room as Kane. Paul Secura, the Chief Deputy District Attorney for Solano County, said, "Well, I do not think you ever get closure. I have been around a long time. I have never seen families get true closure, but I feel like it will be some comfort that someone will be held responsible." Carrie Ann Cummings. Carrie Ann Cummings was a 25-year-old transient from Eureka, California in 1997. Carrie was in a mental institution but decided to not get treated further. She did not want to go back to her family, even though they begged her to come to them. She informed her family that she decided to rather couch surf in Eugene, Oregon. That was the last time that they heard from her. Carrie's parents tried to reach her and went to the police to file a missing person case. They also hired a private investigator. Carrie's sister, Kathy, said that they were told that Carrie was an adult, that she had chosen the lifestyle, and that if she was not a threat to herself or others, there was nothing they could do. She also had the following to say about her attempts to find her sister through the years. As the internet expanded, I took to searching the Name Us website when I was missing her, scanning for mention of her tattoo and searching through the pictures of the Jane Does. She was dearly loved. In November 1998, a year after Carrie Ann went missing, Wayne Adam Ford entered a police station in Eureka, California, with a Bible in his one hand and a woman's body part in a plastic bag in the other hand. He confessed to taking the life of 4 women, but he did not know any of their names. 3 of his victims were identified. 26-year-old Tina Renee Gibbs. She was born on April 20th, 1972. Her life was taken on May 16th, 1998, near Las Vegas. Her body was found on June 2nd near Buttonwillow, California. Lynette Dion White, 25 years old, of Fontana, executed on September 25, 1998 in Ontario, California, then dumped in an irrigation canal near Lodi. Patricia Ann Thomas, 29 years old. Her life was taken in Hesperia, and her body was found on October 23, 1998 in an aqueduct in San Bernardino. But one woman remained unknown. Investigators interviewed Ford and obtained descriptive details of the female. Ford's encampment was also searched as part of the investigation, and more body parts were found. Using DNA, the detectives were able to match the body part Ford brought in with a torso found by duck hunters north of Eureka in October 1997, the previous year, and the additional remains found by officials on Clam Beach in January 1998, 9 months before, as well as in his encampment. DNA samples were run through the California Missing Persons DNA Database and the National Unidentified Persons DNA Index, but no profile matches were ever made. Ford was sentenced to life imprisonment in June 2006, 8 years later, and is currently serving that sentence at San Quentin State Prison in California. This is a very unusual case, as the detectives know who committed the crime, but not whom the victim is. In 2021, Sheriff William Hansel created a cold case unit, which specifically reviewed Humboldt County Sheriff's Office unsolved cases for new leads. In December 2022, they partnered with a forensic genealogy lab called Othram to determine if advanced forensic DNA testing could help establish the identity of the unknown female or a close relative. Using a technique called forensic genome sequencing, the company was able to create a profile for who they thought may be a close relative by creating a family tree. At last, they found a match to a close relative of the unknown female. The detectives contacted the relative, and she confirmed that she had a family member that went missing in the late 1990s. She then put them in contact with the sister, Kathy, of the missing person, Carrie Ann Cummings. Kathy provided investigators with a DNA sample, which was then compared to the DNA sample from the unknown female's remains, and finally, after 25 years, they identified the missing woman in 2023. Kathy had the following to say about her sister. Carrie was beautiful, funny, smart, and an artist. She was great at making us laugh. It is devastating what mental illness can do in a span of only 2 short years. Sheriff William Hansel commended his team by saying, "While we cannot take away the pain of loss, we hope that this identification can help bring closure to Carrie's family and the community. I am thankful for the dedication of our investigators who never gave up on Carrie and continued to seek resolution for the outstanding cases that remain to be solved. The Humboldt County Coroner's Division is now in the process of releasing Carrie's remains so that she can be buried with the rest of the family." In the 80s, Catherine Sposito attended high school in Brooklyn, New York. After school, she relocated to Prescott, Arizona, to attend Prescott College. She was an avid hiker and artist who had made many friends in her new home. On June 12, 1987, 23-year-old Kathy went out with her friends for dinner. She told them she planned to go hiking in the morning. The next day, June 13th at around 7 a.m., Kathy rode her mountain bike to the trailhead and began hiking up the path. The trail is in part of the Prescott National Forest, about 10 minutes outside of downtown Prescott. It is a popular hiking spot in the area. Shortly after Kathy took off, other hikers heard a woman's screams for help. The terrain is dense, which meant it took time for the other hikers to locate the woman in need. By the time they arrived, it was too late. Their gruesome finding was later identified as Kathy's lifeless body. One of the hikers called the police. Kathy's slaying rocked Prescott and Yavapai County as Thumb Butte Trail had always been seen as safe. The post-mortem stated that Kathy's demise was due to blunt force trauma to the right side of her head. This was the result of 2 rocks and a ratchet wrench that were found at the crime scene. Kathy was also shot in the face through her eye with a .22 caliber weapon. The bullet did not penetrate her brain. There was also a stab wound on the side of her head. The weapon and sharp item used to stab her were not found. The police started their investigation in their search for the offender. There were very little clues and no witnesses, which made it very difficult. Over the years, investigators said it is possible that there could be more than one perpetrator. Yavapai County Sheriff David Rhodes said, "You have to keep all doors open. My team could be closer to reaching answers than ever before. I think if the case is solved that it will definitely be DNA that did it. Advancements in DNA testing like familial DNA could crack this case wide open." There was a reward of $10,000 being offered by Yavapai Silent Witness, an organization in Yavapai County and the state of Arizona, to help the flow of anonymous information in solving crimes. Kathy's older brother, Sal Sposito, flew in from New York to visit the crime scene with detectives. He asked that people come forward with any information. A high school classmate of Kathy wrote in an email to fellow alumni, "I hope you will forgive the grim posting, but I am sharing it here in the interest of generating prayers and hopes for closure for one of our lost friends, Kathy Sposito. You may recall from past discussions here that Kathy was brutally slayed in 1987 and the case was never solved." The alum and her husband had visited Prescott the previous weekend. She wrote that while visiting Prescott, Kathy was on her mind. When the couple strolled out of one of the downtown shops, the classmate was stopped in her tracks by a large poster in the window with Kathy's photo. She realized that the police there continued to search for her offenders. She had a discussion with the shopkeeper, who told her some new leads have recently emerged and that have revived hope of solving the case. The alum also saw the same poster in a number of local windows throughout the town and found it pleasing to see that Kathy's memory and the quest for justice remained alive. She ended her email. "I thought that you would want to know about it and to keep Kathy's soul and this case in your prayers." In 2021, Sheriff Rhodes said, 34 years is a long time, and many people have moved on with their lives, but our detectives and cold case investigators have not forgotten what happened to Kathy. They are actively working this case. We know someone has information on what happened to Kathy. We just hope they do the right thing and come forward. Kathy's brother said in an interview in 2021, "You never want to give up hope." He remembered the day he heard the tragic news. "It was shocking, something nobody wants to go through. This was no accident. Somebody with a lot of rage and anger wanted to put an end to her life." Sal Sposito said their dad passed away in 2010 without answers, and their mother passed away a few years after that. He ended the interview by saying, "I always said our mother passed away due to a broken heart because of what happened to Kathy. She took it the worst." At last, on August 25, 2023, Sheriff David Rhodes announced at a news conference that DNA evidence indicated the perpetrator in the case of Kathy Sposito. He was identified as Bryan Scott Bennett. Sheriff Rhodes told reporters, "I am saying today with high confidence, Kathy was slayed by Bryan Scott Bennett. She was the victim of a serial predator who took his own life years later in 1994. Bennett would have been 53 years old now. He was a junior at Prescott High School at the time of Kathy's slaying. He was only 16 years old and had moved from Calvin, Kentucky to Prescott. He only spent a year and a half there before withdrawing from Prescott High School in 1988. After school, he was briefly in the Army before deserting in 1989. Bennett was convicted of forgery charges in 1991 and received 3 years probation. He was not convicted of any violent crimes according to the sheriff's office. Bennett served time in an Arizona prison for the forgery and became a fugitive in 1993. Investigators said that Kathy was Bennett's first victim. Authorities now believe he was also behind a 1990 assault of another woman in her 30s at the time. It happened on the same trail at the same time of day. In April 1990, she was camping with her boyfriend. She went for a hike. Within minutes, Bennett snuck up from behind and held a rock over her head while threatening to take her life. He attacked her before running off into the woods. The woman survived, and her name is being withheld for privacy reasons. Sheriff Rhodes continued the press conference and said that a DNA sample from the second attack on the same hiking trail ultimately led investigators to a family member of Bennett. This was in 2017, when advanced and more accessible DNA technology led investigators to link the DNA results to the second attack. They then worked backwards to Kathy's case. According to Sheriff Rhodes, the DNA was submitted to labs and a female descendant of Bennett was identified following a family tree analysis. The investigation led them to Kentucky and then to Bennett. To rule out a relative, authorities exhumed Bennett's body in November 2022 to obtain a complete DNA profile, and positively matched it to the DNA profile from both attacks on the hiking trail. The familial forensic analysis continued. DNA was retrieved via cheek swabs taken from Bennett's brother and a daughter of Bennett. It was not until March 2023 that investigators confirmed DNA on a wrench used to take Kathy's life belonged to Bennett. He was accused of assaulting 2 other women, one at a party in Chino Valley in July 1990. The victim was reportedly drinking and went to lie down in a bedroom. However, Bennett followed the victim into the room and tried to assault her. Witnesses were able to break down the door and Bennett ran away. He was later arrested by the Chino Valley Police Department, but acquitted due to conflicting eyewitness testimonies. Sheriff Rhodes said Bennett's 4th victim is Renee Sandoval. On June 2, 1993, she was just leaving the post office in Prescott. Bennett forced her by knife point into her car and assaulted her multiple times. A police officer ultimately pulled the vehicle over for failure to dim headlights. This allowed Renee Sandoval to escape. Rhodes said she believed he was going to end her life. He had said to her, "I cannot let you go because you have seen my face." Bennett was again arrested but never convicted due to discrepancies in the stories and lack of evidence. Renee Sandoval, who was 22 at the time of the kidnapping and assault, spoke during Friday's press briefing. She was emotional when she said, "This is a long time coming. I want to start by saying, thank you, God. I give you all the glory because He was with me that night. I prayed. He spoke to me. He is the reason that I am here today." She asked those listening to pray for all these people that have suffered a crime like this. Pray for those people who never had a voice. And today she is free. Kathy, you are free. There are so many emotions I cannot tell you. I cannot explain it all. Sandoval concluded, "All the young people out there, watch yourself. Even older people, too. Be cautious of your surroundings. I tell my grandkids that all the time, and my mom." Cold case detectives were able to link the 4 separate victims, Kathy, Renee Sandoval, and the remaining 2 through new DNA analysis. Though Bennett will not be tried in the cases, Rhodes said it does not mean that it is any less significant. Rhodes also asked during Friday's press briefing, how could such an incredibly awful and atrocious thing happen in such a wonderful place? By releasing this news, authorities hope to determine whether there were other victims in addition to Kathy and the 3 other women. Rhodes said investigators believe there may be more than 4 victims linked to the suspect. He continued, "What we know of serious, violent predators like this is that it is very unlikely, given the frequency in which he was willing to act, that these are the only 4 cases that exist." Sheriff Rhodes also said, "The other role here is exactly what happened is that we are giving voice back to the survivors. You are giving answers back to the survivors. You are giving answers back to the community." Through the work of dedicated volunteers, numerous detectives, and the many partners who gave their time and their hearts to solving these cold cases, 4 women were given either closure, peace, or validation today. Prescott Mayor Phil Good, who attended the press conference, said, "Advancements in DNA, both direct and familial, allow for a closure for everyone involved in cold cases such as Kathy Sposito. With such information available nowadays, there is a good chance you get a knock on the door that justice has been served." Susan Robin Bender was born on November 27, 1970 in Modesto, California, as the only child of Patricia Chupka Bender. On April 25, 1986, Susan, then 15 years old, left her family home to visit friends in Carmel by the Sea for the weekend. She walked to the Greyhound bus station on 10th Street and G Street. While waiting for the bus, Susan ran into friends. She told them about her excursion to the coast and that she planned to be back in a few days. After their conversation was ended, Susan made a call at the depot payphone. About 10 minutes later, a full-sized olive green 1977 Ford van pulled up. Susan got into the vehicle. This was the last time that Susan was seen. She had a lot of freedom for a 15-year-old, which was not terribly uncommon in the 1980s. Pat Bender, Susan's mother, assumed that Susan had safely made it to Carmel and was having fun with her friends. When Susan failed to call home, as she usually did, her mother became worried. She reported her daughter missing on May 1, 1986. Detectives soon came to the conclusion that something terrible had happened to Susan. One detective told the local newspaper, "We have certain evidence to indicate foul play was involved in the disappearance of Susan Bender." Susan's mother told the same newspaper that Susan had run away twice before, but each time she had returned home in fairly short order. She said, "Everything had been good between us for a couple of months before she disappeared. There was no indication that she was going to run away." She added that an unnamed male person of interest had been found with Susan's diary, phone book, and clothing in his possession. Pat continued, "I am afraid she was attacked by a man the police questioned but never arrested. They did not arrest him even though they had a lot of circumstantial evidence against him." Police always believed Susan was not missing of her own volition. Detective Richard Ridenour, who was assigned to the case until his retirement in 2000, told a newspaper in 1987 that he thought Susan was most likely not alive anymore. In 1999, Susan's mother said in an interview, "The police said there is little they can do without a body." Detective Ridenour commented in that same year, "Susan Bender just fell off the face of the earth. What is really strange about this case is that nothing has ever come up about her in all these years, and no one has ever come forward with any information about what happened to her." Also in 1999, Lauren Herzog and Wesley Shermantine, two childhood friends from Linden, California, targeted young women in and around the nearby Stockton area. There was some speculation that perhaps Susan was one of their victims. Many of their victims have never been identified. Authorities did not know if the men had anything to do with Susan's abduction, but it is possible as she vanished in the time that they were busy with their evil deeds. Susan's disappearance fit their modus operandi for victims, but despite years of investigation into Herzog and Shermantine's crimes, there had never been a link to Susan's case. They went on a spree in the 1980s and 1990s. They took the lives of several females and may have had more than 15 victims. In the meantime, Susan's case remained unsolved. For nearly 4 decades, investigators spoke to family and friends who fought to keep Susan's story alive. Sandy Silveria, a friend of Susan, commented in 2021, "Where is she? What happened to her? Whoever did this, they have to be held accountable." In October 2021, the Modesto Police Department announced that they reopened the case in the hopes of finally locating the long-lost teenager. The department said in a statement, "In reviewing this case, we identified potential areas of opportunity which may assist in moving this case forward. This includes the use of advancements in technology. Given the circumstances of the crime, we also believe there may be individuals, previously unidentified, who may have pertinent information surrounding Susan's disappearance." Modesto's cold case investigators were hoping that the many years since Susan's disappearance had increased witnesses' willingness to speak out. The police department said in a statement in 2022, "It is important to remember that Susan was a child with a family. Unfortunately, that family has gone 36 years without closure or justice. It is our job as an agency to assist in providing some level of closure with the ultimate goal of getting justice." Then, on Thursday, August 17, 2023, the Modesto Police Department announced the arrest of Raymond Lewis Stafford. He is 76 years old. Stafford was arrested on August 15th in Wills Point, 50 miles east of Dallas, where he had been living for around 5 years. Stafford appeared to be hiding in plain sight for decades. Detectives got an arrest warrant on August 10th, but it was not until Tuesday that members of the Van Zandt County Sheriff's Department in Texas showed up at his home and took him into custody. He was arrested without incident and subsequently booked into the Van Zandt County Jail and charged with taking Susan's life. Modesto police did not give further details about what they believe happened to Susan. Stafford is currently incarcerated in Texas, awaiting extradition to California. Exactly how detectives zeroed in on Stafford as a suspect has not been detailed. Modesto police are differing questions to the Stanislaus County District Attorney's Office, saying there was no other information they could release. Newspapers and local radio stations did reach out to the Modesto Police Department and Stanislaus County District Attorney to learn what led to the suspect's arrest, but did not receive a response. No information was released about how exactly Susan might have met her end, whether there is any chance of recovering her body, or what new evidence resulted in the charges against Stafford. In a news release, Modesto police expressed their gratitude to the Stanislaus County District Attorney's Office, the California Department of Justice, and various Texas authorities for their help in the long and challenging investigation. It said, "The collaborative efforts of these agencies have been instrumental in bringing closure to Susan Robin Bender's case. As detectives suspected foul play right from the start, they had a suspect nearly from the start." According to court records filed in Stanislaus County, investigators at the time traced the green van to Stafford after he was arrested on suspicion of an unrelated burglary a month after Susan vanished. He had not been publicly named at the time. In the course of their investigation, they learned that Stafford had briefly worked with Susan's mother, Patricia Bender. At the time, she said that she believed Stafford may have formed a relationship with her daughter after calling their home phone. Court documents showed that Pat worked for Stafford for a few days back in 1985 at his security business. They also said she admitted to dating Stafford on a few occasions. Thus, Stafford was well known to Susan. It was his rental van which Susan had been seen getting into at the bus stop. She got into his van without hesitation, according to her friend, who witnessed everything at the day of her disappearance at the bus station. A woman who lived with Stafford in the 1980s said he confessed that he strangled a female with a cord or wire and buried her near the Big Oak Flat entrance to Yosemite. He said, according to court records obtained, that he drove to a campground near the Big Oak Flat entrance to Yosemite National Park and dug the grave. Less than a year after Susan disappeared, Stafford, then 38, ran for Modesto City Council. He was asked by the local newspaper about his criminal record, but told the paper in July 1985 it was a result of him being in the wrong place at the wrong time. His arrests were listed as operating an unlicensed private investigator business and carrying a badge saying he was a private investigator. Stafford said that his campaign was focused on policies to protect children from predators. He added, "We do not spend any time getting the people who are harassing our children." Unsurprisingly, he lost the election. 5 months later, in December 1986, Stafford was convicted of setting a business on fire and pled guilty to making a false police report. He reportedly faked a kidnapping to avoid appearing in court. In 1994, he emerged once again on law enforcement's radar. He was put on an offender's register under the alias Greg Tunningley for abusing a 13-year-old girl in California. New court records identified the man as Stafford. Pat revealed she always suspected Stafford was behind her daughter's disappearance after she discovered the pair had carried on a secret relationship. Pat said, I have known from the start. When my daughter came up missing, I have known that he was the person responsible. The investigators did not listen to me. Pat added that thought had lived with her for the past 37 years. She continued, it was like I was lost. Honestly, it was like I was the walking deceased woman. It hurt when I heard people talking about their grandkids and their kids. Pat said the memories of her 15-year-old daughter were what kept her going. She remembered, Susan was outgoing. She was funny. She was just an average teenager, just trying to figure out where she fits. Pat never lost hope, but the quest to find her daughter was agonizing until now. She said she has had to lean on her faith. She stated, I'm grateful. I'm glad that the system has finally decided to step up and do something instead of have me wondering. Those closest to Susan hope to learn where she is in hopes of giving her the farewell they always felt she deserved. Now, in the final act, her mother says the one thing she has never wrestled with is forgiveness toward Stafford. I know this is going to sound kind of strange, but I have forgiven him for what he did to my daughter. I really have, because I would not want to carry that with me for the rest of my life. Pat said this arrest has lifted a dark cloud from her shoulders. Now I am not looking forward to how the trial will play out. I just want Susan's body found. She concluded, my message is a simple one. Start listening to your kids. Sarah Ashley Hill was a 33-year-old mother of two who worked as a waitress at a local diner in Patrick County, Virginia in 2018. She was known for her cheerful smile, her kindness, and her love for music and dancing. She had a close relationship with her sister April, who often helped her with her children. Sarah was one of 5 siblings and the only one with that pretty red hair and bright blue eyes. Her siblings used to tease her and tell her she was adopted. In June 2018, Sarah was staying with her friends in North Carolina. At 1:30 a.m. on June 6th, she called April on her cell phone and told her she was near Mount Airy on Blue Hollow Road and needed a ride. Sarah did not explain why she was walking at that time of the morning. April was at work almost an hour away and could not just leave. She was a registered nurse at U Chatham Memorial Hospital in Elkin. By the time the family arrived in Mount Airy, Sarah Hill was nowhere to be found. They assumed she had gotten a ride elsewhere, or maybe found a way to access her own car, a white 2000 Ford Taurus. The next day, April sent Sarah a text to see if she was okay, and if she still needed a ride. April got no reply. April called again, and messages went to voicemail. After 2 weeks, Sarah's phone had been turned off. It was very unusual for Sarah to be out of contact, according to April. They talked at least once a week, sometimes more often. April noted that Sarah was addicted to illegal substances and was friends with a lot of shady people. April wondered if it played a role in her sister's disappearance. A month after Sarah was last seen, she was finally reported missing. Detectives immediately started investigating. After her disappearance, her white Ford Taurus turned up at a store on NC 89 near the Blue Hollow Road intersection. It was caught on video footage the store owner obtained while trying to catch shoplifters, but Sarah was not identified among any of the individuals suspected of wrongdoing there. The police searched the car and found Sarah's purse, phone, keys, and some personal items inside. However, they did not find any fingerprints, DNA, or other clues that could link anyone to her disappearance. The police considered all possible scenarios for Sarah's disappearance. They investigated if she had any enemies or problems with anyone who might have harmed her. They checked if she had any debts or financial troubles that might have driven her to run away. Investigators also looked into whether she had any history of mental illness or substance abuse that might have affected her judgment or behavior. They explored if she had any romantic affairs or domestic disputes that might have led to violence or jealousy. However, they did not find any evidence to support any of these theories. During the investigation, in January 2019, the Surrey County Sheriff's Office checked several locations throughout the county, which included 3 different properties on King Park Circle, Mount Airy, North Carolina. In retracing Sarah's last known steps, investigators believed she was in a location in nearby Stokes County where she had been hanging out with a guy. This person of interest acted suspiciously, including refusing access to his home. It was discovered that the man had previously been charged with assault. In 2022, they were led to an Ashbury Road property in Stokes County, North Carolina, where Sarah was last seen at the time of her disappearance. On Monday, October 17, 2022, the Surrey County Sheriff's Office, in conjunction with the Stokes County Sheriff's Office and the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation, executed a search warrant for the property of 1791 Asbury Road, Westfield, North Carolina. Detectives brought in specialized personnel to utilize heavy equipment to move dirt and terrain and stabilize an existing structure. Human remains were located beneath the floorboards. The remains were sent to Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center. On October 20, 2022, an autopsy was performed and confirmed that the remains were of Sarah Ashley Hill. On October 11, 2023, the Stokes County Sheriff's Office announced that Leroy Hoover had been arrested and charged with taking Sarah's life. Hoover is currently in the Stokes County Jail with no bond awaiting trial. He has other cases also pending in Stokes County. Sheriff Joey Lemon said, "We can only imagine how hard this has been for the family of Ms. Hill." Investigators from the Patrick County Sheriff's Office, Surrey County Sheriff's Office, Stokes County Sheriff's Office, as well as the NCSBI agents who worked on this case, have done a tremendous job, and they never gave up. Although nothing will bring a loved one back, we can only hope this helps provide some closure to Ms. Hill's family. 29-year-old Teresa Scalf was a kind and caring nurse who worked at Lakeland Regional Health in Florida in 1986. She loved helping people and taking care of her son, Jason, who was 8 years old. Jason was her only family, as she was a single mom who lived by herself with him in a small apartment. Teresa had brown hair and green eyes, and she always wore a smile on her face. She was a friendly and cheerful person who had many friends at work and in her neighborhood. She enjoyed spending time with her son, reading books, and watching movies. She also liked to travel and learn new things. She had a dream of becoming a doctor someday and saving more lives. One night, on October 15, 1986, when Jason was staying with his grandma Betty, Teresa was alone in her apartment. It was a dark and stormy night, and the rain was pouring down. An unknown man broke into her home. He had a knife, and he wanted to harm Teresa. He had left his fingerprints on the doorknob and the windowsill. He had also left his DNA on a cigarette butt that he had discarded on the floor. He assaulted Teresa with his knife and attempted to force himself on her. Teresa fought back with all her strength. She tried to protect herself with her hands, but he injured them severely. He was stronger than her, and he inflicted a severe injury on her throat. He ended her life and left her body on the floor. He fled from the apartment. The next morning, when Teresa did not show up to work, her mom, Betty, became concerned and went to see her. She found Teresa's body in a pool of blood. She called the police, and they arrived at the apartment. They collected all of the evidentiary items from the crime scene and stored them to be used later. Plenty of suspects were interviewed and leads were followed, but investigators could not identify the perpetrator and the case went cold. Finally, on October 16, 2023, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd announced that the case had been solved. They were able to confirm that Donald Douglas was responsible for what happened to Teresa. Douglas was 33 years old at the time of the crime. He co-owned an electrical company with his brother. Douglas passed away due to natural causes in 2008 at the age of 54. Douglas had no past criminal record and was also cremated after his passing, which made connecting him to the case all the more difficult. Teresa's mother, Betty Scalf, and two of Teresa's sisters joined Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd for a news conference, as Judd described how his agency solved the 37-year-old case. Sheriff Judd said that Douglas lived just behind the duplex, and investigators interviewed him and other neighbors at the time but never considered him a suspect. Judd said detectives originally investigating the case had seen no wounds on Douglas and had no reason to suspect him. Judd speculated that Douglas took Teresa's life because he sought a relationship with her and she rebuffed him. Judd explained that as technology advanced, the agency entered DNA taken from the crime scene into the FBI's national database in the early 2000s, but found no matches, meaning the perpetrator's DNA had not been entered. Judd credited Detective Matthew Newbold with leading the effort to resolve the case after receiving it in 2015. Newbold kept a photo of Teresa Scalf on his desk and vowed to her family that he would not retire until he had identified the perpetrator. Newbold worked with Othram, a Texas company that specializes in developing genetic samples from crime scene evidence. Using publicly available DNA that people submit through such programs as 23andMe, the company helped create a family tree for the suspect. One hit landed on a third cousin of Douglas who had conceived a baby outside of marriage in 1949. What Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd described as the illicit affair ultimately exposed a new family tree branch. David Nutting, a company representative for Othram, said it was the 106th publicly announced solution to an unsolved case through Othram's DNA research. He said there are an estimated 330,000 unsolved cases in the United States. After identifying Douglas as the perpetrator, sheriff's investigators contacted his son and asked for a DNA sample. He fully cooperated, Judd said, and was mortified to learn that his sample confirmed that Donald Douglas's blood had been found at the crime scene. Pam Shade, Teresa's sister, said, "The first thing that I would like to say is Teresa was a wonderful person, the most loving person. She did not deserve it. Our family did not deserve this." She added, "She started off at the bottom, nursing assistant. She went to respiratory school. She got her RN and was so proud. I've never seen anyone more proud." She said, "I did it, Pam. I did it." And she lost her life a month later, after we had this conversation. I hope it gives everybody comfort to know that we now know who did this. I also would like to offer encouragement to other victims. Do not give up. Law enforcement do not give up. And as long as they do not give up, you do not give up. Teresa's other sister, Lynn Scaff, said that Teresa shared that she had some uncomfortable experiences with a neighbor, but did not fully describe him, offering that up as a cautionary tale for present-day stalking victims. Teresa had told us about some creepy neighbor that had showed up at her house with what looked like he had yanked a flower up out of the ground and slapped it into a pot. He was sort of stalkerish, and she had told us about him, but she never described him. So anybody, but especially ladies, if someone is being creepy, do not just tell your sisters, tell them what he looks like. When Betty Scaff took to the microphone, she said, "All I want to say is, I am 84 years old. I lived to see this done. I think that is why I lived so long." 17-year-old Gladys Arellano lived in Boyle Heights, Los Angeles in 1996. She was beautiful, intelligent, and had big dreams for her life. Gladys was last seen on January 28, 1996, leaving her home. When she failed to return home later in the day, she was reported missing by her family. 2 days later, her body was found off a main road in a ravine in Topanga Canyon. She had been assaulted and strangled. Serology evidence was collected from her body, and a DNA profile of the unknown offender was uploaded to the state and federal DNA databases, but a match could not be found. An extensive investigation was completed by the investigators at the time, but it led nowhere, and the case went cold. That was until 2019. Los Angeles police arrested a man by the name of Jose Luis Garcia for domestic assault. During the booking process, DNA swabs were taken from Garcia and processed. Investigators then realized that his DNA matched the DNA that was taken from Gladys's body. Detectives visited Garcia and questioned him about Gladys. The crime took place when he was just 19 years old. They obtained a second DNA swab from him. The Los Angeles Crime Lab was then able to confirm that Garcia's genetic profile matched the unidentified sample taken from Gladys's body in 1996. 43-year-old Jose Luis Garcia was arrested by U.S. Marshals on September 29, 2019, in Dallas, Texas. He was extradited on October 14th to Los Angeles County, where he was held on a $1 million bail. Detective Hugo Renaga said, "This case is typical of the type of cases that the unsolved detectives are faced with on a daily basis. We are gratified that we are successful in bringing this tragic case to a close." Renaga confirmed that investigators were looking into the possibility that Garcia was involved in other crimes as well. Gladys's niece and goddaughter, Samantha Moreno, spoke movingly of the need to remember her godmother, as well as all other women who were victims of violence. Recognizing her life is important. Beautiful Latina souls from Boyle Heights should never be forgotten, Moreno said. Acts of violence against women should never be forgotten. Samantha Moreno thanked the detectives who never lost sight of finding justice. Gladys Arellano's case was worked on by retired detectives Joe Purcell and Sean McCarthy, who both work part-time on the Sheriff's Department's Unsolved Case Unit. Thank you for not giving up on our Gladys, who was a loving daughter, sister, aunt, and godmother. Gladys was only 17 when her life was taken. She had a beautiful soul. She was beautiful, intelligent, gorgeous, and she had a radiant smile. She had such big dreams for her life. My grandparents would have been so proud of her." Moreno said she was grateful Garcia was off the streets after nearly a quarter century. "We want nothing more than for him to pay for his brutal crime," she said. "We recognize that this will not bring Gladys back, but we are relieved to know that there will be justice for Gladys. This is a victory that we acknowledge in her honor, and we look forward to more victories." Jose Luis Garcia was found guilty of all the charges against him on July 18, 2023. It was a day the loved ones of Gladys Arellano had been waiting decades for. "It is never enough for having taken a life of such a beautiful soul," said Elizabeth Arellano of her sister Gladys. Gladys Arellano's sister and best friend told the court what Garcia did nearly destroyed them, as they wondered for more than 25 years what happened to her. "It was tough, but it felt really good to finally get it off your chest and actually, like, seeing him and, releasing it. And having some kind of comfort," said Vanessa Arellano, Gladys Arellano's younger sister. Janet Ramirez, Gladys Arellano's close friend, said the plea deal gives her some comfort, but it is not enough. 19 years is never enough, but I have comfort knowing now she can rest, that the perpetrator is going to be behind bars, because for 25 years I've lived with the guilt of not knowing what I could have done different, Ramirez said. Jose Garcia was sentenced on August 15, 2023 to 18 years and 8 months in prison for taking Gladys's life. Garcia pleaded no contest to voluntary manslaughter, kidnapping, and domestic assault, according to the district attorney's office. He waived his credit for the just over 1,000 days he has spent in jail since his 2020 arrest. Retired Sheriff's Detective Joe Purcell handled the cold case investigation. The fact is that we can give justice to people and to society. It is really important not to let these cases go unresolved. We need to have people pay the debt they owe to society, he said. "23-year-old Laura Kempton lived in Portsmouth, New Hampshire in 1981. She was a student at the Portsmouth Beauty School and was employed at the Macro Polo gift store and Karen's ice cream parlor. Laura was known to be an outgoing, free spirit with a big personality and was particularly social. Laura was last seen entering her Chapel Street apartment alone during the early morning hours of September 28, 1981. A police officer attempting to serve a court summons related to unpaid parking tickets found Laura's body a few hours later. As the officer made his way up to the residence, he noticed a wooden panel piece on the front door was missing. Through the small opening, he could see Laura's body lying on the floor just inside the apartment. An autopsy showed that her life was taken shortly after entering her apartment. She suffered massive trauma to the left side of her head. Laura had incurred multiple skull fractures, as well as lacerations and contusions on her brain. She had also been assaulted, which meant DNA could be collected from her body. Investigators collected other evidentiary items from the crime scene as well and stored it to be used later. They interviewed other residents in Laura's apartment complex but gathered no useful information. The case sadly went cold. In 1986, investigators revealed that they questioned Ronald Spiewak about Laura's slaying. He took the lives of 2 other women in Boston, Massachusetts. Spiewak denied involvement, but Portsmouth police were purportedly monitoring his case. In taking a closer look at the crimes he was charged with, the only blatant association is that Ronald Spiewak hailed from a city in New Hampshire, roughly 45 minutes from Portsmouth, hardly a smoking gun. Spiewak had picked up his victims, Gina Quarnier and Kathleen McGuire, on 2 separate occasions in Boston. Though he eventually confessed to ending their lives, Spiewak contended that in both instances each of them had pulled a knife on him, demanding additional payment for their services. He claimed he only acted in self-defense. Spiewak strangled both women and dumped their bodies elsewhere. Gina's in an abandoned railway car in South Boston, and Kathleen's along the driveway of a tourist information booth on Interstate 95 in Kittery, Maine. No real ties to Laura's case were ever identified. In 1998, 2 Portsmouth detectives attending a conference in Florida listened intently as an investigator with the Naval Investigative Service presented the unprosecuted case of Deanna Kitchler. Deanna had been assaulted and strangled with a rope in her home in Mayport, Florida in December of 1990. Signs of an intense struggle and clumps of Deanna's long, dark hair were present all over the house, a large portion having been cut off in her bathtub. Deanna's husband, a naval officer, had been deployed at the time of the crime. Portsmouth Police Captain James Tucker could not believe what he was hearing. The similarity of Deanna's case to the slaying of a New Hampshire woman, Michelle LaFond, was astonishing. And better yet, authorities had already arrested a man by the name of John Brewer in connection with Deanna's case. Regrettably, he had been released from custody shortly after his arrest, as authorities lacked sufficient physical evidence. But as new details emerged in regards to the Dublin, New Hampshire case of Michelle LaFond, John Brewer found himself back in custody before long. Portsmouth investigators were able to pinpoint a definitive link between Brewer and Michelle LaFond. In searching through records, James Tucker located a job application that John Brewer had filled out, listing Michelle's husband, Gary, as a reference. Police matched DNA from hairs collected in the Kitchler case to DNA taken from a DNA sample in the LaFond case, and John Brewer was arraigned and charged for both cases. News of the indictment swept the Granite State, and it was reported that Brewer had been linked to 3 other cases, 2 in Portsmouth and 1 in Florida. It appeared that Brewer was living in New Hampshire at the time that Laura Kempton's life was ended, but his modus operandi proved perceptibly divergent. No real correlations were ever made. Perhaps it was just a hasty assumption, due to the fact that the detectives who had brought Brewer to justice were from Portsmouth. Other rumors swirling among the small seacoast town pinned what happened to Laura on a couple of young men in the area known to be violent drug suppliers. Previously gracing the pages of the police logs with more minor offenses, members of the operation led by a Portsmouth local, Thomas Ferraggi, had escalated to far more intemperate crimes. Ferraggi in particular had been arrested for assaulting several women. Eventually, he was indicted in March of 1982 for fatally shooting 24-year-old Valerie Blair in the neighboring town of Rye. Blair was found in Audiarn State Park, having been shot 5 times in the head and face with a .22 caliber pistol. Thomas Ferraggi was incarcerated for decades but maintained his innocence. He blamed what happened to Valerie Blair on one of his cohorts, who he states must have stolen his firearm. In an interview, Ferraggi asserted he believed the same man took Laura Kempton's life. Ferraggi said that Laura was a customer of theirs, and his friend became upset when he saw her kissing someone in her apartment while they were there conducting a transaction. Interestingly, Ferraggi's girlfriend in 1982 was enrolled at the Portsmouth Beauty School, where Laura Kempton was enrolled as well. Faragi's DNA was collected, but he was never charged with any additional crimes. The man Thomas Faragi blamed for Laura's case was looked at by police and cleared. The next major update came on July 20th, 2023. It was then that investigators announced Laura's case was finally solved after 42 years. Investigators identified the man responsible as Ronnie James Lee, who was 21 at the time. Officials said Lee lived and worked in Portsmouth. Assistant Attorney General Rachel Harrington said, "There is no indication that he knew or was acquainted with Laura Kempton." Lee served in the U.S. Army until May 15, 1981, and then worked for MBI Security at Liberty Mutual in Portsmouth from June 1981 to August 1982. Lee used his mother's address on Rock Hill Avenue in Portsmouth when he was arrested by Portsmouth police on November 8, 1982 on an attempted theft charge. Lee's criminal history includes being linked to 4 residential burglaries and 1 commercial burglary in 1983, including 2 burglaries he pleaded guilty to. In 1987, Lee was convicted of charges stemming from a burglary in Keene, New Hampshire, that included the assault of a woman in that home. He was sentenced to prison, where he was held from December 1987 to July 1990. Lee lost his life on February 9, 2005, at the age of 45 after he overdosed. Officials with the Attorney General's office said, if Lee were alive, he would face first-degree charges for knowingly ending Laura's life during the commission or attempted commission of aggravated felonious assault, and alternatively for striking her with a blunt object, which was believed to be a wine bottle. Investigators said they were able to identify Lee through genetic genealogy techniques. They said physical evidence collected from the scene in 1981 revealed, after forensic analysis done decades later, a male DNA profile. Beginning in 2022, officials said Portsmouth Police worked in conjunction with the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory, the Maine State Police Forensic Laboratory, the Attorney General's Cold Case Unit, and Genetic Genealogy Research Organization Identifiers International to conduct forensic genetic genealogy to identify the contributor of the DNA found at the crime scene as Lee. Because Lee is not alive anymore, the case is considered closed and solved. Laura's family released a statement about the case being solved. The Kempton family wishes to express our deepest gratitude to the Portsmouth Police Department for solving Laura's case. Their diligence and determination, along with extraordinary personal commitment of the past decades, have led to this moment for Laura. The family would like to acknowledge retired Captain John Parachi, Portsmouth Police Department Investigative Division, and his team members past and present who have worked tirelessly on Laura's case. Their extraordinary efforts have led to this important moment today. Many, many other hands have touched Laura's file over the past 41 years, and the family expresses our deepest gratitude to all who contributed. The Kempton family would like to request privacy at this time as we process this information. Thank you all. In the past, law enforcement officials have said Laura's case and the demise of Tammy Little in Portsmouth in 1982 were potentially connected. When asked about Tammy's case, Attorney General John Formella said it is still being investigated. The Little case remains under investigation, Formella said. It is our hope that what we are announcing today may give us some additional information about that case. It was Tuesday, October 19th, 1982, and nobody had heard from Tammy Little over the course of a couple of days. The 20-year-old Portsmouth Beauty School student was last seen by friends who dropped her off at her home after a night out over the weekend. Though she lived alone, the sociable young woman would never intentionally make herself unreachable for such a long period of time. When she had not surfaced, it was clear that something was discernibly wrong. Tammy's mother was justifiably concerned. She decided to look in on her daughter at her Maplewood Avenue apartment. What she encountered that October day in 1982 was utterly scarring. Her child's lifeless body in her home, and she had been beaten ferociously. Authorities swarmed 315 Maplewood Avenue to process the case after Tammy's mother called them. Investigators collected physical evidence from the home and interviewed nearby neighbors. An autopsy was performed the following day, revealing that Tammy had succumbed to massive head injuries, having been viciously bludgeoned. In the coming days and months, as Tammy's family and friends mourned her monumental loss, the remainder of the city was left in a state of heightened distress. The fears of many residents had seemingly been confirmed, and an air of trepidation shrouded the community. It had happened again. Another girl, another crime, no arrest. The similarities between Laura and Tammy's cases are striking, but the two women share much more in common than the way in which their lives ended. Both Tammy and Laura lived alone in ground-level apartments in Portsmouth and attended the Portsmouth Beauty School. They had been aspiring models, having photographs taken in hopes of acquiring work. Both women were outgoing and frequented a couple of the same bars downtown, and they lost their lives in the early morning hours of a weekend day in the fall. They lived just a mile from one another. The hope is that DNA will soon reveal whether Ronnie James Lee is responsible for taking Tammy Little's life as well. 23-year-old Cheryl Monique Taylor lived in Weldon, North Carolina in 2002. She was married to high school sweetheart John Osby. They had a 7-year-old daughter named Justice. Justice woke up on the morning of August 16, 2002, and realized that Cheryl had not waken her up in time for the school bus, and she missed it. Justice went to her mom's bedroom, and it was there that she discovered that someone had taken Cheryl's life. An autopsy showed that she had been strangled and presumably assaulted. It was not made public if there were signs of forced entry, or if investigators were able to collect forensic evidence from the crime scene that belonged to the perpetrator. Despite an extensive investigation by authorities, no arrests were made and the case went cold. Justice and John grieved together for 17 more years. Then came December 2019. After going missing, John Osby was found fatally shot and rolled up in a blanket near Sycamore Street in Weldon. Investigators were unable to track down the person that shot him, and for years the family was left wondering if they would ever get answers to what happened to John and Cheryl Taylor. That changed when Sheriff Tyree Davis hired Detective Sergeant Samoji as Halifax County's dedicated cold case investigator in January 2023. His job was to pore over the office's unsolved cold cases, looking for anything that investigators may have missed in the past, and using new technology to find clues that were out of reach before. Detective Samoji first looked into John Osby's case, before realizing Cheryl's life had been taken by someone years earlier. He identified the person responsible for what happened to Cheryl. Finally, on July 21, 2023, 46-year-old Lewis Turner Jr. was arrested and charged with taking Cheryl Taylor's life. He was living in Northampton County, North Carolina. It is not known yet if he is responsible for shooting John Osby. It was revealed that Turner was a friend of Cheryl and her family back in 2002 when he took her life. Turner was 25 years old when the crime took place. He has 2 other criminal charges on his record, assaults from when he was a teen. In both those cases, he got probation. After being arrested and charged with voluntary manslaughter, Turner was held at the Halifax County Jail under $250,000 bond. Scott Hall, patrol captain of the Halifax County Sheriff's Office, outlined the reasoning behind the voluntary manslaughter charge. This was not a premeditated crime with malice. Based on the facts of the case and elements of the crime, we charged accordingly. Sheriff Tyree Davis remarked how he cried tears of joy at being able to arrest a suspect in connection with Cheryl's case. I received the call that we were able to solve one of our cold cases, a cold case from over 20 years ago. No one knew about this information, and we could not say anything until we notified the family first. However, I was instantly overcome with emotion and tears started to flow. As a member of the State Commission, I was sitting up front with the other board members and I tried to hold things together. I did so just by wiping the tears away, but once I started sniffling, I knew I needed to leave the room. Folks, I can tell you that these tears were tears of joy. These were tears of excitement. Excitement not only for Ms. Taylor's family, but also excitement for her friends, co-workers, schoolmates, and anyone that she has ever crossed paths with. I was excited for the community because this is a beacon of hope for all those families that need closure too, he added. Cheryl's daughter, Justice Osby, had this to say after the arrest. Unbelievable, unbelievable. We never knew this day was coming. Justice said she is grateful to everyone who helped bring Turner to justice, and she is glad that she can finally have some closure. She said, "I am just so thankful for everyone that participated and helped me get closure for my family, because today is a good day." On August 13, 2014, a 13-year-old girl in Charlotte, North Carolina, told police that she had been assaulted by an unknown man. The incident took place along Shamrock Drive near Eastway Drive. She was taken to a nearby hospital where evidence of an assault was collected. Repeatedly throughout the years, investigators would try and match the DNA of the perpetrator to a DNA profile they have in their databases. Recently, investigators with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department identified 33-year-old Trevon Levi Woods as the man responsible for assaulting the 13-year-old girl. The identification was made by matching DNA in the combined DNA index system. Woods was arrested for this crime on October 27, 2023. On the exact date of his arrest, Woods was leaving the Alexander Correctional Institute in Taylorsville after completing his sentence for unrelated charges. Police said they took Woods to the Mecklenburg County Detention Center and served him with his new warrants. A trial date has not been determined yet. 19-year-old Army Private Amanda Gonzalez was stationed on a U.S. Army base in Hanau, Germany in 2001. She was working as a battalion cook. When she failed to report for duty on November 5, 2001, soldiers broke down the door to her room to find her body on the floor of the barracks. She had been strangled and assaulted. Amanda was 4 months pregnant when her life was taken. Amanda grew up in Madisonville, Texas, and had many friends, her family said. In high school, she had a reputation for being caring and sticking up for her fellow classmates if they were bullied. In 2000, she surprised her family by showing up at their home with a recruiter to tell them she was joining the Army. She planned to use her GI Bill to pay for college and become a physical therapist for children. That same reputation of caring for others earned her the nickname Firecracker when she joined the military. If she saw someone being mistreated, she would step in between and just go off. Amanda's case was investigated, but unfortunately, no suspect could be identified. For 21 agonizing years, her family has been asking questions and getting no answers, as investigators made no arrests. Amanda's mother, Gloria Bates, said, "It was just the same call. Every once a week I would get a call, answer it, nothing new, saying it was the same story. It was like a recording. Every time we come visit her gravesite, I tell her I am not giving up. I am not giving up." Gloria and her husband, Michael Bates, spent years writing to lawmakers and shows like Dr. Phil and America's Most Wanted. The break in the case finally came in 2023. The Justice Department named 42-year-old Shannon L. Wilkerson, a former Armed Forces member, as the man responsible for what happened to Amanda Gonzalez. Wilkerson was arrested in Florida on February 23, 2023. He faces a maximum sentence of life in prison if convicted. He entered a not guilty plea. Officials said that Wilkerson was an active-duty soldier in 2001 and was later discharged. According to the brief indictment against Wilkerson, the suspect was discharged from the U.S. Army on July 31, 2004, and was discharged from the U.S. Army Reserve on June 12, 2007. Former FBI agent Brad Garrett said, "There is no statute of limitations for the crime of taking a life. To charge somebody in federal court with this specific crime, you have to have a fair amount of information and evidence to show that you could win this case in a trial." The arrest marked the next chapter in the investigation that lasted longer than Amanda lived and came not a moment too soon. Amanda's cousin, Deanna Lucio, said, "She still instilled that fighting spirit because she was a fighter, and it allowed all of us to keep going for her and to never give up." Amanda's mother, Gloria, said, "We have to continue on and fight for them because they cannot fight for themselves. They do not have a voice. You are their voice." Amanda's stepfather, Michael Bates, said he hopes the tragedy his family suffered can improve the conditions for female soldiers. Unfortunately, a motive for the crime has not been given. Investigators also did not elaborate on what led them to Shannon L. Wilkerson.